All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Monday, May 3rd, and we are gathered for a meeting of the Joint Standing Committee of the Environment and Natural Resources for the Maine State Legislature. I want to take a quick moment to wish our own co-chair, Representative Tucker, a happy 50th wedding anniversary.
Oh,
This Saturday.
Thank you very much.
anniversary.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Rob.
And we have a number of public hearings today. I think it will take us a better part of the day. We're going to go in order for which they are numbered, and we will plan on a lunch break sometime around noon, depending on how things are going. So why don't we go ahead and start with introductions, and we'll start with Representative Bell.
Good morning. Art Bell, House District 47, which comprises of Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island. Morning.
And good morning, Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I am Representative Paige Ziegler from Ottawa County, District 96, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everyone. On this beautiful day, I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent House District 94, the towns of Camden and Rockport, and the island of Islesboro.
Representative Johansson.
Good morning, Chris Johansson, House District 145, 16 organized towns in Aroostook and 2 in Northern Penobscot.
Representative Gramlich.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Representative O'Connor. Oops, you're on mute, Representative.
There we go. How's that better?
Much better.
It's going to be one of those days. Good morning. I am Representative Beth O'Connor. I serve the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and part of North Berwick.
And Representative Hanley.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Westcasset, and Randolph.
Senator Bennett.
Good morning, Madam Chair and everyone. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine, across both Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate.
And my co-chair, Representative Tucker.
Thank you very much. My name is Ralph Tucker. I represent half of Brunswick, Maine, House District 50. Thank you.
And I'm Stacy Brenner, and I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. And we are going to go ahead and get started with LD 676. And we will bring in our own, let's see, wait a minute. Senator Claxton will come in to introduce 676. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning to you,
Welcome.
Senator Brenner.
Senator Claxton is going to introduce 676, an act to reclassify part of the Androscoggin River to Class B.
Good morning, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and other honorable members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Ned Claxton. I'm honored to represent the people of Senate District 20, consisting of Auburn, where I live, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I'm here to introduce LD 676, an act to reclassify part of the Androscoggin River to Class B. To begin with, I am not a water quality or river expert and have learned a lot in the process of bringing this bill to this committee. As with many bills, this one started out as a simple bill. The original intent was recognition of the region's accomplishments in cleaning up the Androscoggin River. The hope was that an improvement in the classification would attract more recreational use to the river, boating and fishing in particular, and improve its appeal to tourists. It was never the intent of the bill to direct the department to reclassify a river that didn't meet the requirements of Class B. It seemed important to recognize the work of the citizen scientists who have documented the improvement in the river quality. We have years of very good evidence now that the river meets the testing standards of a Class B river. The bill's intent is not to further improve the water quality, but to recognize what has happened over the years. It also seemed important to recognize the ongoing improvements in river quality because of the efforts of businesses and landowners along the rivers, and towns working on runoff control and enhancing water treatment facilities in order to decrease contaminated effluent. With successes in runoff control and sewer outflow abatement, the Lisbon Sewer Department and Lewis and Arbor Pollution Control Authority, for instance, have made significant contributions to the health of this river. That should be appreciated. I'm grateful to them for raising concerns on our Zoom call about what is in the best interest of the river and their communities. In 2019, the DEP said that there is no feasible approach to ensure attainment of Class B dissolved oxygen criteria in the lower Androscoggin River. But to my understanding, we have evidence that the river has met that oxygen standard for 99% of the past 10 years. During that time, the upstream mills and communities have been operating in compliance with their permits, while the health of the river has continued to improve. So I admit to not understanding the concern that this reclassification will create the need for additional restrictions in the permits. This is not a bill pushing to improve water quality, although that work should continue. It is about recognizing what has been demonstrated. The intent was never to negatively impact upstream businesses. It was about promoting the lower Androscoggin. There are definitely aspects of reclassification that I do not understand. I'm now more aware of how complicated a process this is. Given that and some of the concerns you'll hear, I've thought of some options. Maybe the best course is to simply post signs saying meets Class B standards up and down the river and move on. Maybe the next other course option is not to depend on a process that uses the current model, a tool, an important one, but not the source of truth. I have an image of the green curtain in The Wizard of Oz. I know something's going on back there, but I don't know what it is. With discharge permits being renegotiated and unknown amounts of federal infrastructure money becoming available on an unknown timeline, it might be best to let the dust settle a bit and reconsider this bill in the short session. I defer to the committee and your expertise as to how best to proceed. Those who testify after this will have more specific information and concerns. I will work with anyone if there's a chance we can move this legislation forward and recognize the improvements in the river. Thank you for your time and attention. I will be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Are there any questions from the committee? All right. Well, you're welcome to stay with us through the hearing if you have time. And I don't see any other legislators signed up to testify, although there have been some legislators who've submitted written testimony, but they're not present currently. So we'll move on to the DEP. Mr. Kavanaugh is here. Good morning, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Nice to see all of you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, I'm Brian Kavanaugh. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Water Quality at the Department of Environmental Protection, and I am speaking in opposition of LD 676. This is the same position the department has taken on similar bills in 2011 and 2013. While I really wish I could be here speaking in support of this bill, after evaluating all of the issues as outlined in my testimony, the department did not believe that would be an appropriate position to take. First, I want to commend the many individuals and organizations that are advocating for the Androscoggin River today. They have dedicated a tremendous amount of time and resources to monitor the river, to provide public educational events, and to advocate for improvements in water quality. And their work is important, and the department appreciates all of their efforts. Secondly, I want to recognize that the department understands the important symbolism of the Androscoggin River and its place in the development of the Clean Water Act through Senator Edmund Muskie. The Androscoggin River is an important historical example of how badly we as a society can abuse our natural resources, given that this was once one of the most highly polluted rivers in the country. But it is also an incredible example of how good policy, proper regulation, and the work of many can make tremendous improvements in water quality. The Androscoggin River now has very good water quality, vastly different from the bad old days of rafts of foam and fish kills, and we can all be proud of that. I also want to note that my written testimony and supporting material is extensive at 16 pages. Obviously, I will not be reading all my testimony today, but I hope that you can read it to fully understand the issues I will summarize today and to assist you with the discussions at the work session. It is extensive because the issue of reclassifying a river like the Androscoggin is a very important policy decision, and it is a legally and technically complex issue. My full written testimony includes background information on several important issues that I'll briefly summarize. One, each classification sets in motion specific legal requirements. You may hear the classification system described as a goal-based or aspirational system, and that is true, but only in a limited sense. The department believes it is more accurate to consider a water body's classification as a directive to the department on how to manage that water body in relation to a variety of interconnected requirements of the Clean Water Act and state law. These requirements include licensing of existing discharges, such as municipal wastewater treatment facilities and industries, licensing of any new or increased discharges, water quality certification and licensing of dams, and regulatory actions that must be taken if water quality standards are not met. The specifics of these regulatory requirements are established in federal and state laws and rules and are not discretionary, and they are driven largely by the classification of the water body. To be clear, none of the potential implications to these or other regulatory programs prevents the legislature from upgrading the lower Androscoggin. Neither are you required to upgrade the lower Androscoggin. We do recommend that you understand and consider the potential implications of these programs as part of a fully informed decision-making process. Point two, there are significant differences between the criteria for Class C and Class B. The most significant difference is that Class C waters have a dissolved oxygen criterion of 5 parts per million. Class B has a higher or more stringent dissolved oxygen criterion of 7 parts per million. The Class B criterion is harder to attain. Point three, water quality in the lower section of the Androscoggin is significantly influenced by water quality in the upper section of the Androscoggin. 97% of the water in the lower section originates by flowing over or through Gulf Island Dam at the upper boundary of the river section proposed for reclassification. The upper section is classified as C, which requires a dissolved oxygen level of only 5 parts per million. If the lower Androscoggin is upgraded to Class B, the department will be required to establish regulatory controls and waste discharge licenses for the 3 paper mills, one in Gorham, New Hampshire, one in Rumford, and one in Jay, and potentially future water quality certifications for the Gulf Island Dam to ensure that water flowing over or through the dam that establishes the boundary condition for the lower section meets the Class B criterion of 7 parts per million of dissolved oxygen. Currently, attainment of Class C standards in the upper section is met through a combination of water quality-based discharge limits on the paper mills and the injection of oxygen into the river approximately 2.5 miles above the dam. If the lower Androscoggin is upgraded to Class B, the department will be required to lower the existing discharge limits on the 3 mills There's a variety of license limit allocation scenarios that are possible, and the final limits would be derived through a formal licensing process. You'll see in my testimony, one example is a 54% reduction in the biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, limits for the 3 mills. Point 4, water quality in the lower section of the river is also influenced by activities and discharges in the lower section. If the lower Androscoggin is upgraded to Class B, the department will be required to lower by approximately 33% the BOD discharge limits for the Lewiston Auburn Water Pollution Control Authority. That's the wastewater treatment facility that serves Lewiston and Auburn. Water quality in the lower section may also be influenced by the 6 dams in the lower section. At this point, it's unclear if a reclass would affect relicensing or water quality certifications of these dams. That would have to be determined in the relicensing process. In closing, from the department's perspective, this is a complex issue. Some reclass proposals are relatively simple and straightforward. This one is not. Department staff has spent a significant amount of time analyzing and discussing the legal and technical issues in relation to this upgrade. Our intent is to provide you with the most complete and accurate information that we can so you can make a fully informed decision. But some of the legal and technical issues related to the potential implications of this reclass could be interpreted differently by future department staff, by EPA, by interested parties in a waste discharge licensing proceeding, by interested parties in a dam relicensing proceeding, and by the Board of Environmental Protection and the courts if licensing decisions were challenged on appeal. The department does not see a clear path forward to ensure that Class B water quality standards would be attained under the conditions required by the law. Therefore, an upgrade to Class B would likely cause significant regulatory uncertainty. I encourage you to carefully consider the additional details in the department's full written testimony, as well as all the other testimony you will receive. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. And I appreciate that you didn't read all 16 pages to us, but I enjoyed reading them. Representative Tucker has a question.
Mr. Kavanaugh, could you please explain for the committee and for me, what is the cycle for review of water classifications across the state? I understand there's a 3-year cycle, and I wondered where we were in that cycle for automatic review. And I'd like you to explain that 3-year review a little bit and how the Board of Environmental Protection is involved, which is, of course, distinct from the DEP.
Yes, sure. So there is a formal, well, first I'll say reclassifications do come up periodically, but there is a formal process called the triennial review, whereby the department is supposed to, every 3 years, do a formal extensive review of all the water quality standards. To be honest with you, we haven't met that schedule, and we are in the midst of that right now, though. We are in the midst of a very comprehensive review. We've gotten about 40 different suggestions, both internal and external, for changes to water quality standards. We are at the stage where we have reviewed all of those, and we just put out another opportunity for public comment, giving our summary of our thoughts on those proposals. One of those is this proposal to upgrade the lower Androscoggin. So the next step is we're going to get additional public comments on our thoughts on all the suggestions that we got. That will then go to the board for their consideration and their votes. And they could potentially, on their on the suggestion to upgrade the lower Androscoggin, they could potentially endorse that and send it to the legislature for consideration next session, or they could not endorse it and not send it forward. So it is in the process of the very similar bill that you're looking at today. And so even if this legislature or this committee votes down this proposal, I expect it could possibly come back to the legislature next session through that triennial review process.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
I would just like to ask, when you say next session, do you mean next year or do you mean the 130th first
Next year.
next year? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions for Mr. Kavanaugh? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
If there are folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand and we'll bring you over. We'll start with Stephen Hines, then Peter Rubens, then Sam Voss.
Good morning,
Good
Senator.
morning. Welcome.
Go ahead and start.
Yes, please.
Okay, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Steve Hines, and I'm providing this testimony on behalf of Trout Unlimited, a national conservation organization whose mission is to conserve, protect, and restore North America's trout and salmon and their watersheds. TU has 6 chapters and more than 2,000 members in Maine. TU strongly supports LD 676, reclassify part of the Androscoggin River to Class B, and we thank Senator Ned Claxton of Androscoggin for proposing it. TU became involved with this issue late in 2019 through the Go L+A working group. Here we learned that reclassifying this section of the Androscoggin River had been proposed to the Maine Department of Environmental Protection for some time, but had not been approved. TU tries to avoid legislation that takes the Maine Department to task, but we feel that MDP process has had enough time to consider the issue. Data gathered by the cities of Lewiston and Auburn and the Friends of Merry Meeting Bay has demonstrated that this river section meets the requirements for reclassification to Class B, and it's high time to protect the gains that have been made there. Upgrading the water quality classification would help preserve these standards and encourage greater recreational use and enjoyment of the resource by both our membership and Maine's general public. Maine TU has been active in its supportive efforts by the Maine Department of Marine Resources, the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to restore anadromous fish runs to the Lower Androscoggin, Sabattis River, and Little Androscoggin River. Upgrading the classification of the Lower Androscoggin would serve to enhance the effectiveness of this effort, contribute to the health of resident fish, and improve the health of the ecology of the greater watershed. Of special note is that the Lower Androscoggin is designated critical Atlantic salmon habitat. It is completely incongruous that waters of this importance should carry Maine's lowest water quality classification, particularly 50 years have passed since it served as the motivation for Senator Ed Muskie's Clean Water Act. Objections to the bill center on fears that if plants upstreams were to discharge at their maximum license capacity, the Lower Androscoggin would not meet Class B standards. There have been improvements to the technology since those licenses were issued, and the watershed would suffer if it returned to earlier conditions. What is more, addition of oxygen required to maintain DO levels in the Great Island ponds upstream could be adjusted to ensure that this key component of water quality is properly maintained. Maine statutes specify Class B waters must be of such quality that they are suitable for the designated uses of drinking water supply after treatment, fishing, agriculture, recreation in and on the water, industrial processes, and cooling water supply, hydroelectric power generation, except as prohibited under Title 12, Section 403, navigation, and as habitat for fish and other aquatic life. The habitat must be characterized as unimpaired. Class C waters lack the requirement that the habitat is characterized as unimpaired. The Clean Water Act and Maine's anti-degradation policy also required that when the highest actual quality of any classified waters exceeds the minimal standards for the next highest classification, that higher water quality must be maintained and protected. The board
Mr. Hines, I'm going to have you find your way to the conclusion here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
let's see, whether or not the board exercises its non-discretionary duty to recommend an upgrade, we hope that this committee will support a reclassification to Class B. Many of us remember what the Lower Androscoggin was like before the passage of the Clean Water Act. The cities of Lewiston and Auburn have invested over $50 million since 2010 to improve the water quality. That is, and that is what has made the difference. Please protect their investment and give Atlantic salmon restoration in the watershed its best chance of success. Please forward LD 676 with a recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning and sharing your thoughts. And next up is Peter Rubens. Welcome, Mr. Rubens.
Can you hear me?
We can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
What have I done? What have I done? Let's see. Here we go.
You go to the lower. There you are. Great.
All right.
Welcome.
Good morning.
And just as a reminder, we are using a 3-minute clock today.
Correct. I'm Peter Rubens. I'm with the Grow LA River Working Group. The Androscoggin River was one of the top 10 polluted rivers in the country in 1972 when our Senator Ed Muskie from Rumford pushed through the Clean Water Act. The lower river is now the poster child for the Clean Water Act, with data showing that it meets Class B for the past 20 years, 99% of the time. Cities, state government, industry, and environmentalists have worked for the past 50 years to improve the river's quality. We are now petitioning the DEP and the legislature to reclassify the river from the lowest Class C up to Class B. This is directed by law, and our data shows that it has met Class B for 20 years. The DEP has been collecting data through their volunteer program for the past 10 years, and the data shows that the river meets Class B from Gulf Island Dam in Lewiston down through Brunswick 99% of the time. Here's the hitch. The DEP uses a modeling program to predict pollution outcomes. The DEP includes all effluent licenses on the river from industry, city stormwater overflow, and sewage treatment plants. The DEP says that they cannot recommend reclassification because the current licenses might result in higher pollution during some unknown 7 days in a 10-year projection, 7Q10. This seems highly unlikely because city and industrial treatment plants have improved their technology over the years and reduced stormwater overflow and have programs to continue to do so. We think the model is broken. The Maine legislature sets classification, not the DEP. The cities of Lewiston, Auburn, Brunswick, LA Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, Friends of Merrymeeting Bay, Androscoggin Land Trust, Grow LA River Working Group, Bates College, Trout Unlimited are among other groups and individuals that live on the lower Androscoggin and request you to reclassify the river from Gulf Island Dam down through Brunswick to Class B. Why vote to give the river more credibility now? The Androscoggin has been an industrial river for the past 150 years and sometimes used as an open sewer. Since Muskie's Clean Water Act in 1972, there was not much improvement by industry until Senator John Nutting's Color, Odor, and Foam Bill passed in 1989. Again, not much happened until Senator Nutting's Dioxin Bill of 1996. And then again, Nutting's Phosphorus Bill in 2004. It has taken state legislation every time to make the industry make improvements. Our data shows that the lower river meets Class B, and the law is goal-oriented. It does not allow it to slip backwards. We are optimistic the legislature will vote to fulfill Ed Muskie's dream of a clean Androscoggin and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act with reclassification to Class B. The river meets Class B, and it cannot be allowed to slip backwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubens. Any questions for Mr. Rubens from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Sam Boss and then John Nutting. Welcome, Mr. Boss. You're muted. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environmental and Natural Resources. My name is Sam Boss, and I'm a resident of the city of Auburn. I also serve on our Conservation Commission, though I'm speaking on my own behalf today. I am testifying in support of LD 676, an act to reclassify part of the Androscoggin River to Class B. First and foremost, I support the upgrade because data collected over 20 years demonstrate that the lower section of the Androscoggin River consistently meets the thresholds for a B classification. Municipalities like Auburn and Lewiston have improved the health of the river through major investments in stormwater treatment. Technological upgrades in hydropower and paper companies have also played an important role in increasing dissolved oxygen and overall water quality. But as long as the lower Androscoggin remains listed as a Class C river, while consistently meeting the criteria for a Class B, there will be less incentive to invest and continue the progress. Maintaining the status quo and keeping the Androscoggin at a Class C classification gives municipalities and corporations the leeway to significantly increase discharges, which could undo much of the hard-won progress of the past 50 years. I also support upgrading the lower Androscoggin to a B classification because of the central role the river has played in shaping the Lewiston-Auburn area and our identity around Maine and beyond. We have a beautiful river running right through the heart of Lewiston and Auburn, but the lower Androscoggin is widely overlooked as a resource for recreation and enjoyment. People still associate it with the smelly, polluted, and dangerous industrial river that motivated Ed Muskie to advance the Clean Water Act. Upgrading the status of the river from a B to a C would send a powerful message that the Androscoggin Valley is an attractive place to live, work, and play, and would put real protections in place to ensure continued improvement. I urge you to recommend that this important bill ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boss. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Nutting, welcome. After Mr. Nutting is Mr. Friedman and Mr. Goldberg. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you see and hear me?
We sure can. Yeah.
I'm not a technological wizard, so I always ask that question. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, other distinguished members of the Natural Resources Committee. It has always been my tradition when I testify in front of committees that I served on to bring a homemade apple pie, but seeing it's all digital now, I guess that's your loss. But I did enjoy my time on the Natural Resources Committee, it was called back then. To me, I'm in favor of LD 676. I love looking at the Androscoggin River on my hill in Leeds where the Dead River comes into it. I'm amazed at the increased amount of recreation occurring on the river. To me, this bill is justified because of 4 state actions that I've been very proud to be involved in. First, in 1988, I sponsored the Color, Odor, and Foam Bill. And that was as a result of over 400 people showing up at a hearing in a very small room in Lewiston, Auburn, when they were asked the question, did they want increased uses of our Androscoggin River? And they did. That bill was based on the pounds of discharge into the river per ton of wet pulp produced, actual data. In 1990, Ed Muskie himself, standing in the back of the Senate chamber, told me personally and the whole Senate that color, odor, and foam was the next natural step beyond his 1972 Clean Water Act. In the second action, I sponsored the dioxin bill in 1996, which also lowered the color, odor, and foam standards further. Very pleased with that passage. It was based on the actual amount of dioxin in the fish above and below the dams, not a model, but actual data. I did get into a little bit of hot water there by jumping into the Kennebec River with Governor King, and he had not told his staff, but we demonstrated the future uses of our rivers. I also found it very significant that the debate in 1988 was, should we or should we not clean up the rivers? The debate in 1996 with dioxin was, which way should we clean up the rivers? I thought that was a fundamental change. In 2004, I sponsored the phosphorus bill, which again lowered the color, odor, and foam standards some. That was really not controversial at all. So that's how, in my 16 years, how I've seen things change. The paper mills have done an excellent job. They are way under their limits for their permits right now. To me, this is the guts of the conflict over this issue. I hope the committee, I'm sure the committee will look further at how much below they are their limits of their permits now, and the room they would have and still would meet the Class B standard. The fourth state issue hasn't got a lot of press, but I was chair of the Ag and Conservation and Forestry Committee when we enacted the first in the nation bill that has all farmers have a nutrient management plan for their animal waste, as far as how they handle it and when it's spread and how much, in order to protect water quality. Again, a fourth state action that has made a difference in our river. All of those actions received bipartisan votes. All were based on actual data. None were based on a model. To me, the river meets Class B standards currently. It's based on years and years of sampling. My recommendation would be for the DEP to ditch their modeling program, to go to actual data on the river, make it a Class B river. But here's my suggestion. Maybe next year, after we give them time to actually issue the new permits, for a period of time, I believe the DEP could waive all levied fines for any violators of the Class B standard. And I'd bet a fair bit of money that nobody is going to violate those standards, but it would give people time to relax and then celebrate the victory that we're doing, because the municipalities have made tremendous progress in their overboard sewage cleanup and continuing to work on that every single year. And the paper mills have done a great job. Some of the cleanest paper mills in the United States today.
Mr. Nutting, I'm going to have you wrap
Yep, I just want to urge you to really dig into how much people are actually polluting now and how much it is underneath their permits. Again, sorry about the apple pie, but it was awful great, and I hope you support this bill.
Now I'm starving for apple pie.
Well, my wife has never lost an apple pie contest. Sorry about that.
Does anyone have any questions from the committee? Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Nice to virtually meet you. All right, and next up is Neil Goldberg and then Gregory DeAugustine. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, and good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in support of LD 676 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. I'd like to begin by just saying that we have many members that have wanted this for years and are very excited about the prospect of this upgrade. There are communities where town councils have already expressed public support for this type of upgrade. And they believe that this is really going to benefit their communities. There are concerns that this type of upgrade will have some impact and damper economic development, but the same could be said for the opposite, which is these types of symbolic, and it's really more than symbolic, but gestures can attract businesses that, one, use the river for the recreation purposes that we've just heard about, but also want to attach themselves to the image of revitalization, the image of improving the environment. And so for the communities that border the river in the lower part of the Androscoggin, this is quite attractive to them. The association can't speak to all of this data that's been talked about, but that number 99% has been thrown out a lot. The river meets that oxygen threshold frequently, 99% of the time. And so if that can be confirmed, this seems like we should be taking this as an opportunity to kind of put a flag in the sand that Maine is looking to improve its environment, and then recognize those efforts. Finally, in some consultation with officials who do manage discharges into the Androscoggin River, they don't believe that this is going to severely impact their management methods very much, if at all. So for these reasons, we hope the committee supports this legislation. We certainly do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Anyone from the committee have a question for Mr. Goldberg? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning. And we have Mr. DeAugustine next, and then James Cross, and then Ed Friedman. Welcome, Mr. DeAugustine.
Good morning. My video just dropped out there for a second, so I'm wondering if you're seeing me.
We aren't seeing you yet.
All right, let's try a couple things here.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. Good morning. Thank you for considering my remarks in favor of this bill. I'm Dr. Greg DeAugustine, and I'm a board member of the Maine Medical Association and a board member of the nonprofit organization Maine Rivers. My comments represent the positions of those organizations. As you know, the Androscoggin has the unfortunate history of being one of the most polluted rivers in the country. Senator Ed Muskie was sufficiently horrified by its state to introduce and foster the Clean Water Act of 1972. We continue to owe him a debt of gratitude for the huge improvements in water quality in the Androscoggin, and indeed the entire country has seen since then. But it's important to note that the goals of the act remain only partially realized. I'm pleased to speak to you today as part of an effort to bring improvements to this iconic river. The Androscoggin River has seen gradual improvement in its water quality over many years, and I would argue that this has been associated with great economic gain for communities and landowners along the river. The value of real estate and the resultant tax base has risen dramatically, but the river still fails to make improvements comparable to other mainstream rivers in Maine with important urban communities that are now Class B. And further economic gains are hanging fire pending fulfillment of those goals. Nonetheless, towns along the lower segment of the river have upgraded their stormwater and sewage management to the point where the river demonstrates Clean Water Act Category B water quality virtually 100% of each year. It's readily apparent that pollution sources in the watershed have changed dramatically over recent years. The improvement in water quality has been repeatedly demonstrated through direct testing of the waters below Gulf Island Dam. That reality is manifested by the remarkable number of cities and towns, including Lewis and Auburn, who support upgrading the river. I suggest that this upgrade proposal must lead the legislature to direct DEP to develop a plan to reach so-called modeling compliant B standards in this segment of the Androscoggin. Like many others who are speaking today in support of the upgrade, I would like to be part of the discussions to see and assess the alternatives that DEP will develop with a vision for successfully upgrading the river. I understand that DEP has concerns about certain flow conditions with current discharges. I don't believe it's proper to simply say the river cannot fulfill modeling standards. Factoring in those concerns, we must explore how the river can achieve a B classification with DEP. Consideration of the economic and social health advantages of an upgrade has led communities and citizens along the river to support this concept. The time is right for action. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And next up is Mr. Pross. And Mr. Friedman will be next.
I see that my video has been muted.
Let me turn it back on. There
Thanks.
you go. How about that?
There you go. Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Jim Pross, and I'm the president of the Board of Directors of the Androscoggin Land Trust. As the committee members have likely seen, read, or heard, the Androscoggin Land Trust has played a vital role in bringing awareness to the health of the Androscoggin River watershed throughout Androscoggin County. Our service area extends from Jay downstream to Lisbon, where we conserve and manage a total of over 5,000 acres of scenic and natural areas that have environmental, cultural, and recreational value to the communities that we serve. Many of our conserved areas within the Androscoggin watershed are conserved to protect the water quality. With many upland bogs, rivers, and waterways being conserved, we're working to improve the future health of the Androscoggin River. LD 676 is essential to the future of the health of the Androscoggin River, and the Androscoggin Land Trust strongly supports this important legislation. ALT works with community organizations and other nonprofits and directly with citizens throughout our service area to help connect people to the Androscoggin River and to highlight it as a place where people can recreate and enjoy the natural wonders of the river. Scenic areas and the natural resources within the watershed are the key focus of our work as a land conservation organization. We host programming throughout the Androscoggin River watershed and specifically on the river and its banks to bring people to the river so that they can see its value as a resource for the entire community. We host weeknight paddle events in the summertime where folks can come out and go on guided paddles where they can learn about the history of the Androscoggin River and its transformation under the Clean Water Act from its once heavily polluted days that we're all familiar with to its present status as a place where people can safely play. We also host an annual river race on the river that begins in downtown Lewiston, Auburn, just downstream from the falls. And it is a glorious sight indeed for anyone who is in the Lewiston and Auburn area to stand on the pedestrian bridge that connects the two cities across the river and see 50 to 60 multicolored kayaks and canoes, all eagerly filled with people eagerly waiting to start the race down to Durham. This is the type of environment that the Land Trust has worked hard over 30 plus years to create, a place where people can appreciate the river. We're also we've worked over the years with the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife on a program that we called Teach a Child to Fish. And that's an opportunity for us to take children from the downtown areas of Lewiston, Auburn, and show them that the river can be a place for recreation. They learn how to fish and touch the water sometimes for the first time during this experience. We also host an annual river cleanup where people come out on the banks in the summertime to help clean up the banks of the river to make sure that the river is beautiful for those who come to visit our twin cities and the area, and for those who wish to recreate on the river in the summer months. We do all of these activities because we recognize that a clean and healthy Androscoggin River is important to the vitality of the future of the communities that are along the river banks. Our service area is important to the health of the river, and our conservation work furthers the goal of the Clean Water Act to ensure that the Androscoggin River is clean for future generations. The legislature can do its part to support the work of the organizations that are doing this work on the river by voting in this committee, vote ought to pass on LD 676 so that the state is doing its part to support the work of the municipalities and other many community organizations that are trying to ensure the health of the Androscoggin River for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Pross? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And next up is Ed Friedman.
Hey, good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. Thank you for hosting this gathering today. I chair Friends of Merry Meeting Bay, have for quite a while. We've been the primary organization to gather data on the river for the last 20 plus years, either under EPA auspices or DEP, Volunteer River Monitoring Program. And we support the upgrade, obviously, whether it's done through this bill or whether it's done through the triennial review process. Speaking to what, to what you've heard of the saying, don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. So adapting that to what Brian Kavanaugh had to say, I will say, don't let complexity be the enemy of legal obligation. There are a number of reasons to upgrade the river. A good percentage, 60% of our wildlife species live in the river corridors and benefit from that. Cleaner river has well-documented economic and quality of life benefits. Anti-degradation statutory language prohibits backsliding in water quality, and it is the law. If you look at my testimony, which goes on for a little bit, you'll note on page 2, the citation others have mentioned, river classification is based on actual quality of the water. The complexities that Brian talked about are an important part of the Clean Water Act, and that's how this is supposed to work. If you waited until actual water quality complied with all of those critical flow and other conditions, you would never improve the quality of the water, which is the point of the Clean Water Act. So the way it works is you upgrade when the actual quality meets the standard, the new standard. And then when licensing comes around again, you ratchet up the parameters for dischargers. And that's the way it's supposed to work. It may be complex, but that's the way it goes. In this case here, the lower river dischargers all had their licenses expire last year, so they're overdue. And we do think that those licenses should be renewed now this year. So that gives them a 5-year window to get their act together for any possible changes that might come along with a Class B reclass, which we think should happen next year. So it's good for the department, figure out their standards, and it's good for the dischargers to get ready, gives them a few years to get ready. I'll point out in my testimony, the graphs, the legal, some of the graphs on dissolved oxygen and bacteria and the exhibits there, they're in color, give you an idea of how good the river looks now. And I'll point out and suggest you read the Green Fire Law memo and the CLF memo. And John Nutting had mentioned the license versus actual discharges. There is an example of that as the last exhibit in my testimony from, I think it was 2012, 2013. It takes a while to do that, to graph it out, but you'll see some really pretty big differences in actual versus licensed. And the point is that for better than 20 years, with everyone conducting business as usual, the river meets Class B, and we hope you will endorse an upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Any questions for Mr. Friedman? Yes, Representative Tucker has a question.
Hello, Mr. Friedman.
Hi there.
In your written testimony, you allude to the renewal of discharge licenses, and you suggested that the decision might be postponed until those licenses could be renewed. And I'm not sure whether you mentioned the triennial review with the board involved. Were you suggesting that we should wait till next year, or that we take action immediately?
No, well, what I'd like to see, because the two processes are concurrent now, the BEP will be looking at these issues, not just the Andro, but the other nominees for reclass this summer sometime. And they'll issue a recommendation in the form of suggested amendment to the law to you folks, and that'll come to you the second half of session. So I'm suggesting that you as a committee table this, or probably that's the best mechanism to do it, until the second half of session. Hold this bill in reserve. You can see what happens from the BEP, what they deliver to you. But I'd like you to recommend the upgrade, next session, regardless of what the BEP says. But as I mentioned in my comments, if you can direct via a letter, maybe to the DEP, to ensure that they renew these expired lower river licenses by like September, that would ensure that all of those licensees have another 5 years under the current Class C to do their thing and get ready for, Class B. Class B passes the second half of the session. Those licensees still have the length of their existing permits to get their act together, if that makes sense. It buys them some time to adapt to the new classification. And that's what we're suggesting. We want to work with those dischargers so nobody's put out, but everybody wants to see this river get upgraded. And that seems like a friendly mechanism to do that. So, whether the BEP sends a recommendation to you, I don't know. We'll certainly push for it when we testify before them.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you very much.
Hope that made it clear.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Any additional questions for Mr. Friedman? All right, not seeing any. If you are in the attendee space and you're here to speak in favor of the bill, if you could raise your hand so we can bring you over. Bill Taylor. And anyone else? We'll move to folks that are in opposition next after Mr. Taylor. Welcome, Mr. Taylor. There you are.
Hello, I'm Bill Taylor. Can you see and hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Bill Taylor. I'm an attorney from Yarmouth, Maine. I know at least one of your committee members very well. I'm speaking today on behalf of Gulf Island Pond Oxygenation Partnership in opposition to LD 676. The partnership has 4 partners: ND Paper in Rumford, White Mountain Paper in Berlin, New Hampshire, Pixel, which is in Jay and Brookfield, which owns the Gulf Island Pond Dam. The Oxygenation Partnership was formed in 1991 for the purpose of introducing oxygen into the lower levels of Gulf Island Pond to improve water quality and bring the oxygen levels up to 5 part per million, 5 milligram per liter. For the last 30 years, the partnership has worked with DP to fine-tune that oxygenation system to maximize its benefits. And by any measure, and I think everybody would agree, the oxygenation project, it's been costly, but it's been very successful in achieving its goals. Well, now the goalposts are going to change. Gulf Island Pond is the upstream boundary of the proposed Class B segment. A Class B designation requires that 7 milligrams of dissolved oxygen be achieved at all times. At all times, I stress that. not 99% of the time. Actual data, actual water quality data right now indicates that it's not meeting 7. So that doesn't account for the very conservative factors that DEP has to use in licensing. This is at current conditions. We don't know how the oxygen criteria is going to be achieved, but we do know that if it's upgraded to B, there's going to be very costly and significant changes to licenses and certifications. That we know for certain. We don't know exactly how DEP will allocate the required reductions, but we do know that it's likely the Gulf Island Pond oxygenation system will be affected. So that's one of the concerns that the partnership has. And again, DEP has told the partnership that they don't know and can't predict what the effect of permit changes will have on dissolved oxygen. We do know there's many important factors affecting water quality that have nothing to do with licenses. For example, DEP can't regulate non-point sources. DEP can't regulate sediment oxygen demand that's already in the river. DEP can't regulate diurnal variation of dissolved oxygen. Actual data shows that in the early morning hours, there's a swing of about 1 milligram per liter of dissolved oxygen. That enough is what's causing, that alone, that diurnal variation is causing violations of the Class B water quality standard currently. In conclusion, let me just say, I had the privilege of being a commissioner on the New England Interstate Water Pollution Control Commission for over 20 years. I got to see a lot of what other states are doing in water quality standards and how they handle their water quality criteria. Maine is a leader. Maine is one of the best in the country, I can tell you that. And DEP has consistently determined that it is not appropriate to upgrade the lower Class B, lower Androscoggin to Class B. They can't predict, even with significant and conservative changes, that it's going to continue to meet Class B after the changes. So based on all of these considerations, I would urge the committee to follow the recommendation of Maine DEP and not upgrade the lower Androscoggin to Class B. Thank you very much.
Right. Any questions for Mr. Taylor? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us. So we have Mr. Blanchette here. Let's see if we can get your video to work. Oops. Where'd you go? Oh. Hello, Mr. Blanchette.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Chair Brenner and Representative Chair Tucker and members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Leonard Blanchette, General Manager for the Brunswick Sewer District. On behalf of the district and its Board of Trustees, I offer this testimony in favor of LD 676, an act to reclassify part of the Androscoggin River to Class B. We are one of the 3 POTWs, or publicly owned treatment works, that would be directly impacted by the reclassification of the lower Androscoggin River. By impacted, I mean that our MDEP issued wastewater discharge permit would be amended to include more stringent limits to ensure that our effluent discharges to the Androscoggin River meet the Class B water quality standard. And we are confident we can meet the more stringent discharge limits required of a Class B designation. We understand MDEP's interpretation of the water quality criteria and their conclusion that the lower Androscoggin River cannot at this time consistently meet the requirements of a Class B designation. It has been a goal of this district and its Board of Trustees to support all efforts that will lead to the reclassification of the lower Androscoggin River to Class B. As such, we fully support this bill and recommend it not to pass for LD 676. Thank you.
Mr. Blanchette, thank you so much for joining us. Any questions for Mr. Blanchette? I'm not seeing any. Have a great day. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you all.
All right, there's no more hands up for folks in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation. So I will ask those who are here to speak in opposition to raise their hand. We'll bring Mr. Reed over, then Mr. Howard, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Gilman. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Yes, good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Scott Reed. I'm the manager of environmental and public affairs for ND Paper Mills in Rumford and Old Town. My testimony today is in opposition to LD 676. This bill will not guarantee that the lower Androscoggin River will meet Class B water quality standards at all times, but it will guarantee significant costs on municipalities, industrial facilities, and hydro facilities throughout the watershed. ND Paper is committed to environmental sustainability as part of its cornerstone of its 100-year vision. ND Paper's economic impact in Maine includes direct employment of 684 hourly and salary workers. And each year, the Rumford and Old Town mills spend approximately $270 million directly in the state of Maine for materials procurement, payroll, and taxes. So please note today too that the two labor unions at the Rumford Mill, the United Steelworkers and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, are submitting testimony in opposition to LD 676. And I do not believe that anyone will be here from those groups to testify today because everyone is currently working today on the first day of the mill's annual planned maintenance shutdown. So a few key points regarding LD 676. The first is that this bill does not only focus on the lower Androscoggin River, but it really is a de facto upgrade of the entire river, because this upgrade impacts everyone upstream of Belf Island Pond as well. The river is Class C upstream of Belf Island Dam, and the DEP has stated that the Class C water entering the boundary of the lower Androscoggin must meet Class B standards. So for this reason, the DEP has modeled a 54% reduction in BOD limits for the Rumford Mill, as well as the Jay and Gorham, New Hampshire mills. So ND Paper Rumford wastewater treatment plant currently operates at 94% treatment efficiency. And our current license limits are currently lower than EPA's best available treatment standards. However, we still cannot meet these drastically lower limits. So capital upgrades, even if feasible, are projected to cost tens of millions of dollars for pre-treatment, waste treatment enhancements, and tertiary treatment. And DEP modeling has shown that these reductions in limits still do not guarantee that the lower Androscoggin will meet Class B standards at all times in the downstream segment. So the Maine DEP has also concluded that there's no feasible approach to ensure attainment of Class B dissolved oxygen in the lower Androscoggin as well. They've concluded that at multiple locations in the Androscoggin, the lower Androscoggin, it will still not meet Class B standards at all times, even if all of the discharges from the municipal plants in the lower Androscoggin were completely eliminated. So in conclusion, please recognize that an upgrade of the lower Androscoggin will put everyone on the river into immediate non-compliance. The upgrade will create significant regulatory uncertainty for all. I also had included written testimony with more details for you to read at your convenience, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? I have a question for you, Mr. Reed. There was a suggestion by one of the folks who testified that perhaps if we were to move ahead with reclassification, that we would waive fees for the businesses upstream who might need some time to get their systems together to be in compliance. Can you tell me your thoughts on that approach?
So I think fundamentally the issue is that regardless of the reductions in technology that have been proposed, the fundamental issue stays the same, is that the DEP has shown that the lower Androscoggin will not meet Class B at all times. So regardless of additional time to evaluate technology, I think the fundamental issue still is that per the statute, it must meet it at all times. I don't think that is possible.
And I have one more question for you. You talk about sort of a corporate value of sustainability. What is your goal for clean water for your businesses? What are you seeking to achieve?
So the NE paper, just in the time that it has invested in Rumford and Old Town, has invested $250 million in these facilities. That is in both productivity and environmental improvements. So we continue to strive to operate every day at our best performance. So the upgrades to waste treatment aren't to try to improve poor performance. We operate in that manner every day. To be a 100-year vision of sustainability has to include continuous environmental improvement, but we need to strive towards improvements that will actually physically make improvements in water quality.
Do you have targets?
Our target is to maintain 100% compliance with our discharge limits every day.
Anyone else on the committee have any questions for Mr. Reed? Senator Bennett.
Thank you so much. And this is an unfair question to pose to you, Mr. Reed, but I was away at another committee and having to deal with other business. And you said something in your testimony that perhaps DEP is better equipped to answer, but I'll just ask you. The river is obviously a multi-state river, right? It goes through beautiful from Azisca-Haas all the way through New Hampshire and then down back through Maine. You mentioned that the mills over in New Hampshire are regulated as well. What reach does the Maine DEP have into regulating activities in New Hampshire?
And from a regulatory authority, I will defer to DEP on that. But the New Hampshire mill is a portion, a business portion of the Gulf Island Pond Oxygenation Project, which is in Maine.
Yeah.
So they are tied to that compliance in that section of the river.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Reed? All right. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Howard and then Mr. O'Keefe. Welcome, Mr. Howard.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Very well, thanks. And yourself?
I'm doing great, thanks. So I appreciate y'all's allowing me to speak today. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name's Price Howard. I'm the CEO of White Mountain Paper in Gorham, New Hampshire. White Mountain, that was just said, is part of the GIPOP, Gulf Island Pond Oxygen Project, and has been one of the founding members since inception in 1984 was the first study that was done on it. I'm here to testify in opposition of Maine LD 676. White Mountain Paper, though under numerous ownerships, has existed for well over a century and has been the lifeblood for the Androscoggin Valley area where we operate in Berlin and Gorham for that time. Our team acquired the mill out of bankruptcy on December 31st, 2020. After years of deferred maintenance, unpaid bills, the mill was left on the brink of liquidation. Our acquisition preserved 73 direct hire jobs and significantly more jobs outside of that. including nearly $17 million annually in pulp purchases from businesses in Maine. Embarking on this acquisition, we knew that it was a tough job. The capital infusion that was required was committed, and we set forth a long and arduous path of bringing the facility back to a top quartile operating plant. In doing this, we realized that the importance of our facility to that region. We anticipated significant hurdles working through taxation, working through the COVID, I'll call it, phenomenon with regard to toilet paper, the supply chain now that has issues. What we didn't anticipate was that shortly after acquiring the mill, that there would be legislation in the state of Maine that would potentially negatively impact our ability to operate in a profit due to the increased requirements from reclassification from Class C to B. LD 76676 represents a potentially significant impact to the mill, its employees, and its vendors, while not fundamentally demonstrating that it will achieve the desired results and improve water quality. This bill will cause negative financial impact to the White Mountain facility, reducing the availability of funds earmarked for improvements and expansion of the mill, further increasing the job creation. I respectfully ask this committee on Environmental and Natural Resources not to support the passage of LD 676, recognizing the importance of our operating mill and the role it plays in the community, the jobs that will find themselves at risk if 676 is passed. I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Representative Ziegler has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and good morning, Mr. Howard. If they were to reclassify the river, what would it actually cost you to upgrade your system? How much money are you actually talking about?
Well, because the permits are currently being reviewed by Maine as well as New Hampshire and the EPA, we don't know what that impact is yet. So the risk is that you go into an unknown shift in what you're planned to run at.
So next year, if I may follow, so next year your licenses come up and they also come up before BEP. So you'll be in that field regardless of whether we vote this bill or not, correct? You will be in unknown territory. It may not be any cost increase at all. Could that be a possibility?
No, sir. We do know that the Guy Pop partnership would have an increase in operating cost. Right now, we've worked through what that impact would be. At the low end, it would require additional storage of oxygen, additional pumping capacity, and an additional operating cost to the facility on an annual basis. On the worst case, it would require an air separation unit in order to continue to provide the dissolved oxygen at the base of Guy Pop Pond. Those estimates are currently being worked through today, but it is a substantive capital investment at this point.
Thank you. And if we could have hopefully that information by work session, I would appreciate it.
Understood.
Any additional questions for Mr. Howard from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And next up is Mr. O'Keefe. Welcome, Mr. O'Keefe.
Morning, thank you. Very happy to testify on behalf of the town of Rumford. I'll just start with the prepared side. Today's hearing marks another in a long series stretching back over many legislative sessions, which considered similar or identical legislation proposed by the same or similar groups. The continuing success story of the Androscoggin River restoration is marked by a series of strong cooperative efforts that have worked over decades to achieve improvements. It would have been unimaginable when the cleanup first began in the 1940s. These efforts have united around a shared belief in the importance of improving the health of the Androscoggin River among all citizens, their elected representative, various commissions, boards, organizations, and representatives of affected industry. The unity of purpose achieved through these efforts remains a model for others to consider as they seek to improve water quality, the environment, quality of life, and economic opportunity. The mere fact that this legislation is being proposed is damaging to the cooperative work that is being done every day to continue to improve conditions on the river. At no point has the town of Rumford been consulted or brought into any conversation regarding this legislation by its supporters. We believe in unity with our neighbors up and downstream. We have invested millions of dollars in our stormwater management and anticipate additional investments in the near future in the Rumford, Mexico wastewater treatment plant. Given the existing operational challenges for the Rumford, Mexico Sewerage District, there is an obvious opportunity to discuss solutions which can focus on the next round of water quality improvements that will support the continued improvements to the health of the river. These solutions are sustainable, sensible, and supported by a scientific consensus of goals that represent very significant progress and will support the return of population to our communities. The town would request that the committee send a clear message in support of cooperation and unity of purpose among all stakeholder communities. We believe that unanimous rejection of this legislation will send a clear and unmistakable signal in support of the hard work that is done every day throughout the entire watershed by every community. We believe that taking a stand in favor of cooperation is the best possible way to continue to improve the health of the Androscoggin River at the fastest possible pace. And I would only note briefly, the MMA testimony submitted indicates they consulted all communities along the river. That is materially false. We were not consulted. We think that models matter. We think that science matters. We have concerns regarding the possible effects of future drought. And we think that urban versus rural politics is divisive. And we really would appreciate a return to cooperation and joint effort. I thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Keefe. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Keefe? Not seeing any. I will express just that I think that you should definitely be included in the process.
Thank you.
And before we go any further, I want to make sure we have an opportunity to allow Senator Carney to introduce herself.
Thank you so much, Senator Brenner. My name is Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough. And I've been pulled away earlier today into other legislative work. Happy to be with the committee now.
We're delighted to have you. And next up is Mr. Gilman. Welcome, Mr. Gilman.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Ben Gilman. I am from Gorham and I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, here to deliver our testimony in opposition to LD 676. As we've heard this morning, LD 676 seeks to reclassify the lower Androscoggin. I'd just like to say that Maine's business community supports a clean and healthy environment, supported by a robust regulatory framework that ensures that we are stewards of our most precious resources, our environment. Our environmental policy should be based on science, including our river classification. The state of Maine has always made river classification based on science. The DEP oversees the water classification of Maine's rivers, including the lower Androscoggin. And at this time, as we heard earlier today from Mr. Kavanaugh, the department does not believe that there is a need to reclassify the lower Androscoggin. The proposed reclassification is not based in science, results in the business community needs consistency in its river classification regulations based on the science. There are many jobs that can be impacted by change to a river's classification, And that is why it is best left up to the regulators within the DEP. The Maine State Chamber of Commerce opposes the reclassification of the lower Androscoggin at this time due to the inconsistency it would create in how the river classification system is currently administered. I'd like to just, finalize by saying that we do believe that the DEP does a very good job administering the river classification system in their triennial plan. And we think that's best where to leave it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time. I know you got a busy day today.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Are there any questions for Mr. Gilman? I'm grateful for your brevity. Thank you for joining us. Next up is Mr. Strauch. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Patrick Strauch, the Executive Director of the Maine Forest Products Council. We're here providing testimony opposing LD 676 because you can tell I have a number of members that are concerned about the repercussions on their businesses. I represent the forest products industry, which has about $8 billion in economic contribution to the state and over 33,000 direct and indirect jobs. Just so you understand a little bit, the pulp and paper manufacturing sector represents about 64% of that economic contribution to the state. It's a huge part of our industry. We've had mill closures since 2014. We had 5 mills that closed. Nine Dragons is trying to open one of those, and the Madison paper is coming back. But despite those closures, the 6 mills that are operating have been investing a lot of capital, and 2 of those mills are certainly on the Androscoggin River. The Forest Opportunity Roadmap where we've set economic goals for Maine, we believe we can grow our business from $8.5 billion back up to $12 billion. COVID hasn't helped with that, but we've had prior to that a 30% increase in pulpwood consumption in Maine mills and over $1 billion in investments. But it is precarious right now. The forest industry, it was classified as an essential service, but we certainly have a lot of challenges going forward to get through this recovery. You've heard a lot of technical issues. This is a complicated river system, as an extraordinary measures have been taking place. But we need to listen to the DEP. We need to listen to the mills. This is an important time to realize that they will be in non-compliance if the classification changes. And I think we ought to listen to Senator Nutting as well. He talked about how the relationship between the mills and the river and the people of Maine has been gathering in terms of a stronger and stronger partnership. This is a time to be listening to all sides, to understand the issues, but we're hearing from experts and from the mills themselves that this is going to be a big issue in order to change classification. I urge you to listen to those concerns. At this point, we're really pushing for you to consider not to pass LD 676, despite all the goodwill and the words said by Senator Claxton. We are trying to celebrate this situation, but we need to move forward cautiously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Krask. Welcome, Mr. Krask. Mr. Krask, if you're with us, if you could turn on your camera and unmute yourself, we're ready for you.
Am I on yet?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Give me just a second.
Sure.
No, doesn't seem to be coming up.
Lower left-hand corner, there's a little button that says start video.
There we go. Sorry.
No problem.
For whatever reason, it's not activating.
Maybe you have some tape over your camera.
Nope. Tell you what, you don't need to see my face. I'll just talk.
Sounds great.
Okay. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Chuck Kraske. I am the manager of environmental services here at Pixel Specialty Solutions, Androscoggin Mill, located in Jay. I am here to testify in opposition to LD 676. I don't plan on speaking to the many technical and legal issues that are related to this bill. Others, including the DEP, are submitting detailed information related to those topics. I'll instead focus on the direct impact of this legislation on the Androscoggin Mill. As you may know, the Androscoggin Mill lost its wood pulping capacity in the spring of 2020. Prior to that time, the facility was a large, fully integrated pulp and paper mill. The mill now has been converted to a much smaller, non-integrated mill with 2 paper machines furnished only by purchased pulp. We employ a smaller workforce of 260 hardworking individuals, but these employees still play a vital part in local communities and Maine's economy. And while the mill no longer procures pulpwood, a significant amount of pulp is purchased from other Maine-based mills. We use local construction, maintenance, and engineering firms to support our ongoing operations. The economic impact of the Androscoggin Mill still carries far out across the state of Maine. Pixel is fully engaged in transitioning the mill to a much smaller, more efficient manufacturing facility. Conducting our business as we have in the past is not an option for us. To this end, we have achieved major reductions in both energy use and water use, along with reductions in fiber loss within the sewer system. As an example of this is our wastewater treatment operation. Wastewater influent loadings and effluent flows have both decreased by approximately 80% from pre-event levels. The wastewater treatment operation is currently being evaluated and updated to reduce energy consumption while maintaining its environmental performance. In addition, our wastewater discharge permit was voluntarily modified to capture the lower effluent flows well ahead of the timing required by the normal regulatory process. Regulatory stability is a critical key for this mill's future. However, if LD 676 is passed, DEP has stated that it would create significant regulatory uncertainty. Our permit could see reduced BOD permits levels up to 54% in some scenarios. Furthermore, Pixel and other GuyPop partners would face increased spending to inject even more oxygen into Gulf Island Pond. These actions are the last thing that our mill needs, given that DEP's river modeling indicates that the additional measures will have little, if any, effect on sustaining the B classification of the lower Androscoggin River. I'm proud to have been a member of the Androscoggin Mill and for the last 30 years. And of the work that we've completed over that time period to improve our environmental performance. Those efforts have contributed in part to the significant improvements achieved in the Androscoggin River. And while Pixel supports the Maine DEP's triennial water reclassification process, we cannot support the passage of LD 676 and the upgrade of the lower Androscoggin River to Class B. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kreski. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. So I don't see any additional hands up to speak in opposition. So if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand and we'll bring you over. Fergus Leah, Tim Wade. Welcome, Fergus Leah.
Now I know why it takes long for people to come on.
Yeah, it's that wormhole. Are you able to turn your camera on?
Yes.
Welcome. There you are.
Okay. My name is Ferg Lee and represent the Androscoggin River Watershed Council. We're testifying in, excuse me, happy to see Senator Brennan, Republican Representative Tucker, Senator Claxton has stayed with us, and members of the committee. Thanks for holding this session. The Watershed Council's testifying neither for nor against because of the complex issues which Brian Kavanaugh from DEP mentioned in his testimony. The mission of the Watershed Council is to continually improve environmental quality. And it's true that the Androscoggin River has made tremendous strides in its improved water quality over the probably past 4 to 5 decades. We want to thank the federal law, Senator John Nutting in his stewardship of several pieces of legislation that led to significant improvements, and also the work of a lot of the dischargers, including the paper mills, which obviously, because they've cut back well below their permanent discharge limit, have been doing work on their own to improve their treatment processes and thereby improving water quality. The reason we're testifying neither for nor against is, as I said, because we recognize the complexity of the issues and actually the complexity of both the model and the complexity of taking grab samples to confirm the status of the river. DEP has in the past had their concerns about grab sample monitoring, which is what both the Androscoggin River Watershed Council does, as well as Friends of Merry Meeting Bay. You never know whether you're hitting the right day, exactly the right spot on the river, and the quality of your testing, although we do go through a quality control process. So there's some reason to be concerned about that, but there's also reason to be concerned about the model. The model, while it's EPA approved, has a number of inputs that are somewhat inexact. The morphology of the river, people have to make determinations on temperature, determinations on on the diurnal fluctuations and the non-point source controls. So all of those going into the model, I think, create some question of how accurate the model can actually be. We think DEP does, the modeling staff in particular, does a great job of working with that model, but I think the DEP has not realized some of the complexities and potential inaccuracies of the model. I think what all of these complex issues end up with is that we end up going to the legislature over a number of years asking for an improvement which cannot really be documented, that the river doesn't meet Class B, and maybe to the thoughts of some, isn't documented that it does meet Class B.
Mr. Lee, I'm going to have you wrap up your testimony.
And so it's left in the legislators' hands. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Any questions for Mr. Lee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you. And next up is Mr. Wade. Welcome, Mr. Wade.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Wonderful. So I want to thank Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the members of the ENR committee for hearing my testimony today. I also want to thank Senator Claxton for participating in talks with many of our affected publicly owned treatment works. The Maine Water Environment Association, or MWEA, appreciates the opportunity to provide the following testimony neither for nor against LD 676. MWEA represents a diverse group of water quality professionals throughout the state of Maine, including wastewater treatment plant operators, sewer collection system operators, utility system administrators, engineers, contractors, public works officials, and regulatory officials. The mission of MWEA is to support and enhance Maine's water environment community through promoting training opportunities, supported balance, environmental policy and practice, and promoting collaboration with the public to protect and enhance Maine's water resources. With that mission in mind, much like Mr. Blanchette from Brunswick Sewer, we can't come out in opposition to any LD or bill that would improve water quality. In fact, we support efforts to improve water quality and recognize those efforts that have resulted in improved water quality. However, LD 676 has the potential to require considerable capital improvement projects funded by our ratepayers. The Androscoggin River acts as the ultimate discharge point for several of our members. These members include Bethel, Rumford, Jay, Livermore, Lewis and Auburn, Lisbon, Brunswick. The current healthy status of the river is a success story that preaches the benefits of our profession. Developing treatment facilities has allowed people to live and work on a river while ensuring clean water is discharged downstream. As a result of our profession's history, cleaning the Androscoggin and Maine's many other rivers, there are few people who are prouder stewards of the improved water quality in our many waterways than our own membership. As professional workers in clean water quality, we appreciate the opportunity to assist government entities in identifying pollutants of concern, developing reasonable and attainable limits for potential contaminants, and providing specific limits to water quality based on specific waterway characteristics. LD 676 shortcuts this process, removing the technical review of the environmental professionals and politicizing the biological, chemical, and physical parameters that define the health of a river. These issues and standards are normally channeled through a regulatory agency, in this case, the Department of Environmental Protection. The DEP follows standards and science-based approaches to regulations that are not basing their decisions on politics. The fact is, over multiple studies, scientific, nonpartisan information shows the lower Androscoggin's water quality does not continually justify a change in classification of that section of the river. River classification is based on attainable river parameters. Instead of reclassifying the river and providing an unfunded mandate to already underfunded critical infrastructure, MWEA would instead be in favor of additional support from the state to clean water facilities, programs, education, and investment. The past 50 years have shown this level of support results in cleaner water. Changing the lower Androscoggin classification prior to additional assistance to those of us making the waterways clean will likely result in drastic impacts to already strained municipal budgets for these publicly owned treatment works. throughout the entire watershed of the Androscoggin, including the upper. These impacts include additional treatment costs as well as potential caps on future community growth. The POTWs are heavily regulated and work diligently to meet our current discharge criteria as outlined in each system's discharge permit. Larger water quality concerns are not addressed in the proposed reclassification, including the non-point source contributions to the river. The Department of Environmental Protection is currently involved in rulemaking to set new nutrient criteria limits for receiving water bodies in Maine. MOEA supports this process and encourages the ENR committee to rely on the regulatory agency charged with protecting these rivers to do their job and accept their recommendations on classifications. We support river reclassifications as supported by a scientific method and are neither for nor against reclassification of the lower Androscoggin, but note that reclassification must be supported through nonpartisan regulatory review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Are there any questions for Mr. Wade? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Wade, for your testimony. You said that this bill, if it passes, will require significant capital investments by the towns that are part of your organization. Do you have any sense of scale as to what the capital investments, say, of Lisbon or Brunswick would need to be in order to meet the requirements of this bill passes?
I don't have specific numbers, Senator. However, depending on the permit decisions made by the DEP after potential reclassifications, I would surmise that the impacts could be extremely large, to the tunes of millions of dollars per POTW.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. Wade, for being here. This question, are you looking into the future if the federal infrastructure bill is passed? Will the water districts benefit from it, do you think?
Depending on how the funds are appropriated, that's certainly an avenue that we would look at for funding.
So it's a possibility you may be able to get the necessary money for infrastructure, hopefully.
The bond packages would certainly help with funding.
Any additional questions for Mr. Wade? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And at this time, I'll ask if there's anybody here that's left to speak on this piece of legislation, which is LD 676. If you could raise your hand. Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for LD 676, and a work session will be scheduled in the near future. Thank you, Senator Claxton. All right, and next up, we have a public hearing for, hold on, let me get my little, LD 1488. It's a resolve to study and recommend improvements to Maine's dam safety. And I believe our own Representative Bell will be introducing LD 1488.
Yes, good morning again. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and fellow members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Art Bell, and I represent House District 47 down here in Yarmouth and also Shabeek and Long Island. I am here today to introduce LD 1488, a resolve to study and recommend improvements to Maine's dam safety. History tells us that the citizens of my home community of Yarmouth, like many of the other early Maine settlements, chose to settle where they did because of proximity to fresh flowing water. In our case, the Royal River. Over the nearly 400 years, the Royal River has been a loyal partner to the citizens of Yarmouth, providing fresh water and fish and sustenance, power for the many mills that appeared over the years, and even hydroelectricity. But the dams that were built back in the 18th and 19th century are no longer serve the original purpose. And today, many of these dams are simply damaging the environment and the ecology of their respective watersheds. And as they are no longer in use, they are aging with neglect and slowly deteriorating. And across the state of Maine, there are over 1,000 dams, many of which are like our dams here in the Royal River. When we look at this inventory of aging dams through the lens of climate change, we realize that we have a growing public safety issue. In December of 2020, the Maine section of the American Society of Civil Engineers released their 2020 report card for Maine's infrastructure. The report grades 16 major categories using a simple A to F scale, examining current conditions and needs, as well as making recommendations for improvements. Overall, Maine's infrastructure received a C-, and Maine's dam infrastructure scored a D+. My written testimony had D-, but it's actually a D+. The current level of funding limits the capacity of Maine Dam Safety Program to inspect dams, to identify and mitigate potential risks to our public safety. So I want to thank the multiple stakeholders, including the Maine Dam Safety Program, for their help in shaping LD 1488. We hope that the passage of this bill will enable Maine to evaluate our dam safety efforts and to identify areas where additional investment and changes can be made. This bill is an important first step. We hope that the committee will support LD 1488, and we are eager to see how the study work takes shape and what recommendations may surface for further legislation. I urge you to vote ought to pass for LD 1488. I'd be happy to take questions, but as you can well imagine, there are people lined up behind me that could provide perhaps more detailed answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Bell? Yes, Representative Tucker.
Representative Bell, have there been reports similar to this in the past? Is this something where there's somewhere in the law library, there's a shelf full of dam reports that's like 2 feet long? Or is it time to do another one?
As you can well imagine, and I think you know the answer to this question, but yes, there are report cards similar to the one that I referenced going back a number of years. And again, the folks that are behind me here partook in a lot of those report cards and could perhaps tell you more about them. But yes, the Maine dam infrastructure has received a very poor grade for a number of years now.
May I ask another question, please? May I continue? I noticed that you're focusing on dam safety, and I noticed that the department you've been dealing with focuses on emergencies and safeties. It's as if that agency is concerned about dams breaking and flooding out people downstream. You know, it seems like that seems to be the focal point for the agency that you're dealing with. However, you've also mentioned issues like fish. We have issues of pollution. We would have issues of how high the water is and whether the residents like it high or low at certain times of the year, so forth and so on. Would this survey be only on dam safety, or would it be on all of these overlapping considerations that apply? Because I find it a very complicated overlapping area.
Yeah, this is a situation where we could certainly see a win-win situation in the sense that not only would we be protecting the public from, as you described, dam flooding and those sorts of catastrophes that we've seen across the country, certainly now in this age of climate change, but also ecological improvements to river watersheds that will be naturally cleansed and resorting to more healthy situation due to the removal or at least the study of the dams and to see where we could make improvements to our infrastructure.
Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. And thank you, Representative Bell, for bringing this. I guess now we can call you the dam representative, and that's just a great title. My question is, does President Biden's infrastructure bill include dams, and what do you have any sense of what the impact of that might be on Maine?
Very good question. Again, I probably would not be able to answer that, but I'm suggesting that maybe there will be somebody behind me here that might have an answer to that. My understanding is that a lot of the Biden administration infrastructure money has state powers to use it in the way they want, so that perhaps there is opportunity for us to divert some of that money toward dam infrastructure.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative? Or are you okay? Any additional questions for Representative Bell? Thank you for introducing your bill. And I think next up is a representative from the Maine Emergency Management Agency, Joe Legy. Is that right? Pronunciation? We'll see. Welcome. With your last name?
Yes, that was good. Legy, they both work.
Great.
One's a little bit more traditional French, and the other one's more American, I suppose. So good morning, everyone. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Joe Legy. I am the Deputy Director for the Maine Emergency Management Agency. I'm here today to provide testimony neither for nor against LD 1488. Maine's Dam Safety Program, a program which resides at the Maine Emergency Management Agency, is tasked by statute with inspecting existing dams and reservoirs to determine their hazard potential, as well as reviewing the design and construction of new and reconstructed dams. Additionally, the program is responsible for assisting dam owners in the development of emergency action plans in order to minimize the impact of dam failure on people and property. The program is funded through both state general fund and federal grant programs. The principal federal grant program is the National Dam Safety Program, which is administered by FEMA. The program currently has 3 full-time staff, 2 of which are inspectors, and 1 of which is an administrator. These staff are responsible for around 600 dams, which stretch across all 4 corners of the state. Though the program is currently meeting its responsibilities under statute, they maintain a rigorous travel and inspection schedule, which fully occupies the time of both existing inspectors. While the study outlined in the bill could produce valuable information, time spent completing the study with our existing resources would result in fewer dams inspected. Beyond the opportunity cost of the study, the program's budget is fully exhausted in the performance of its current responsibilities. Based on our research, the peer review from the Association of State Dam Safety Officials could cost between $10,000 and $15,000. Given the current responsibilities under statute, the program does not have the resources to execute the study as outlined in the bill. This concludes my testimony. I stand ready to answer the questions you have and to participate in any work sessions that result. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you, for being here today. I'm not going to try your last name, which is even worse. If you had funding, proper funding, you would be supporting this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you're looking to us to properly fund this study.
You know, I think that there are some known improvements that could be made, as indicated by the report card referenced by Representative Bell and in the bill language itself. There are certainly some improvements identified in there that could be made given existing funding for this program.
Just to finish this off, this is a very important issue. And I have dams in my district that have had issues and problems. And I hope that we do fund you, because we need to go forward with this. Maine needs to work on its dams. Thank you. Isn't that so?
Senator Bennett.
Kind of unmute myself and I keep getting bounced around on the thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Legee. I had a question. This resolve has the study going to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, which I presume is your normal overview committee, but yet this bill comes to this committee. Do you have any comments about what the proper report back if this bill passes, where that information should go and be reviewed?
That is a great question, Senator. And I'm not entirely sure. Technically, our report back committee is the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, is the one that specifically our agency reports back to. The remainder of the Department of Veterans and Emergency Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management does report back to the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. So not to further confuse the issue, but there's a few committees there in play. I don't specifically have a recommendation as to between the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee or this one, which one should handle that report back, though.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hanley. You're on mute, Representative.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Legee, for your testimony. Does your agency get requests from individuals or towns for inspection of dams?
That's a great question. I believe at times there are, based on, folks driving by the infrastructure, seeing it, maybe observing something that they think could be concerning. They could raise either just a citizen or a community could raise an issue to the program, prompting some kind of inspection or looking into the safety of that particular dam and when the last inspection might have been. So I would say that I don't know of a specific case, but that seems like something that would happen.
So, if I may, Madam Chair. So, I mean, your agency must keep a log or a record of any inquiries or complaints or requests for inspections.
That is a great question. I can certainly look into that with the dam safety program inspectors and bring that to the work session.
Okay, I hope so. Also, if you're doing these inspections now, you must also issue a report on a regular basis. You said you're required to do that? Is that true?
I don't know such that there's a comprehensive report on kind of wrapping up maybe a year's worth of inspections or something like that. I will ask the dam safety program about that specifically if they do kind of a more comprehensive roll up. I know that they do reports after each individual inspection of each dam, so there are reports of that nature.
And because those reports go into the building that Representative Tucker was talking about. There's a building in Augusta that's full of reports, but no one can find the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Thanks. Oh,
Wait.
Representative Tucker has a
I've
question.
just got my buttons all mixed up here. When you mentioned if you got the money to do this report, that you would request a peer review it sounded as if there's some kind of off-the-shelf agency that does these reports. I mean, where would you go? Is there a, could you tell me who that is and where they are and how it works?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I think the agency in question is the Association of State Dam Safety Officials, and I think they're on the slate. They provided, I believe, written testimony at least, and they're the ones that I believe have some interaction, perhaps, with the existing report card system that was mentioned. So there is a peer review process with that particular association that would be implicated in the bill, in addition to a report, a more comprehensive report.
I see. So that it's right on the witness list there. Thank you very much.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. So you said in your testimony, $10,000 to $15,000. You think you could do this study and the peer review? I mean, that doesn't seem like a lot of money. I just want to make sure I've got it correct.
The estimate that I got from the state dam safety inspector was 10 to 15 for just the peer review part of the bill. We did not get an estimate currently on the remainder of the report. We would do that's something we can look into for the work session, what things we could do. Perhaps we already have on file, just pulling together existing data versus data that would need to be newly connected, but that would be an additional cost on top of that peer review.
If I may follow up, Senator Brenner.
Yes, please.
I think that would be a great thing to have at the work session, to really know the full scope and the cost, because this, as Representative Ziegler said, this is an ongoing problem, and I'm sure it affects almost all of us here on this call. So thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Just another question and request, if I may, Mr. Legee, is if you have any backlog for requests. I mean, if there are any dams that are waiting to be inspected, could you provide that information for us?
Sure can. Thank you, Representative.
All right, any additional questions? I think that might be it. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you all.
If you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak in favor of 1488, if you could raise your hand, and we'll bring you on over. Mr. Ogden, Ms. Bernard, Mr. Woot. Welcome, Mr. Ogden.
Good morning. Can you all see and hear me now?
We sure can.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and the members of the committee for the opportunity to address the committee today on LD 1488. My name is Mark Ogden. I'm a registered professional engineer with over 35 years of experience in dam safety engineering, and I work for the Association of State Dam Safety Officials. ASDSO is a national nonprofit with a public safety mission to protect people, property, and in the environment from the failure of dams. Recent dam failures and incidents in the United States have caused flooding, property damage, and loss of life, and they provide a reminder of the obligations to assure that dams are properly constructed, operated, and maintained. ASDSO strongly supports LD 1488. This study of the state's dam safety efforts will provide a path forward to help assure the citizens of Maine, their property, and the environment are protected from catastrophic dam failure. There are hundreds of dams in Maine, including many whose failure or misoperation will likely result in loss of life and significant property damage. Some of these dams are owned or regulated by the federal government, but as you heard, most are the large majority are the public safety regulatory responsibility of the Maine Emergency Management Agency. Dams are aging, and as with any other infrastructure category, they require proper inspection, maintenance, and upgrade to prevent catastrophic failure. Again, as you've heard, the Maine section of ASCE has given dams in Maine a grade of D+. And proper regulatory oversight and authority of dam safety is crucial for aging and deteriorating dams. Annual state dam safety program performance data shows that the state budget per regulated dam for Maine falls significantly below the national average. Also, a comparison of the state dam safety statutes and regulations to the national model state dam safety program show critical areas where the Maine program does not compare favorably. ASDSO recommends a peer review of the state dam safety program for every state, but especially for state programs that may be lacking in critical areas. LD 1488 requires an ASDSO peer review for the main program. This peer review provides experts in dam safety to review the state's program against the national model and against how well the state program is following current state statutes, regulations, policies, and procedures. If LD 1488 is approved, ASDSO looks forward to being a partner with MEMA and other stakeholders in the entire study process. We urge the members of the committee to support LD 1488 to provide Maine with a valuable analysis of the state's dam safety infrastructure and a path forward for improving the state program and helping to ensure the safety of its citizens, property, and the environment in the areas downstream of dams. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ogden. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Caitlin Bernard. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Everybody can hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great, thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I am the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1488, a resolve to study and recommend improvements to Maine's dam safety. The Nature Conservancy is an international conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Guided by science, we create innovative, on-the-ground solutions to our world's toughest challenges so that nature and people can thrive together. I'll sort of skip around a little bit in my written comments. Some has already been addressed, but I think that intro covers it. We're excited about this innovative solution guided by science. As others have mentioned, there are more than 1,000 dams in Maine, and the department in question, MEMA, and the Maine Dam Safety Program is conducted on a really lean budget and a really lean number of staff. So we understand the resource constraints, but we're hoping to find a good solution here to, as Mark mentioned, review what's being done, see where there might be opportunities for improvement. And in some of our stakeholder meetings leading into this conversation, we identified a couple sources of funding. And I would love to answer the question about the Biden administration's plan too. He does mention, I went to the whitehouse.gov website outlining the American Jobs Plan, and they do mention dam safety. I'll read briefly what they say. It's sort of, I can send it over for work session too, but they say the president's plan provides funding for, and they list a number of programs, and dam safety. President Biden's plan will empower local leaders to shape these restoration and resilience project funds in line with the Outdoor Restoration Force Act. So I'm hoping and thinking that there might be some pieces in there. You might be able to combine some federal funding, some private funding, potentially even some, funding through the supplemental budget, given, the I think modest amount of money that's being requested here. I do want to point to, over the last several years, there have been examples of dam issues in other states, both in our region and across the country. I think many of you will remember in Michigan in 2020, there were several dam issues. 3 communities needed to be evacuated. It made national news last spring. It was almost exactly a year ago, actually. So there's one example of where dam issues have resulted in a big mess for that state. And then closer to home, in Taunton, Massachusetts, the Whittington Mills Dam resulted in 2,000 residents being evacuated from their homes back in 2005. Since that issue in Massachusetts, the state really took a deep look at their dam safety programs and have made changes since then. So we feel like this bill would allow the state, we have had certainly less dramatic issues with Maine's dams, but we have an opportunity here to prevent future harm and allow our state to evaluate the dam infrastructure and implement forward-looking changes before it's too late. Others have mentioned the report card. I won't go into detail on that. But we really feel like the study we've outlined would form a baseline for recommendations to update better support and add resources and capacity to the existing program. The bill outlines key components of the study, potential risks to downstream communities, assessment of the resiliency of Maine's dams as they stand now, and their ability to withstand historic and projected drought and flood levels. We'd also like to see a review of resources and grant programs that are currently available for the program in Maine's dam owners. When we were working with the agency, they said there are programs available and dam owners are looking for resources. You know, many of them know that they have issues, but they don't have the funding to address them. So we see this as a really nice opportunity to sort of round that out. I want to thank Representative Bell's leadership on bringing this bill forward, commend the staff team at the Maine Dam Safety Program. They've been really helpful as we've evaluated this, and sort of reiterate that I think that we can find resources to make this work, and the Nature Conservancy is committed to doing so. So happy to answer questions at any time. There's a little bit more in my written testimony, but there are others coming behind me too who have great things to add. So I will turn it over.
Thank you so much. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Bernard. I feel like I'm channeling our colleague, Representative Bloom, right now. But I am asking, and I think you alluded to this a little bit at the end of your testimony, but this study would also take into account the climate change and the changes that are happening on our coast with sea level rise and things that are affecting coastal communities and their dams. Correct.
Yeah, I anticipate it would. So, you know, like with study bills, we sort of outlined what we would like to see, who we might include in that. The contours of it will be shaped, I think, if this bill does pass, by the folks who are going to be setting up the study, but that was fully our intention to include a historic and a future looking view of dam resiliency. That's kind of the word that we were using to get at that piece. Certainly because it's under MEMA, it's obviously a public health piece too. So we're trying to emphasize the dual benefits of people and the environment and checking that baseline out. So I hope that answers your question. It's definitely our intention.
Representative Tucker. Oops, you're on mute.
Good morning, Ms. Bernard. Does the Nature Conservancy itself have in its library any dam surveys concerning Maine?
That is a great question.
Wondering if maybe you have a better report than we do.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think in my file somewhere from my predecessor, Tom Abello, I think there was a report that was done in the early 2000s. I'll try to find that and share that with you. I haven't looked at it in a couple of weeks, so I will see if I can surface that and share that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from the committee for Ms. Bernard? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And James Wood is next. Welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. So my name is James Wood. I'm a resident of Scarborough and a professional licensed engineer. I specialize in water resources, including dam safety and river restoration. I was also the lead author on ASCE's report card, the dam section of ASCE's report card that was mentioned earlier on the call, and I'm sure we'll discuss here. I want to start off my testimony by acknowledging the importance of dams in Maine. They literally powered our state's growth and development through the turn of the century, last century, 19th and 20th century. And while many of these have been adapted to provide 21st century benefits like sustainable hydropower and recreation, a large number of these dams no longer serve their original purpose, no longer have a purpose worthy of funding or maintenance, and they're just continuing to progressively, sorry, I'm forgetting the word. I'll get back on that. Let's get worse. Sorry. The ASCE report card considered all this, and in addition to the average age of dams being 104 years old, which is longer than the design life even for a nice modern bridge, you know, something more relevant that folks may be familiar with, we assigned it a D+. That's the same grade it's been in the last 4 report cards since 2008. A little bit of context that in addition to the condition and benefits these dams provide is the risks they pose to the general public and our public resources here in Maine. There's about 1,100 dams across the state that we know of. About 200 of those are regulated by federal entities, mostly hydropower dams. Of the 900 regulated by the state, there's approximately all of those dams pose hazards, including drowning hazards at the toe of the dam from dangerous recirculating currents. Some of them may block fish passage that are important economic and environmental resource to our state, especially as one of the last cold water fisheries here on the East Coast. And of those subset of 900 dams, there's about 150 that are kind of special hazard categories. There are 72 significant hazard dams that if they were to fail, would cause a significant impact to environmental and economic resources downstream. And there's another 32 that if they were to fail would be anticipated result in a loss of life to other people that do not own that dam. It's for these reasons, the impacts to others that states, including Maine, choose to regulate dams. And as we compiled the report card, we provided numerous recommendations for how to improve the dam safety program and raise the grade, as we say in ASCE, to improve the condition of our dams. I think LD 1488 is an important first step in that to kind of understand the current condition of our dams, the current state of Maine's dam safety program, and the desirable target for where Maine's dam safety program should be to balance the benefits that our dams provide with the risks posed to Maine's people and the downstream resources. I'd like to thank Representative Bell for proposing this important legislation. And with all those considerations, I'd like to offer my support for this bill. And I'm happy to address any questions. And I believe ASCE will be testifying after me, our section president. But I understand that I am the point for any tough questions on dams. So this would be a good time to hit me with those.
Thank you so much. Any hard questions on dams? This is your moment. Not seeing any.
Excellent.
Hopefully it'll be available for the work session. I suspect after some thought, we will have some more difficult questions for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is John Burrows. Welcome, Mr. Burrows.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Senator Brenner. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is John Burrows. I am the Executive Director for U.S. Operations for the Atlantic Salmon Federation. Our office is in Brunswick, Maine. Speaking today in support of this bill for ASF and our Maine Council, which is comprised of about a dozen different organizations spread across the state that work on Atlantic salmon and sea-run fish and cold water fish restoration. We represent about 2,500 members here in the state of Maine. We come at this obviously as a salmon and fisheries conservation organization from an environmental perspective, but I've worked on dams and dam issues for over 2 decades now. I'm not an engineer, but I've done numerous projects at dams and I've probably visited several hundred dams here in Maine, looking at them, working with dam owners on either dam removal or fishway projects at sites. And by and large, the vast majority of dams that myself and our members have visited, many of which are kind of off the beaten path and off the radar screen of oversight and regulation, are sitting out there and are in pretty rough shape. These are dams that were built, some of them well over 100 years ago, are no longer serving really any economic purpose and are kind of aging and deteriorating and having impacts today on our aquatic ecosystems and on our fisheries. And in the long run, they pose significant threats to public safety, to public and private infrastructure. And getting to the issue raised previously on kind of climate change, climate resiliency, dams, and aging dams really need to be addressed, both to improve the climate resiliency of our infrastructure. If dams are going to stay in place because they serve a variety of important purposes, they really need to be maintained and improved so that they can withstand increased flooding and storm events. Or if they're going to be removed for other reasons, that helps our aquatic ecosystems, our fisheries, our wildlife adapt and become more resilient to a changing climate in the long run. So this has a lot of ramifications across the board. I guess the only other point I'll mention is that it's taken, disasters or the threat of disaster in many other states to drive overviews, studies, and assessments of dam safety programs. Ms. Bernard mentioned the dam in Massachusetts in Taunton. In that situation, about a decade beforehand, and this was in my written testimony, there was a major dam failure in Alton, New Hampshire, which resulted in the loss of life and significant damage as well. And it was that incident which led New Hampshire to do a thorough overview and overhaul of their dam safety program. And now that program, I believe, is viewed as kind of one of the leading ones in the country. But we don't want to see catastrophic damage or loss of life here in Maine for us to do something about our program. I think the folks that we've talked to at MEMA responsible for this program do a phenomenal job with the resources they have, yet they do not have nearly enough resources to cover the 1,000+ dams that we have here in the state of Maine. And so we support this legislation. I would say that ASF and folks in our Maine Council, a number of whom are engineers, have expertise. We'd be willing to offer our expertise. We would be happy to help find funding for the peer review to be done by ATSO. We think that's a really important part of this, and we do anything we can to support this legislation moving forward. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Representative Giudera has a question.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. Can you imagine that this report would also make recommendations as to dam removals?
I think that would be something that would be done in a more of a generic way. I don't think that this study or what results from this would identify specific dams to be removed or dams to stay. But I would argue and state that, the safest dam is the one that doesn't exist. And if we have a lot of old dams serving no purposes, that dam removal should be some part of the solution. But we also recognize that there are a large number of dams that for social, environmental, and other reasons, aren't going to be removed. And those dams can and should stay, but they need to come up to modern standards for integrity of the structure, and also hopefully provide fish passage and minimize their negative impacts on the environment moving forward.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Burrows? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your offer to help find funding. That's always refreshing. Mr. Hudson is next.
Hello, I'm Landis Hudson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, my apologies.
That's all right. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, other members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, thank you so much for your consideration of LD 1488. I'm here as the executive director of the nonprofit Maine Rivers, and I offer our very enthusiastic support for your consideration. You have my written testimony, so I'm not going to walk through that, but rather I just want to let you know that I am so very happy that you are taking this up today. I have been the executive director of Maine Rivers for over 10 years and have become aware of the large number of old dams in our rivers that no longer serve any purpose. And we are now all increasingly aware of the impacts of climate change with changing storm events and different precipitation patterns. And it's clear that while our agency tasked with overseeing dam safety in Maine does the best they can, they are really trying to do a lot with truly not enough resources. A number of years ago, I actually signed up and attended a workshop for dam owners because I was curious about it, and found that they are, I think, doing the best they can, but I think consideration of the entire program is certainly worth the time and energy. And I think the potential connection with the National Association of Dam Safety Professionals is one that Maine really should take advantage of. There's a lot that we can learn from other states. And as we've seen in the news in recent years, we really shouldn't wait until some kind of disaster happens. There was a question earlier about whether or not there would be likely federal funding coming through President Biden's infrastructure bill. My guess is that that seems very, very likely. However, I would not encourage you to wait. We have so many old dams. Dams that do produce hydropower are managed through their FERC licenses, and the consideration of those dams I don't think is at issue. However, it's these many small dams sprinkled all over the place that people are barely even aware of. They have the potential to cause problems, and to my mind, if a dam breached during a storm, that's the kind of situation that could be disastrous. A number of years ago, I was involved in a project that had to consider a dam where somebody had written in their finger 1956 in the cement. So it really hadn't been maintained since 1956. There was a sawmill on top of the dam, and every time a big weather event would come through, parts of the mill would wash downstream. And that was, obviously not good, but of greater consideration was the fact that there were water pipes below the dam. There were 88 households that relied on water from those pipes. So if that small dam breached, it became quite apparent that there were going to be problems for community members who relied on getting their drinking water from the pipes below that dam. So yes, there's a lot to this. There's a fair amount of complexity among the natural resource agencies that are in one way or another tasked with dams. So with that, I offer my thanks to the hardworking people from MEMA that take this work on. I offer my enthusiastic support for LD 1488, and I strongly encourage you to learn about this, plan, look ahead, don't wait for a disaster. And I thank you so much for your consideration today and your hard work for our wonderful state. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. And next up is Esther Bezier. Good morning and welcome. You're on mute.
Hi, there we go. So Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Esther Bezier. I'm president-elect of the Maine section of the American Society of Civil Engineers and a senior engineer at Mainland Development Consultants. I'm here to share Maine ASCE's support for LD 1488. So Maine ASCE is comprised of over 700 civil engineers living and working in Maine. And ASCE was founded in 1852. We represent more than 150,000 civil engineers worldwide, and it's America's oldest civil engineering society. In December 2020, Maine ASCE released the 2020 report card, which is great. A lot of people have mentioned that today. The report grades 16 infrastructure categories, assigning a simple A through F grade by examining the current infrastructure conditions and needs. Then they assign grades and make recommendations on how to raise them. The 2020 report card gave Maine's infrastructure an overall grade of a C-, meaning the state's infrastructure is in mediocre condition. Maine's dams received a D+, slightly better than the national average of a D, and it's also the same grade that dams have received in 2008, 2012, and 2016. There are currently 1,073 dams known to the Maine Emergency Management Agency. These dams range from non-engineered 19th century mill dams to highly engineered hydropower facilities. In Maine, 148 of the registered dams are classified as significant and high hazard, with the potential to cause significant damage or loss of life if they were to fail. Of these 148 dams, 50% are classified as fair or unsatisfactory. The current level of funding limits the capacity of the Maine Dam Safety Program to inspect, identify, and mitigate potential risks to public safety. In the report card, the Maine section identified 5 steps as a solution to help improve the grades. 1, know what you have through asset management data. 2, know what you need to understand risk, enable economic growth, and innovate. 3, know what it costs to educate the public on the true value of infrastructure. 4, make the investment. And 5, keep learning and adapting. LD 1488 is a great first step in the solution to help raise the grade of Maine's dams, as it enables the department to review laws and rules governing dams, to complete a comprehensive survey of our state's existing dams, and to identify potential federal loan or grant programs available to the owners. This will allow your committee and colleagues to propose informed policies on the study's findings to better prepare Maine's dams for the needs of our people, environment, and the economy. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter and your time this morning.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So at this time, are there any other folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation? Raise your hand. And any folks here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could raise your hand. Not seeing any. Anyone here who's shown up to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will end the public hearing on LD 1488, and a work session will be scheduled in the near future. And with that, we're going to move on to a work session. We're going to move out of order here to accommodate our own Representative Gramlich. So we're going to hear LD 1503 and then LD 1505, and then we'll circle back. I think will be our plan.
Thank you, Senator. I just wasn't sure I was going to be right up next, so I just have to pull up my testimony. It'll just be one moment.
Sure thing. Take your time.
I should have had it queued up. I apologize. Here we go. My computer's a little bit slow today, so thank you for your patience. Okay. You can see and hear me. Thank you. So thank you for your patience and for accommodating me, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. I am, again, still Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am pleased today to present LD 1503, an act to stop PFAS substances pollution. As we all know, toxic PFAS is also known as the forever chemicals. They've contaminated our environment and continue to threaten our public health. PFAS exposure has been linked to cancer, childhood developmental delays, compromised immune system, and adverse impacts to a woman's ability to get pregnant. As we have all heard, PFAS have contaminated our water and soil across our state, harming our environment and contaminating farmland and drinking water. Many PFAS do not break down and remain in the environment unless cleaned up. PFAS are widespread and cleanup is expensive. As we've heard and as we know, PFAS are used in thousands of everyday products, including cookware, clothing, food packaging, textiles, car seats, and when I learned this, I was quite shocked, even dental floss. Most of these uses could be substituted for safer alternatives. It is imperative that we stop toxic PFAS at the source to protect Maine people and our environment. LD 1503 aims to break the cycle of PFAS contamination and cleanup by phasing out PFAS in some consumer and industrial products. It requires that manufacturers disclose PFAS use, pay a reporting fee to the Department of Environmental Protection, and importantly, begin phasing out the use of PFAS in non-essential products such as carpets, rugs, and stain-resistant fabric treatment by 2023. The reporting fee identified in this bill can be used to help pay for cleanup and remediation of contamination for impacted municipalities. LD 1503 also gives the Department of Environmental Protection the authority to add other categories of products to the above identified products. And finally, this bill would phase out all currently unavoidable uses of PFAS in products by 2030. As a social worker, my entire professional career has been spent advocating for children, women, and our most vulnerable through the lens of social justice. Addressing and eliminating PFAS in non-essential products is an issue of environmental justice when we consider the disproportionate impact PFAS has on low-income communities, tribal and rural communities, and communities of color. Our most vulnerable Mainers are more susceptible to health and financial impacts of PFAS contamination, and it is imperative that we do all that we can to mitigate the serious health and environmental impacts of these toxic chemicals on all Mainers. I urge you to vote unanimously for LD 1503. Thank you, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. Any questions to start for Representative Gramlich? Not seeing any. Let's see. I was trying to figure out if there were other legislators here. So I think next up will be Carrie Malinowski from the DEP. Let's see if she's over here. Yep. Great. Oops.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Would you like me to wait for the video or should I begin?
If you can turn it on, that would be great. But if not, we're happy to just have your voice.
I think oh, there you are.
Welcome. There you are.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Carrie Malinowski, Safer Chemicals Program Manager at the Department of Environmental Protection, providing this testimony in support of LD 1503. This bill is consistent with other programs under the department's Safer Chemicals umbrella, which seek to understand how a chemical with concerning health effects is being used in products sold in Maine so that we can identify and mitigate potential exposures. Similar to the agency's proposed legislation In LD 960, this bill would require manufacturers to report their use of PFAS in products available for sale in the state. But because there is a lack of specific use information available, the collection of information about how PFAS is being intentionally added to products sold in Maine will help provide valuable insight into how PFAS may be exposing consumers and entering our waste stream. The bill also provides some exposure protection for the Maine consumer by prohibiting the sale of carpet, rugs, and fabric treatments made with intentionally added amounts of PFAS. Because we anticipate that similar sales prohibitions in other states are being considered or will have taken effect by the suggested start date in this bill, we expect that most manufacturers in those product sectors will have already abandoned the use of PFAS for alternatives. This would minimize the impact to the business communities subject to Maine's regulation. It is our hope that by eliminating the potential exposure sources listed in this bill, there will be a corresponding decrease in the amount of PFAS found in our waste stream. However, if this does not happen and exposure concerns remain, the proposed bill also creates a process for the department to consider future product sales prohibitions with ample stakeholder engagement, all balanced with consideration for appropriate exemptions to be determined through the rulemaking process. The department is concerned about the expectations of subsection 9, both in terms of its efficacy and the additional resources such a program would require. Creating a PFAS source reduction program, as detailed in the bill, duplicates some of the work already being accomplished by other resources available to manufacturers seeking safer alternatives to PFAS for their products. Because of this, efforts by the department to educate industry about PFAS and available alternatives may be futile, knowing that manufacturers are unlikely to look to our agency for this type of expertise, particularly considering that DEP's information will most often lag behind others who have better access to up-to-date research and development data, which would be more useful to the timely needs of industrial users. Lastly, the department is already working with wastewater treatment facilities on pre-treatment evaluation for PFAS. Creating a similar effort through this suggested program would be duplicative. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee for the DEP? Yes, Representative Tucker.
Hello, Ms. Malinowski. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. You mentioned LD 960, which has already been heard.
Mm-hmm.
If these bills were both passed, would they overlap and have conflicting language? Or would they need to be synchronized somehow?
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial for all parties if there was an amalgamation of the two. So I think they would need to be synchronized.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And I will have folks in the attendee space who are here to speak in favor of the legislation raise their hands. Okay, so there's a lot of people here to speak in favor. So we're going to keep to our 3-minute clock, and we'll start with Brian McElree. Next up after Brian is Dr. DeAugustine, and then Mr. Sawyer. Whoops, there he is. Ms. McElroy. Mr. McElroy, you're here to speak in favor?
No, Commissioner Brenner, I'm actually in opposition.
Okay, we're going to send you back and then we'll bring you
Okay.
over later.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. All right, Dr. DeAugustine will be next. Sorry about the confusion. Welcome back.
Hopefully I'm unmuted and visible.
You are, and we're going to keep to our 3-minute clocks, just a reminder.
All right, thanks so much. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of this legislation. I'm Greg DeAugustine. I reside in Greene. I'm a medical doctor who has practiced general surgery in Lewiston for over 30 years. I'm also a member of the board of the Maine Medical Association, so my comments can be considered to represent the official position of that organization. The chemicals being considered today can loosely be called PFAS, but it's understood that they represent a complex family of compounds which have been shown to impact multiple overlapping biological systems. Scientific study of the health effects of these chemicals is exceptionally difficult for several reasons. Humans are exposed via air, consumer products, house dust, drinking water, and diet, so exposure in the US can be considered ubiquitous. The main sources, however, appear to be diet and drinking water. Early concerns about adverse effects to health were expressed by the chief toxicologist at DuPont in 1961, soon after the introduction of Teflon. Initially, it was felt that occupational exposure was the only issue, but in the 1990s, studies of community exposure began appearing in the literature. In the first decade of the current century, a class action suit involving community exposure was settled, thereby funding a large biomonitoring study, the so-called C8 health study. This study showed a probable link between PFOA and major health problems. These included elevated cholesterol levels, hypertensive disease during pregnancy, ulcerative colitis, and several types of malignancy, including thyroid, kidney, and testicular cancers. A recent study by Blake and Fenton, reported in Toxicology October 2020, demonstrated that members of this chemical family were quite toxic to the human placenta, yielding high risk for subsequent disease in both mother and child. Low birth weight is the most consistently reported adverse pregnancy outcome associated with PFAS exposure. This disorder has been associated with diseases manifested later in life, including diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and cognitive deficits. Though dose threshold studies are lacking, it's clear that these chemicals pose serious ongoing risks to public health. The bill under consideration represents a reasonable step to reduce exposure, thereby reducing the burden and expense of disease involving multiple organ systems in our citizens. Thanks for your attention and hopefully your support for this legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Hanley has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Do we have a reliable method of testing for this compound in the human body, a blood test or something that can determine a level?
You know, I'm actually not aware of such a test currently. It's a great question. I can research that and can get back to you on that.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for your testimony. And next up is Bradley Sawyer. Welcome, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I will be extremely brief today in the interest of everyone's time. You've heard from us before. You'll undoubtedly hear from us again. In the water and wastewater world, the name of the game for us is source reduction. Treatment is extremely expensive and complicated, and a large burden to place on small and rural utilities. The best way that we're aware of at this point for those utilities to move forward is to shrink the stream of PFAS that gets to them. We support this legislation because it appears to be a piece of the puzzle to accomplish that goal, and we urge your support. I'm happy to take any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Any questions for Mr. Sawyer from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you all.
Beth Ahern will be next. Welcome.
Hello, good morning still. How are you? My name is Beth Ahern. Good afternoon, good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee. My name is Beth Ahern. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Maine Conservation Voters, and I offer testimony on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition in support of LD 1503, an act to stop PFAS pollution. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce those words as many times as I've tried. Thank you to Representative Graham-Leck for sponsoring this important bill and to the DEP for supporting it. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations who unify around a common agenda every year. The EPC represents over 100,000 members in Maine who want to protect the good health, good jobs, and quality of life that depend upon a healthy environment. LD 1503 is priority legislation for our coalition in 2021. This legislation will help protect public health and the environment by keeping a class of hazardous forever chemicals out of the products. As you've heard, toxic PFAS are containing our environment and threatening public health, especially for the most vulnerable Mainers. These forever chemicals pose significant health risks, particularly for pregnant women and children. The increased risk of certain cancers interfere with immune system responses, may lower a woman's chance of getting pregnant, and have been associated with neurological issues. PFAS have contaminated water and soil across the state, harming our environment and contaminating farmland and drinking water. Many PFAS do not break down and remain in the environment unless cleaned up. Low-income communities, communities of color, and tribal and rural communities are disproportionately impacted and more susceptible to health and the financial impacts of PFAS contamination. We know that PFAS is widespread and cleanup is expensive. They're used in thousands of everyday products, including cookware, clothing, food packaging, textiles, car seats. Most of these uses could be substituted for safer alternatives, although a handful of uses important to health and safety may not have an immediate available substitute. The cost of disposal of PFAS contaminated waste is falling to municipalities, which are already facing budget shortfalls. We can break the cycle of contamination and clean up PFAS by phasing it out in consumer and industrial products. So this bill does two different things. It phases out the PFAS and non-essential products, and it requires the manufacturers to disclose PFAS when they use it and to pay a reporting fee. Reporting fees would fund a source reduction program to provide technical assistance, education, and grants to publicly owned treatment works and municipalities to reduce PFAS entering the waste system. This would be both reduce contamination and put some of the costs where it belongs on the manufacturers of the toxic products. PFAS pose a ubiquitous problem in Maine. Please take a step towards solving the problem by voting unanimously ought to pass on LD 1503. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you all. Take care. Thanks for being at this for so long today.
And next up, we're going to have Dr. Lomans join us.
Good afternoon. My job is much easier because we're past 12. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Rainer Lohmann. I'm a professor of oceanography at the University of Rhode Island. I'm also director of a Superfund research center on PFASs, where we look at sources, transport, exposure, and effects of PFASs. And I'm also co-author of the paper by Ian Cousins and others on the idea of essential use of PFASs, which is part of the legislation LD 1503, which I support. So quick word on PFAS, we're looking at hundreds to thousands of chemicals that are somewhat diverse, but they all have a lot of carbon-fluorine bonds. A lot of them are perfluorinated, which means they're incredibly stable. Others are not fully perfluorinated, so they can react and then break down to perfluorinated compounds again. So by and large, we say they're all persistent, and that is a problem. Typical chemical legislation would regulate them one by one, and we can see how EPA is basically failing at that task because there are too many chemicals, and we always play catch up. So to pretend that we can continue regulating them one by one is not realistic. So grouping them as a class is probably the only way forward, and we unfortunately have. Last point, the essential use paper basically come up with a guideline how to deal with chemicals such as PFAS that are difficult to deal with. And we basically came up with 3 categories. One is non-essential. You can just get them off the market right now. No loss to society, no loss to human health, no loss to safety, like PFAS in cosmetics, ski waxes, you name it. The second part is where you can find a substitution already, like in film-forming foams. Substitutions are available now. The DoD has basically said we don't want any fluorine anymore in our film-forming foams. We can substitute, no problem, no loss to society, no loss to health or safety. The third one is what we consider now essential. So this could be medical applications. And here the onus should be to say, yes, right now we need them, but give it a sunset clause. In 5 or 10 years, we want to have innovation, new chemicals or other approaches to find solutions to have products and uses without PFAS. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I should be within my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Representative Tucker has a question for you, Dr. Lohmann.
Welcome to Maine.
Okay.
Where are these classes determined? Is there a private industry group which is making these decisions? Is it the EPA? Is it some university group? I mean, where is this listing of the 3 different categories kept?
That is completely not decided. It's a great question. It could be a regulator in Maine, as in your DEP could do it. It could be somebody in the purchasing office of the town hall in Augusta. It could be at the state level. It could be at the EPA. It doesn't matter. It's the essential use concept is a tool to help stakeholders get a handle on how to deal and limit the use of PFAS. And we did not decide who should use it, but it's open to anybody to use it. And there'll certainly be disagreements between jurisdictions, but it's a way of realizing that PFAS are complex, but yet you can still start limiting the use and contamination occurring because of the use.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, and welcome to virtual Maine, Professor Lohmann. And I also have gone out in the, which I assume you've gone out on too. I was just wondering, are there other examples of governments regulating toxic chemicals that, with exceptions for some essential uses? Are there other toxic chemicals that they have been regulated in the past?
Yes, there are some examples. The Montreal Protocol, so the phasing out of compounds that harm the ozone layer, was one of the first examples where this was actually used, where it was finally, the science was agreed upon that certain chemicals, CFCs, were harming the ozone layer. And they weren't banned straight away, but it was clear that the uses was curtailed to very important functions. Some of those were inhalers and medical applications, and some industrial applications at the time. But our daily use spray cans, it was phased out straight away. So it was clear there was priorities and then others where you just banned them straight away. And over time, these restrictions or exemptions were changed and some were completely phased out. Less harmful alternatives were put in place. So yes, there is a hand or a guideline how this has happened for other chemicals.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much. And next up, we're going to bring Dr. Linda Birnbaum in.
Okay, I hope you can see me now, and I'm very honored to be able to quickly present. I'm Linda Birnbaum. I'm the former retired director of the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences and the National Toxicology Program. I'm currently a scientist emeritus at NIH and still maintain a lab. In addition, I'm a scholar in residence at Duke University and adjunct professor at Yale University and at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. What I'd like to do very, very briefly is give you an indication kind of supporting some of the things that you've already just heard. But the point is that there's not one PFAS, and that stands for polyfluoroalkyl substances. There are now, EPA says there are over 9,200 unique PFASs that are in the environment. More keep being produced either intentionally or as the result of some polymer breakdown all the time. The point is that almost very, very few of these have been studied at all. The total number that there's really any data on is maybe 29, maybe 30, but ones that have been studied all do very similar things. The PFAS are often broken down into what's called the older ones or the legacy ones, the things like PFOA and PFOS, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and then the things that are called short chains, which means that they have fewer carbon atoms before something else happens. And what we're finding is these are equally persistent in the environment. Most of them are similarly bioaccumulative in people or in wildlife. And in addition, that when the ones are studied, they all are doing essentially the same kind of thing. So I did some testimony which just has some slides that you can look at, but there's one slide in there which looks at 7 different PFAS and shows that they all do exactly the same thing. That happens to be looking at the liver. What I wanted to mention, and I think again, Dr. Lohman mentioned this, there are over 200 different product uses of PFAS, these categories. So there are places that you might not even have imagined they would be, whether it's dental floss or climbing ropes or ski wax, as well as I know you're very familiar with their use in food packaging, which I think is important. But what's really important is it's not just in food packaging, it is in our food. And in fact, at least in Europe, they estimate that over 80% of human exposure in Europe is due to consumption of seafood. And there is some data, I haven't seen data specifically from Maine, but I have seen from Massachusetts, I have seen from, for example, Maryland, about incredibly high levels in fish, in oysters, even in lobster, for example. And I think that that's something that we need to be aware of. And there is data that shows that people who eat more seafood have higher levels of PFAS in their blood. And in response, I think it was to Representative Hanley's question, there are ways that you can measure at least a set of these chemicals in the blood, up to about, CDC is measuring as many as about 16 of them now on a routine basis. But there are people who are working on getting a measure of the total amount of PFAS in the blood. And it's not looking at, and we're trying to understand when we're measuring 11 or 16, is that 90% of what's in our blood? Or is it 10% what's in our blood? And we really don't have the answer to that question as well. So I think the point is that these chemicals, the essentiality approach is what the EU has taken, has explicitly announced that the PFAS will be treated as a very large class and can only be used for essential purposes. There are federal laws which allow at EPA, under all the main statutes, there are ways to look at categories of use. And I think that that's something that some of us are working very hard with the new administration at EPA to have them consider. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Birnbaum. Are there questions from the committee? I have Representative Tucker has a question for you.
Hello. When there is a test for a PFAS chemical, is it a different test for each chemical, or is there a generic test that would pick up all of them?
So that's a great question. It depends what question you asking. Do you want to know is PFOA there? There's a specific test for it. But if you want to know if any PFAS are there, then there are several different approaches for it being used to look at total organic fluoride. Now, that would not discriminate between, say, PFOA and a PFAS that's in a pharmaceutical product, for example, but that would be the next step.
Would the tests cost roughly the same?
The answer is I don't know. The standard blood test, the kind of things that CDC does, they actually will look for about 11 to 16 unique PFAS in a single sample, and there'd be one price for that. I think the methodologies and any standardization of the total organic fluoride approaches are not yet far enough for me to know the answer to that, but people are working on it.
Would the same principles apply to testing water?
They would. There are certain things that make it a little bit easier in water. Extremely important in water that you would discriminate between inorganic fluoride and organic fluoride, which is doable, but it's easier to do in water. When you're dealing with serum or plasma, it's a little more complicated. But again, that is an issue. In fact, there's a professor at Boston University who is working on that right now.
Thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Very good. I'm going to play devil's advocate because people want to know all the answers. So, and I think you're the person to ask. Earlier, I heard testimony about low birth weight being a suspected issue for exposure to these chemicals. Is there any direct evidence of a certain concentration of these chemicals actually causing positively a certain outcome, some type of disease or illness? Is there any study or research that would help convince people that we really need to be serious about this?
I think a lot of okay, so when you're dealing with a chemical of concern, you're never going to intentionally expose people to it, correct? So you can't do any type of double-blind, controlled, randomized trial like you would be if you were trying to get approval of a drug. So we use the epidemiological studies, which are observational studies of people. And there have now been a wealth of studies demonstrating that within the general population, there are a variety of adverse health effects, including not only small for gestational age, but low birth weight, including hypertension during pregnancy, including things like autoimmune disease, including suppression of the immune response and a reduced ability to mount a normal response to vaccination, including things like liver cancer, not liver isn't confirmed, liver effects like elevated cholesterol, and then things like, for example, kidney cancer and testicular cancer. The kidney cancer is a very strong effect that can be seen in numerous populations in different parts of the world. And I should say that this observational human data, it's not just from, studies in the US. We're seeing the same thing in studies, for example, in Europe and in other parts of the world as well. So I happen to be, my training or a lot of my experiences as a toxicologist, and I believe that when we see these kinds of similar adverse effects in our human observational studies, that we see in our studies not only of mice and of rats and guinea pigs and monkeys, as well as, for example, fish and birds and so on, it's highly unlikely that similar effects are not occurring or could certainly occur in at least some of the human populations. So I think it's important to realize that we don't have to see occupational kind of levels of exposure in order for effects to be observed in our population.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's just the question that I will get asked, and I want to be able to answer, is that a lot of what I read and see and hear about these PFABs is anecdotal. And so it's good to have, like what you're telling us, actual causation and a link. And I think it's important to be able to, that we can answer those questions when people question us about these, trying to outlaw these type of chemicals.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, though, for your answers.
Well, good. Again, it's much more than anecdotal.
Yeah.
Dr. Birnbaum, I have a question for you. Can you speak a little bit more to contamination in the food shed and your thoughts around food beyond seafood and what your thoughts are around agricultural products?
Okay, so Maine has suffered from a biosludge issue where biosludge was put on fields, and I believe a dairy herd had to be sacrificed because not only was the milk contaminated, but the animals themselves were contaminated. This kind of impact has been seen in other parts of the country and in other parts of the world, so that we're beginning to understand that municipal waste can be, and the biolog from it can be highly contaminated with PFAS chemicals. If you spread that on fields, then you have any wildlife, or not only wildlife, there's clearly evidence in certain populations, for example, for deer being contaminated, and certain kinds of birds which may be in that area. There's lots of data for fish being contaminated if they're swimming in areas where contamination is present. There's also data that if you're near a production or a use facility, and I don't think there are any production facilities for PFAS that I know remain, but there may be use facilities that within about 10 miles, there can be a volatilization of the PFAS, coming out of a smokestack basically, and settling on crops in the area, so that there's evidence that crops grown in proximity to a use site may have some elevated levels as well. So we have very, very, very limited data on market basket surveys, for example, on where the PFAS, but the data we have, and again, some more data is coming out of Europe, currently than from the US, is that I think seafood is a major source, fish can be a major source, any kind of animals that are exposed to it in their food supply, whether directly or indirectly, may in fact be a significant source. And so if your drinking water is contaminated significantly, then that may be your major source. But if it's not, then food turns out to be a major source.
Any additional questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Oh, bye-bye now.
Okay, so I think now it would be a good time to take a break. We've been at this for almost 3.5 hours. So let's break until 1. We'll regroup and we'll continue on from there. All right, friends, legislative colleagues, if you're at your computer, if you could just turn on your screen so we can have just a handful of folks to get started. Great. All right, so we are going to proceed with our discussion of LD 1503. We're in the middle of a public hearing, and we will bring in Neil Goldberg next. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Glad to be back. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony today in support of LD 1503 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. This committee is obviously all aware of the harmful effects of PFAS substances. We heard about some of those today, as well as the extent to which PFAS contamination exists in Maine. And so this bill is, as I mentioned earlier, a piece in the puzzle to help remedy this problem. Widespread PFAS prohibition will be difficult to obtain, especially because of how commonplace these substances are in so many different industries and products. And so taking a piecemeal approach as proposed in this bill, beginning with, say, residential carpets, is wise. It'll allow consumers, manufacturers, municipalities, our transfer stations and waste streams time to catch up as we expand the prohibitions to other products. In the interim, it's a great idea to let DEP gather information about where PFAS exists in our waste stream and what products our citizens are consuming that have these PFAS substances. We would support, the association would support a source reduction program that's complemented with information and education, especially to our citizens, so that they know which products that are in their homes and businesses right now have these substances and what they should be doing about them. And then finally, we would like to note that the grants, to the extent they are available to municipalities for PFAS reduction, would be great, but we would also love to see the state kind of take a hand in the management of PFAS products, collection, storage, disposal, versus asking municipalities to create their own, maybe having overlapping missions or purposes. But we are in support of this legislation as whole, and hope you are as well. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goldberg. Are there any questions for Mr. Goldberg? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And Sharon Treat is next, and after Sharon Treat will be Sean Mahoney.
Okay, I think I'm all here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am Sharon Treat, and I live in Hollowell. I am senior attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1503, an act to stop PFAS pollution. As you've heard before from me, PFAS has increasingly been found to have contaminated food and farms, and IETP has been advocating for measures to investigate and remediate. Equally as important is to turn off the tap to stop PFAS at the source and hold manufacturers accountable. And this is something that this legislation will do. LD 1503 takes a reasoned, deliberate, and science-supported approach to phasing out the use of PFAS substances where their use is not essential for health, safety, or the functioning of society, and for which alternatives are reasonably available. This approach, as you've already heard today, is based on the effective example of the Montreal Protocol the international agreement to which the U.S. is a party that phases out the use of ozone-depleting chlorofluorocarbons except for essential uses. And as you've also heard, the European Union is also following this approach. And as recently as within the last couple of months, they came out with a really excellent working paper, which if you don't have it, I will send to you, looking at how this approach could be used across all PFAS contamination and products in the EU. By focusing the ban in this legislation in the first instance on carpets and fabric, the legislation targets products where PFAS is known to be present and for which there are safe alternatives. The legislation phases in the ban on PFAS on other products through rulemaking, prioritizing where the impact in terms of contamination is most likely, and that's a really important approach. And as well, the notification provisions requiring manufacturers to disclose the presence and amount of PFAS in their products are necessary, both to ensure compliance with the law, but also to inform consumers so that they can choose to avoid PFAS-containing products. I would also like to weigh in, particularly because DEP did not support it in support of the educational and financial support to Maine municipalities and companies in terms of the source reduction programs there. This program should be funded with the fees on manufacturers that are authorized in the bill. To date, Maine taxpayers and utility ratepayers have borne the brunt of the cost of dealing with this extraordinarily pervasive contaminant, and it's time for manufacturers to start paying the costs of their pollution and to help transition to a PFAS-free future. I would just mention that the program at DEP on source reduction used to be a much bigger program. And I'm not the only former legislator here to talk about their greatest hits of legislation, such as former Senator Nutting, but this is something that I was working on since the late 1980s, both as a lobbyist for NRCM and subsequently as a legislator. And I think it may be time for this committee to take a look at that program and make sure that it has the funding it needs. There is indeed an important role for the Department of Environmental Protection in working with companies to advance pollution prevention, and certainly also to get the word out to the general public, which is the only way we're going to get this stuff out of the waste stream. And one last thing I would just say, I was just reading an article today from Wisconsin, which is dealing with significant groundwater contamination. And there, the cost of just a remediation program in one community is astronomical. And they, they were talking about a plan that was like 2,500 pages to pump out groundwater and do that replacement. We can't afford that. We need to, get started right now in stopping this pollution at the source. So I hope that you will all support this legislation and get it through the legislature as well. Thanks so much.
It's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for joining us. Senator Bennett has a question.
Good to see you, Senator Treat. Nice to see you as always. Question is, what do you think the prospects are of our getting remediation from the purveyors of this poison?
Well, there's two, approaches. I mean, obviously you've been working on the, uncontrolled sites bill. So that's one approach, okay? But another is to ensure that we have funding ongoing to make sure that, going forward, that we have the opportunity to do that cleaning up as well. And then, potentially as part of the infrastructure legislation coming down from potentially Congress, we don't know, but certainly a big part of that has been focused on infrastructure that could deal with pollution and municipal systems as well. So I think that it's a whole mix of things. But one thing, if you're going to be putting a fee on these products, which I highly recommend, and it's in several different bills pending before the legislature that goes on to manufacturers' product, that right there is a huge incentive ultimately for those companies to move out of using PFAS, so that even, as the ban is being phased in, I think that those kinds of financial signals in the marketplace are really, really important, and an important part of, getting manufacturers to take responsibility for their actions.
Well, that's nice and go forward approach, but I'm concerned about like the some of the biggest companies that knew about the harm that these were causing, worked tirelessly to cover it up. And I'm wondering, you know, what you think as an attorney, our prospects might be in the state of Maine for getting getting some remediation paid for by through litigation. And in fact, you know, my understanding is from talking with folks is that one of the first things is understanding the damages that have been caused in the state of Maine, and we don't really have a good sense of that yet, right? And so it's hard to put forward a claim when we don't really, when we're still in information gathering, due diligence there. And so I'd like you to reflect on that, and also looking at the entire suite of PFAS legislation that's before this committee and others. Do you think that we, if that legislation was passed, that we'll be able to have the informational resources necessary to assess damages and ascribe them to some of the manufacturers?
Well, I think there's, you know, there's a lot to that question.
Several questions, maybe.
Yes, yeah. Here's what I would say. I mean, I think, as you know, there are like what, at least a dozen bills going through the legislature on various aspects. And I think taken together, they're a pretty comprehensive look at what needs to be done. There may be other things that aren't, you know, yet before the legislature, and no one's thought of it yet or put them in, but still, it's a really good start. And one of those has to do with what is the statute of limitations for filing these kinds of cases. How long do you have in order to bring that case? And so that's one of the pieces of legislation that is very important, that is advancing. So that's a good start. I think secondly, though, you know, there's still going to be a clock ticking on that, a 6-year statute of limitations. So a lot of the information in these kinds of cases comes out during discovery. I mean, that's when you really have the tools to be able to say, okay, you know, produce this information, or, you know, you're going to be in contempt of court. I mean, that's essentially what happens there. So that certainly is a piece of it. And I do think that there's a role for this legislation, because if this legislation, one of the problems is, you know, we heard today, Dr. Birnbaum talking about now over 9,000. I mean, when I first started working on PFAS, I thought it was like 4,000 varieties of this chemical. Now I hear there's like 92,000, you know, and it's probably going to be increasing. So part of you know, what needs to happen is getting the information from what these manufacturers are doing so that you can ultimately hold them accountable. And then secondly, as I said, you know, turn off the tap. And we just can't keep creating new versions of this pollutant to continue it on ad infinitum. And I think this is where other states and also other countries, like, or groups of countries, the European Union, are very much going in that direction as well.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, just one kind of comment here, which is that in retrospect, as a new legislator, or newly returned, I would think that this issue really begs a joint select committee of the legislature with expertise across the spectrum, from judiciary, from ENR, from HHS, ACF. There's so many different pieces of this, and I'm concerned that we have a holistic response from a policy-making point of view in the legislature. And I know this is going to continue. My guess is it's going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars, you know, for Maine communities and individuals suffering. And I think we should be highly aggressive and really look out for the public interest. And
isn't
so
that?
I'll just ask you, Senator Treat, do you think a joint select committee might be something we might want to consider?
I think it might be. It shouldn't be used to just delay action, which a lot of times these committees end up being. Totally and I know that there's at least, I mean, I've been asked to be on a stakeholder group that's involved with the University of Maine study that's going on right now, looking at disposal mechanisms. I know that one of the bills before Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry is looking at PFAS getting into or being added to pesticides. And that hasn't finally come to fruition, that bill. It's been through one work session, but part of it might end up being a study there. I think there's another study going on, actually coming out of another bill out of ag, looking at impact on agricultural crops and whether there's alternatives there. So we're already seeing some studies happening. So having some kind of organizing effort around that and seeing where the holes are, what obviously a lot is going to be happening now. I mean, most of these bills are moving pretty favorably out of committee, and that's a really exciting thing. But a lot of it is connected to work that still has to be done. And I think, it might make sense to do that. Again, if it's kind of an action-oriented thing and not just something that, kind of takes up time.
I'm happy for your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And no, you can't call yourself a new legislator, by the way. I just have to, you can't get away with that anymore.
I've been 4 months in.
Yeah, right.
Additional questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mahoney is next. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Sean Mahoney. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation, and I'm here to testify in strong support of LD 1503. I'll try and keep it short. First, thanks to Representative Gramlich for introducing this bill, as well as 1505. As the conversation that Senator Bennett was just having with Senator Treat, there's a lot of things happening in the legislature this session. I point out what came out of HHS the other day, setting a new maximum contaminant level for PFAS, for 6 classes of PFAS to 20 parts per trillion. That was a unanimous ought to pass. And will result in also the testing of all public water and school community water systems, another area where we'll be able to get more information with respect to the extent of the contamination that you've heard about today, that Dr. Birnbaum talked about eloquently. And I would adopt Senator Treat's comments about the qualities of the bill, as well as some of my colleagues at Defend Our Health will be following, I believe. I would just reply to, I was going to say before your colloquy with Senator Treat, Senator Bennett, that I, at the risk of being that lawyer where everything looks like a nail, one of the things I would say as far as a strategy that the state could consider is the same kind of strategy that states have pursued with respect to the contamination from MTBE in gasoline fuels that we looked at when we went after, when the state went after tobacco companies, and that is now taking place with some of the pharma companies with the opioid, where information about the risks was well known, but was suppressed and hidden from the public, despite the well-known public health risks associated with these forever chemicals. This bill is a really good start. It's a good follow-up to the work that was done last year with the PFAS task force, and it's a good start for getting the department both the information and some of the support that it's going to need to do this work. I would agree that I think a joint select committee has promise, as long as it doesn't slow down taking some of these first steps. And I think LD 1503 is a really good bill, and I would urge you to vote for it. And I'll end there because I know you're running behind.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Mahoney? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
Okay, thank you.
And next up is Heather Spalding, and then Ms. Graham. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, MOFGA. I prepared written remarks in support of both LD 1503 and 1505. I'll just provide some brief remarks. So much really important information has been shared before me already. We really appreciate the ongoing discussions about PFAS in the various joint standing committees in this legislature. Early in the legislative session, MOFGA has provided testimony in support of strengthening the PFAS contamination levels in drinking water, research on crops that could help with mitigation of PFAS soil contamination, changing the statute of limitations from the point of PFAS application to the point of discovery of contamination, reporting of PFAS intentionally added to consumer products, contamination of waterways and firefighting foams, and banning aerial spraying of pesticides until Maine's Board of Pesticides Control can ensure that PFAS is not present in chemicals being sprayed, as you heard from Ms. Treat. Discussions relating to that aerial spray ban are particularly disconcerting in that they show how PFAS is revealing itself in unexpected places as it leaches into products from plastic containers with fluorinated linings. These containers are used not just for toxic products like pesticides, they're used for basic necessities of life like food and personal care products. All of the bills are urgent, and the two bills before you today are no less so, as they lay out an aggressive rulemaking timeline for turning off the gushing PFAS tap, prioritizing major sources of contamination and generating reporting fees to help fund administrative work, technical assistance, and education efforts. In light of the recent information about product contamination from fluorinated containers, we urge you to require reporting on potential PFAS contamination from packaging as well. MOFGA members in thousands of homes across the state in rural, suburban, and urban areas, healthy soil, water, and air are top priorities for our members. All of them are vulnerable to the impact of PFAS, and we're growing more concerned about the specific threat of PFAS contaminated drinking water and groundwater. So we hope that these bills will pass with unanimous support so Maine can move aggressively towards safer consumer and industrial products and have the opportunity to clean up the damage already done. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Spalding. Always good to see you. Any questions? Not seeing any.
Thanks so much.
Take care. And next up is Ms. Graham. Welcome, Ms. Graham.
Okay, I guess that does it. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a family practice physician and former chief public health officer from Maine. Currently, I serve on the Public Health Committee of the Maine Medical Association, and in 2019, I represented the Maine Public Health Association on the PFAS task force. I'm here in support of LD 1503 on behalf of the MMA, which is not the Maine Municipal Association, but the Maine Medical Association and the Maine Public Health Association. As Dr. Birnbaum mentioned, there are blood tests for a number of the PFAS family members, and the blood of Americans has been tested anonymously through NHANES for more than several decades for relatively common members of the family. And the use of these particular family members has declined. And so therefore the blood levels of those family members have declined. But that hopeful information says nothing about the blood levels of other family members not tested for. Also, as mentioned, health effects have been clearly demonstrated in a general way: cancers, fertility issues, liver problems, and so forth. But unfortunately, we have no clear idea from a health perspective of what those positive tests in the general population mean for the long-term health effects on people. it seems quite unlikely that elevated PFAS blood levels mean good things. Research into the health effects of this family is just beginning. The bills that I have testified for this session on PFAS were all important, but in many ways, 1503 is the most important of them all because it is the only one that has been crafted to stop the continued distribution of these chemicals into our environment. What we need now, as others have said, is to turn off the tap. We know that people in Maine, including children, have been drinking water heavily contaminated with PFAS, and we can't say what that means for their future health. And of course, vegetables are being grown in contaminated soil and farms have been ruined. All of this is ongoing. It would be wonderful if we could stop the use of PFAS completely today, but we know that that's not feasible. Instead, LD 1503 proposes some simple, reasonable steps to move forward with eliminating the use of these chemicals. Please help us move forward with stopping PFAS contamination by supporting 1503. Thank you for your attention, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Are there any questions for Ms. Graham from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Gail Carson and then Sarah Woodbury. Welcome, Ms. Carlson.
Thank you very much. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Gail Carlson. I've testified on other PFAS bills. I teach public health courses at Colby College, and I've conducted research on environmental PFAS contamination in Maine that included likely global sources, as well as local use of fluorinated ski waxes, which have been mentioned, and which is an example of a PFAS product that's being phased out. As we know, Maine has a major PFAS contamination problem, and we're facing an enormous and costly cleanup burden. It's imperative that we minimize future PFAS contamination, and the best way to do that is to eliminate the sources of PFAS, which this bill aims to do. Maine has already taken the important step of restricting PFAS in food packaging, and now we need to take the next steps. This bill proposes to start by prohibiting the sale of carpets and fabric treatments containing PFAS, which makes a lot of sense because we know this is a significant exposure route for people. In one study, members of a family who had treated their home carpets with Scotchgard to confer stain resistance were found to have very high serum levels of the specific PFAS known to be in Scotchgard, and the levels were highest in the youngest children. There are hundreds of other uses of PFAS in consumer products, building materials, industrial processes, and other sources that end up polluting human bodies and the environment, and they must be restricted in order to prevent future contamination. This bill wisely gives Maine time to participate in efforts to identify avoidable uses of PFAS in products and benefit from growing knowledge and innovation on safer non-PFAS alternatives. A friend of mine lives in Fairfield next to the fields where sludge spreading has occurred. And not only does her well water have elevated PFAS, but so does a stream that runs along her property and even her own blood serum, which was tested by her primary care doctor. So many people are suffering in Fairfield and other towns across Maine, and we need to make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else in the future. Production, use, and disposal of PFAS-containing products leads to contamination of soils, ground and surface waters, wastewater, and sludge. And when sludge is spread on land, PFAS are mobile in soil and water, are taken up by edible crops, livestock, and other animals, and as you've heard, poison our food supply and our drinking water. Also, household uses of PFAS products can lead to contaminated dust in the house, which is ingested and inhaled, particularly by children. It also rains PFAS around the world. We cannot effectively control PFAS once they are in the environment and in our bodies. So the only way to prevent further pollution and protect our health is to stop using PFAS as much as is possible. And it was brought up, so I'll just mention there is precedent for regulating most but not all uses of a specific PFAS chemical in the international treaty called the Stockholm Convention, specifically for PFOS. Thank you. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1503. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlson? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
for your testimony and for your work. And next up is Ms. Woodbury. I think that's a different Ms. Woodbury. There's two Mrs. All right, we'll see how this goes.
Are you looking for, you thinking I'm Miss Woodbury?
Well, there's there's two people listed in the attendee space as Sarah Woodbury. So I'm just wondering if there are actually two different Sarah Woodburys.
Yes, I'm Kate Manahan. I don't even know how that became my name.
She must have given you her sign in, and so, but just fine. You can turn on your camera and introduce yourself, and we'll bring the other Sarah Woodbury in a minute, or just let her hang out there.
I was going to say I just promoted the other one as well.
Oh, there we go. So we have two. Does the real Sarah Woodbury want to go first?
Sure. That's really funny. So good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am the real Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I am here to testify in support of LD 1503. As you have heard, Maine is currently in the midst of a PFAS contamination crisis. You have all heard the story of Fred Stone and his contaminated dairy farm, as well as the Tozier farm, along with wells in Fairfield, Benton, and Unity Township, Presque Isle, Holton, and Trenton that have all been contaminated. Where does this PFAS come from? The short answer is that it comes from us. It comes from the consumer products we use that contain PFAS. When we wash clothing treated with PFAS stain treatment, some of it goes down the drain. We send PFAS containing waste to the landfill. The PFAS will enter the leachate from the landfill, which is then usually sent to local sewage treatment plants, allowing the PFAS to again enter waterways or via the sludge. Given the near indestructibility of PFAS, the only way we are going to keep them out of our environment is if we eliminate all currently unavoidable uses of this toxic chemical. While most uses of PFAS can be readily replaced with safer substitutes, we recognize that there are some critical uses where there is not currently an alternative for the use of PFAS. Undoubtedly, industry representatives will highlight to you the use of PFAS in medical devices and in advanced electronics like batteries and solar panels. It is important to remember that LD 1503 provides a mechanism for these uses to continue. LD 1503 requires manufacturers to report PFAS use to DEP. This is a critical component of providing DEP with the information necessary to be able to determine sources and volumes of PFAS. DEP currently has no program in place for this type of disclosure, so the bill allows the DEP to collect a reporting fee from manufacturers that can then be used to run the disclosure program, and with any leftover funding, provide money and grants to impacted municipalities for pollution prevention efforts related. The regulated community is increasingly seeing the writing on the wall and starting to take action nationally. As further detailed in the fact sheet attached to this testimony, the nation's largest home improvement retailers, Lowe's and Home Depot, have both stopped selling carpets and rugs with PFAS. In other product categories, IKEA eliminated PFAS in all its textiles back in 2016. Staples and Office Depot have committed to eliminating PFAS in their office products, and REI has committed to eliminate them from ski wax and fabric coatings by 2023. And Keen has is committed to eliminating them by 2025. The reality is that alternatives to the use of PFAS are plentiful and widely available, as demonstrated by these major manufacturers and retailers taking action to eliminate these toxic chemicals. While we applaud the voluntary actions, ultimately where you shop should not determine the toxics you are exposed to. If we want to prevent further situations like Fred Stone's or what happened in Fairfield and eliminate PFAS exposure from the environment, we must implement public policy to make these requirements universal. Therefore, Defend Our Health urges you to vote unanimously ought to pass on 1503. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Woodbury. Any questions? All right, not seeing any. Ms. Manahan, you're up next.
It says it's unable to start my video, so you can just imagine. Oh, here we go, start my video.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you all so much. I'm really impressed by the amount of information coming at you, and thank you very much for bringing this, Representative Gramlich, and for all of you focused so big on this topic. I'm kind of patient zero. I lived in Fairfield in the 90s where I was pregnant and had my first child. And I live in Kennebunk now, which is next door to Arundel. We were drinking PFAS water for a number of years while I was raising my children. And I'm profoundly struck by how impossible it is to protect yourself as a citizen. I think we all know that. We're all patient zero, by the way. There's just no getting away from this. There's no getting it out. I grew up on a farm that was crop dusted. Why do I have really high cholesterol? You should see what I eat. It's not from that. And PFAS is known to create high cholesterol. So I'm also a licensed clinical social worker, and I worked with children for years. And I was appalled by how unhealthy they were and how much sickness, how much autism spectrum disorder, how much ADHD, anxiety, depression. It's almost a given. It's so big. And I kept going upstream. They say they're throwing the babies in the water upstream. You want to go figure out who's throwing the babies in the water and stop them. That's like turning this faucet off for PFAS. I heard Representative Hanley ask, how do I talk to my constituents about this? Have them watch Dark Waters. Dark Waters is a movie with Mark Ruffalo, or have them read or listen to as a book on tape, the book written by the lawyer Rob Bilott, which is all about that class action lawsuit where the people won against 3M and DuPont. Or have them read Countdown by Shanna Swan. I'm just struck by the fact that this affects our reproductive fertility. This is an endocrine disruptor. And when they say that, I'm not talking about 25-year-old women who are having a hard time getting pregnant. I'm talking about the human race reproducing. It's a really big deal. It's men, it's women. Our national reproductive rate goes down 1% a year, our fertility. So this affects our thyroid function, low birth weights, testicular cancer, compromised immune systems. And it's just a no-brainer. This is the most important thing. Someone said to me the other day, what's the most important thing to you? What would you do if you could change one thing? I'm like, chemicals. Get them out. We're going down. And it sounds so dark because it is. It's so dark. And you all have the power here to really make a difference. And you did on the water, or the other committee did on the water last week. And if we could just bundle up all these PFAS chemicals and do what we can to limit our exposure in the future, I would be so grateful for myself, for my family. Yeah, it's pretty weird to be a mom and you're not able to protect your kids because we have a lot of weird health issues in my family. But for your families, for all of our families, for the families that are coming in several generations, this stuff we pass on and it bioaccumulates and we pass on more. We're going to see more and more problems. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony and for hearing all this amazing testimony and doing the work you're doing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manahan, for joining us. Senator Bennett has a question for you.
Thank you. That was very moving testimony, and I appreciate it. I asked this question of another witness on another bill relating to PFAS, and I think it's a good question for you because you're thinking big thoughts about chemicals. Silent Spring was written nearly 60 years ago, and since then we just keep on and on, a new generation of chemicals, and we just don't seem to have a system that allows for their safe introduction. We're constantly finding after the fact but all these damages, all these health issues, all this corrosive impact in our world. What do you think we should be doing about it? Bigger picture as policymakers.
Wow, I love that question. I think we have to sacrifice convenience. I think we have to be willing to, and maybe you don't get the choice. Maybe the leaders lead and they say, no more. We're not, even if we don't have another idea, let's just not produce this shit. It's going to ruin humans. And if you're not a human person, it's ruining the animals too. Just stop it. I think we have to stop it. The chemical companies just rename themselves and keep going. And we take the BPA out and we put in BPB, BPC, BP, they're all the same. We have to stop. We have to stop buying things with, the convenience. It's plastic.
Is there a way to test chemicals effectively before their introduction? I mean, the problem is that as another person said, you don't want to test, you don't want to do like a controlled study where you're administering potentially dangerous chemicals to a control group or to a group and then have a control group. But I mean,
Yeah.
Is there a way to do that?
I think Senator Bennett has to be legislated in this country. We don't have to prove that chemicals are safe prior to using them. We only test them once they're on the market, which is disgusting. I don't know whoever passed that. They should be incarcerated. A baby is born with something like 108 chemicals in their umbilical cord, blood. They're sick before they start. And we're just going to test on us. I think that totally is policy at the top. Test before we use. Other countries do it. Your EU does it.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Ms. Manahan? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good luck with your process here.
Thank you. And next up is Mr. Rossi.
Good afternoon, Chair Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Mark Rossi. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Production Action, and we're a national nonprofit organization, and I'm calling in today from Andover, Maine, in the western part of the state. Clean Production Action testifies in support of LD 1503, and you've heard a lot of information along the way today. And I just want to highlight a couple of things. One is, I really let the comprehensive structure of the bill is quite impressive, of identifying where PFAS are used, which is a huge gap in our knowledge, setting a timeline for industry, providing action, and then supporting the use of safer alternatives. And just by the way, on Clean Production Action, we work a lot with companies, governments, in terms of identifying safer alternatives to chemicals of concern. So, or companies that have used our tools to identify safer alternatives include Apple and HP in the electronics sector, Levi's and H&M in the apparel sector, as well as Walmart and others in the retail sector. Additionally, states, including Maine, Washington State, and California have used our tools to identify safer alternatives. And one thing I just want to flag here in the bill, and that is really important, is the setting of the goal of a timeline that by 2030, there will be a phase out, a sunsetting of the use of PFAS chemicals in the state of Maine, so that this way that gives companies plenty of time to identify that there are these chemicals of concern, and the state is moving on the pathway to eliminating them. So I think that that's a really important piece of the legislation, is signaling to the market where the state is going. I also think that it provides the opportunity for the state to be working with other states in this area and prioritizing end uses to move ahead of that timeline. It was already prior noted the many different companies that have already made commitments to eliminating PFAS. And I think that what that really speaks to is that this is a significant issue for these companies. They don't want to have the chemicals in their products, and they're working to eliminate them. And where you see that is, companies that are closest to the consumer, right? So we see the retailers that are moving away from these chemicals and putting that pressure upstream to the manufacturers to create alternative chemistries. And so we're seeing these alternative chemistries emerge in all the different areas already noted: carpets, apparel, food packaging, furniture. And I see the development of new green and safer chemicals coming, and that this legislation will help to accelerate that movement. So I'll just close there. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and glad that you're supporting your LD 1503 to eliminate PFAS in Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator Brenner, and thank you, Dr. Rossi, for being here with us today. So as you were working with these companies and these manufacturers, how are they responding to the news about the PFAS contamination? So do they change their practices? Are they looking for alternatives? I mean, I know we've already seen some companies who've already done this, but the ones that haven't yet, what do you see? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yes. Well, what I see happening is there's a process in organizations to take action, right? And so that this first level is awareness. Is this an issue that I need to take action on, and who am I hearing from? So they're scanning both the regulatory environment and they're hearing from customers. So that combination of this type of legislation in Maine, as well as what they're hearing from consumers, that can be individuals, that can be retailers, that can be healthcare organizations. And once that happens, then they need to do this process, just like you're saying, is, well, where are these PFAS chemicals in our products, in our manufacturing operations? So they are very much oftentimes in the dark. They don't know exactly the chemicals in their products. So as you sit around your desk, your chair, your laptop, your keyboard, your monitor, these companies are now just starting to say, okay, well, where are the PFAS chemicals? And then they go and work with their suppliers to eliminate them. And that's why that timeline is really important, because they have to have the time to identify the chemicals, identify the alternatives, and evaluate the alternatives. But we're seeing a lot of new chemistries coming on the market and new materials happening quickly. And it's legislation like this that helps accelerate that movement in the companies.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so, Dr. Rossi, there are alternatives available. It's sounding like, are they readily available? Are they in all different product categories? I'm sure we're going to hear the flip side of this is that, companies and manufacturers have to use PFAS because there's nothing else to use. So I'd like to just hear what there is available to use. Thanks.
Yeah, it definitely will vary depending on the product category. But like if we take food packaging, there's alternative materials on the market today that are used by the vast majority of companies. So you don't need it, right? You don't need it in food, like takeout food serviceware, for example. So that's a case where there's readily available alternatives. I'll speak to firefighting foam later today on 1505. Apparel and textiles, there are alternatives on the market. Columbia Sportswear, REI was mentioned earlier. So there are alternatives on the market. There's the question that's going to come up is the performance of the alternatives. And I think a critical question in this case is not that, is there an alternative on the market that performs exactly the way PFAS does, because that's very hard to do, but is there an alternative on the market that is sufficient to the needs of the customer? And that's the critical difference where we see a lot of organizations can make that substitution because the alternative is sufficient for what they need. Is the performance the exact level of performance to PFAS? In many cases, that exactness is going to be challenging to make. But that shouldn't be the reason to not substitute. We know that we can get sufficient performance, right? We can have our rainwear and it meets the performance in 99% of the cases, right? And so there might be those cases that are 1% where you need to continue using it, where the substitutes are currently unavoidable, but we want to keep incentivizing innovation in the marketplace to find those alternatives.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for Dr. Rossi? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate
Thank you.
Your time. Jennifer Armstrong is our next guest. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony today in support of LD 1503. My name is Jennifer Armstrong, and I'm presenting to you today as a concerned small business owner who produces products in Maine. It's been at the top of our company's priority list. Products that are non-toxic and non-harmful to our valued customers. I strongly believe that it's the responsibility of producers to protect the citizens of our state, our country, and world. As you all have been informed through past testimony on PFAS, these forever chemicals are highly toxic, contaminate our environment, and threaten. As business owners, it may often be challenging to make innovative, responsible decisions on behalf of the public good without solid, thoughtful legislation such as this to alternative harmful practices. Much work has been done recently to develop and distribute more healthy alternatives to PFAS. With a positive change in the production of alternative non-toxic substances through focused research and development of individual companies and entire industries. It can be done. When we began our knitwear business, Jack Designs, over 20 years ago, we made a commitment to make socially responsible and environmentally sustainable aspects of our business. For us, this meant choosing to use only organic and natural yarns and trying to source supplies and materials locally to reduce pesticides and transportation emissions and impact. For example, because cotton production is one of the most damaging crops due to enormous pesticide use, we only organic cotton, though it costs more. In the very beginning, we used a processed viscose yarn, which is a regenerated cellulose fiber. Product, but our least safely produced yarn. We agreed to take a big risk and find a healthier alternative. In turn, we were able to source a great yarn made in the United States. It's definitely a process, and every business can start protecting their customers today with the help of legislation such as this. I urge you to consider the present and long-term effects of your support of this bold and timely legislation. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you. It's not really a question. I just want to say thank you, Jennifer, for being here with us today and for doing what you can to find safer alternatives. That's really great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Armstrong, for being here. So you think you'll be able to find alternatives for the price point that you'll be able to offer to your customers, something that's close in price. Is that possible? I hope so.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think at first it's daunting when you assume that the alternatives out there are going to be more costly. But really, without the impetus, you don't know what's out there and what's available. And we have, through our processes, we've been able to find a compatible price on different yarns. And like Dr. Rossi was mentioning earlier, I am so hopeful about the alternatives for companies if they just have the time and will to do a little research and find those alternatives.
So we can look at being driven by the necessity of finding these alternatives, the prices will come down. Is that correct?
Well, that's how I see it. I feel like these alternatives are not going to be developed legislative push entire industries in that direction. And as it goes, the more that are out there, the more people that see it's a viable business option for them to produce these options. Obviously, the price will fall and be compatible with the more harmful products that are out there today.
Representative Ziegler, did you have a follow-up?
I don't. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Ms. Armstrong from the committee? All right, thank you for joining us. So,
thanks for your hard work.
At this point, I don't see any more hands up for folks here to speak in favor of the legislation. If you are here to speak in favor, if you could raise your hand. We'll bring over Tim Wade, then Abby Fleisch, and then Henry Ingerwisen. Welcome, Mr. Wade.
Hi. I can't start my video. The host has stopped it, but I am here.
I can help you with that. I think we had a mix-up before. My apologies about that.
Yeah, I got promoted and then demoted. Okay, I'm going to try and make this brief because I have a commitment at just after 2 o'clock, so that'll be in both of our best interests. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee, my name is Tim Wade. I am with the Maine Water Environment Association, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide following testimony in support of LD 1503. I am also supportive of LD 1505, but don't think I will be able to comment on that today. I did want to let you know that I will be available for work sessions on both bills if necessary. As I've discussed earlier, the Maine Water Environment Association represents wastewater treatment plant operators, sewer collection system operators, and other consultants, vendors, engineers that work in the wastewater systems. Previously, MWEA submitted testimony in support of LD 960, a singular bill that combined the intent of both LD 1503 and LD 1505. We continue to support that bill, but are also supportive of these bills in that they put more responsibility back on the sources of PFAS polluters. LD 1503 phases out all but unavoidable uses of PFAS as designated by the DEP in products by 2030 and creates a framework for a funding source for cleanup through the wallets of those that have profited through their use in lieu of the ratepayers and taxpayers. LD 1505 directly prohibits the, I'm sorry, I had combined testimony here. We think that both these bills make a lot of sense. And if choosing between 960 or 1503, 1505, we do prefer the language in 1503 and 1505 over 960. I do have some specific concerns on 1505 regarding the effectiveness of alternative AFFF. I won't get into those now, but like I said, would be happy to in a work session. But it is important to be aware that we are discussing substituting, as Mr. Bennett pointed out, I believe, substituting a known set of dangerous compounds with other substances that we may not yet be aware of their safety or long-term effects on human health or the environment. So as you continue to discuss this legislation, please be cautious of the unintended consequences if the process proceeds too quickly to allow for a sustainable solution. The long-standing practices in use, whether effective firefighting or biosolids management, require careful consideration for sustainable solutions moving forward. LD 1503, 1505, and 960 are all great steps in the right direction. MWEA supports them all. These bills help to ensure that the public and the system operators have the information needed to make well-informed choices and responses to help protect public and environmental health. We strongly urge the Environment and Natural Resource Committee vote ought to pass on both LD 1503 and 1505 or LD 960, but whichever direction the committee takes, we respectfully request consideration of the sustainability of the regulations and how they impact public service utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade, for joining us again today. Any questions for Mr. Wade? All right, not seeing any. I think we've gotten you through with 1 minute to spare until your 2 o'clock obligation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Next up is Abby Fleisch. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you see and hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Abby Fleisch. I'm a pediatric and I lead research on the health.
Abby,
yeah.
I'm gonna stop you for just a second and maybe have you turn your video off because I think that your audio is getting a little bit pixelated as a result of maybe not a great connection.
I think so too, not a problem. I live and practice in Portland, Maine, and I lead research on the health effects of environmental exposures, including PFAS. I was recently awarded a $2.2 million grant from the National Institutes of Health to study the role of PFAS exposure on fat and bone in adolescents. And I'm here representing the Maine American Academy of Pediatrics to testify in support of LD 1503. I know you've already heard about the sources of PFAS and how PFAS persist in the environment and in our bodies. So during this testimony, I just wanted to add more about the research on health effects of exposures to these chemicals. In my research, we've used data from the Diabetes Prevention Program to look at health effects of PFAS exposure in adults. This study was remarkable because it was a large study of about 1,000 adults at risk for diabetes who were followed over 15 years, and we looked at a number of different PFAS. Adults with higher PFAS levels at the beginning of the study had greater weight gain, risk of diabetes, and risk of high cholesterol over the follow-up. I also study health effects of PFAS exposures in a longitudinal study called Project Viva. Project Viva studies about 2,000 pregnant women and their children. We found that mothers with higher PFAS in early pregnancy had greater weight gain during the pregnancy and weight retention by 3 years postpartum. And in their children, the children in Project Viva, we found no consistent evidence of harmful effects of PFAS exposure on diabetes risk or cholesterol. However, greater PFAS exposure was associated with adverse changes in body composition, including lower bone mineral density. And other researchers have consistently found PFAS exposure in childhood to be associated with other markers of poor health, like lower immune function. So I'm in support of LD 1503 because I recognize the importance of phasing out PFAS and innovating safe replacement compounds. Research suggests that exposures to PFAS have potential to impact human health. So removing these chemicals from carpets and furniture is an important first step. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Flesch? I have one for you. So you present an incredibly compelling case for adverse health outcomes as a result of exposure to PFAS. And I'm wondering if you could answer a question that was asked earlier by Representative Hanley about how one might speak to their constituents or their caucus, their political caucus about this legislation and why it's important. How would they convince their...
Are you referring to the question about causality, where it came up about the randomized controlled trials?
Yeah, I'd like to hear how you would convince a constituency or a caucus.
Yeah, I think that there's clear evidence in rodent models where when we give PFAS to rodents like mice or rats and in other animal species, there's evidence of adverse health effects. And then the best way to conduct these studies in humans is to look at observational studies of people who've been exposed to varying levels of PFAS, for example, at baseline, and then we look at how their health changes over time. And I think that there have been not just my own research, but research from many people combined, showing that that adults and kids with higher levels of PFAS exposure experience a variety of these adverse health effects over time. So I think that the combination of the animal data and then some consistent studies in humans, and particularly, I know this has been discussed, but kidney and testicular cancer changes in cholesterol in adults and changes in thyroid function and immune function are some of the main health outcomes that have been showed repeatedly. And that's those are the data that I would point to as compared to just anecdotal experience.
Thank you. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Dr. Fleisch, if we succeed in passing these bills and others that are before us in the legislature, and we can eliminate some of the sources of this PFAS contamination, I mean, I think sometimes it's helpful, as Representative Hanley's question kind of alludes to talk to people with it's just not a totally dire situation. But if we can eliminate these things, are there ways that we can say to people, look, we eliminate these, and there are ways that even though these are forever chemicals, that we can help our bodies to recover from the contamination? Are there ways that you can get these chemicals out of your body?
I don't think that there's any known way to, once someone's exposed to PFAS, there isn't a way to remove the PFAS. But I feel like eliminating the production of these chemicals is the first step to help our children and our grandchildren and generations for years to come. I think that PFAS are persistent in the environment. They persist for decades, but if we can stop the production now, that will only be helpful. I think if we don't stop the production, then the exposure to these chemicals will continue to exponentially increase. And I think that the other key piece is to work on innovating safe replacements and ones that may have some of these same steam resistant, for example, qualities, but not the health effects.
Thank you. And it's similar to lead poisoning where it's a cumulative effect. Is that correct?
That's a good question. Yes, like to my knowledge, in the studies that I've conducted, we've always found the associations of PFAS and health effects to be what we would call linear. So there isn't like a threshold above which there's an increase in the health effects.
Any other questions for Dr. Flesch? Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
And next up, Henry Ingerwison. Can you tell me how to say your last name?
Sure. It's Ingwerson.
Ingwerson.
Yes.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, everybody. You're working so hard. I'm so respectful of all of you, and it's good to see you. Good to see you, those of you that I know. My name is Henry Ingwerson. I live in Arundel, Maine. I'm testifying in support of LD 1503. I'm a former Maine legislator. I'm on the board of directors of the Arundel Conservation Trust, as well as at Defend Our Health. And I'm a beekeeper and a grandfather of a huge number of grandchildren, which is wonderful. PFAS, as you know, are aptly called forever chemicals because of their combined and pernicious ability to both biopersist, which is to not break down, and to bioaccumulate, build up in concentration. And both of those have bio in front of them because they persist and build up in concentration in living organisms, including human beings, which is relatively scary because now the research has shown more and more that PFAS pose significant health risks, particularly to pregnant women, children. PFAS increase the risk of certain cancers. They interfere with the immune system responses and can lower a woman's chance of getting pregnant and are associated with different neurodevelopmental issues. As you all know, we're just beginning to get a sense of how frighteningly widespread PFAS is likely in Maine. There's some great bills out there this session that are dealing mostly with the identification of where PFAS is located and ways to mitigate and control it. This bill is unique and very important, which is why I'm testifying, because it does so from the front end and the source of prevention. One of the things that's frustrating as a consumer for many of us in Maine is we see all this happening around us and we don't know what to do about it. So LD 1503 does a couple of things that really help empower me as a consumer. It requires manufacturers to disclose the use of PFAS. Mainers currently have no choice whether we want this stuff at our house, on our rugs, in our cookware, on our clothing, in our food, in our water. We don't have a choice. So as consumers, it's currently impossible for us to shop our way out of this problem because we don't know what products have PFAS in them. By requiring manufacturers to disclose PFAS in their products, this bill empowers consumers to decide whether or not we even want this stuff if we have other choices. And I know, as you do, that most Mainers would rather choose a different, safer alternative product if it were available. The other thing LD 1503 does is it begins to phase out the use of PFAS in non-essential products by banning the use of PFAS in carpets, rugs, and fabric treatments in the next 2 years, something that major manufacturers have already done and are beginning to do. If you pass this bill, it will also grant authority with the DEP to ban the use of PFAS in other products where alternatives are available. Effective in 2030, this bill prohibits the sale of products containing intentionally added PFAS unless the DEP has specifically designated the use as currently unavoidable. I just happen to live 2 miles down the road from Stone Ridge Farm in Arundel, which you all have heard about by now. And I can tell you, many of us down here in the community, we're worried, we're frightened. Some of us have had our water tested. We don't want this poison in our homes. We don't want it in our gardens, and we don't want it in our water. LD 1503 empowers us as consumers to protect our water and our land so that hopefully my many, many grandchildren, or maybe my grandchildren's children, can begin to live in a safer world. So I thank you all for your hard work. I don't think in the thick of it all, you realize how hard you are working and how much respect you're garnering from the people of Maine. So thanks so much, everybody, and keep it up. I hope you support this bill.
Thank you so much for that. Bramlett has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize as the bill sponsor, I'm not supposed to be necessarily directing questions, but I just did want to say publicly my gratitude for Mr. Ingerson to come and speak, having had lived experience with his neighborhood and PFAS. And it's just so wonderful to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, and it's really good to see you as well. And thanks for carrying the torch, as many others have on this.
You're getting a lot of waves from Zoom squares. Senator Bennett has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Ingerson, for your testimony. To the extent you can you tell us how the Stones are doing? I haven't heard anything recently in the news, but read the articles that have appeared, and just concerned about seeing how they're doing.
I saw Fred today. I took a LD 1600 over to him, so I think you guys will be seeing him on Friday. He's hopefully will testify. He and Laura and the family are doing well. They have no choice but to carry on. They're dealing with a complete disaster over there. They're not able to sell their milk. Financially, they continue to struggle, but they're getting a lot of support from some folks in their community and their church as well. But it's tough. It's tough. They really don't have much else that they can rely on at this point. I think these bills are going to help, particularly the statute of limitations bill that we talked about earlier will at least allow Fred and his farm to have their fair day in court to figure out if maybe there's any possibility of some kind of redress. They've got huge high levels of PFAS, not only in their cows and their milk, in their hay, in their manure, but also in their own blood. So they're struggling with various health issues that may or may not have to do with this. So, but they're trying to keep their chins up. So,
thank you, and they're in my thoughts and prayers.
Okay, thanks, Richard.
Mr. Ingerson, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you worry at all that farmers will be reluctant to test their soils, crops, or products as a result of the stories around the farming situations for the Stones and the farmers in Fairfield?
I do. I think they would rather turn the other way. I know Fred and I spoke when I first met him 2 or 3 years ago about that very issue, because he knows of many farms in the area which he actually helped spread this stuff on. And most of them don't understand why he even came forward if, he really didn't have a choice. But given what the repercussions are, there's nowhere for him to turn. Nobody's helping him out with the federal government, the state government financially. And so it's either ignore it, and hopefully it's not on my farm. And so I think it's going to be a problem because we currently don't have a way for people to seek redress for this. So, they would rather see it go away and not even know if it's on their farm. Plenty of people would. So I think it's tough, but I think all of these bills take little steps to help in that regard.
Do you have any information, or or maybe we could get something for the work session, but farms that have spread biosolids, do we have records of those farms?
The DEP keeps some records, although they're a little bit confusing. So I think the Department of Environmental Protection has I know anybody that's had biosolids spread in any way from any of the sewer districts and the industrial spreading, there's had to be a record of that, and the DEP is beginning to collate that, and they have started collating that.
Do we know what year they started keeping those records?
No, I don't know what year they started keeping those records. Yeah.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thanks for your service. All right, are there any other folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation? You'll want to raise your little yellow hand. Okay, folks that are here to speak in opposition to the legislation. All right, we'll go with Mr. McGallery first, and then Mr. Stantist. Welcome.
Hi, Chairman Brenner, Chairman Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Brian McAlery, and I'm the Vice President of New Business Development and also for the technical paper sales for Twin Rivers Paper Company. We're headquartered in Madawaska, Maine, and I'm a third generation with this company. I grew up in Madawaska. And I'm before you today in opposition of LD 1503, an act to stop PFAS and also some of the other substances. Twin Rivers Paper Company, headquartered in Madawaska, Maine, is an integrated specialty paper company that produces specialty packaging, label, publishing, and technical specialty papers, as well as dimensional lumber. And we're targeting manufacturing capabilities to specific market segments. The Madawaska mill combines manufacturing flexibility, product development expertise with a strong service platform to deliver innovative products that drive our continued success in Madawaska. As one of the largest employers in Aroostook County with over 400 employees, the mill is a key cornerstone for the economy in that part of the state. Twin Rivers recognizes the challenges that PFAS contamination has presented in Maine, both for the health and safety of the Maine citizens and for the Department of Environmental Protection, which is seeking to be responsive to citizens and legislators' concerns. For this reason, Twin Rivers supports reasonable proposals being made at the federal level related to PFAS reporting and the phase out of certain PFAS containing products. We do not support an immediate ban on any and all products containing intentionally added PFAS, but rather endorse a more measured and phased approach. And here's the critical part. Twin Rivers' primary concern with LD 1503 is with respect to the products containing PFAS other than carpet, rugs, and fabric treatments. Specifically, we are concerned with the proposed language in the bill found on page 2, line 34 of the bill. And this section would allow the DEP to identify categories of products containing intentionally added PFAS and to implement a ban on the sale, offer, or distribution of those products. And the key issue here for the group is there's no date provided in the bill which puts that ban into effect. Twin Rivers therefore assumes that if LD 1503 is enacted, a ban on any and all PFAS containing products could be implemented as soon as the law is effective, and a rulemaking process can begin conducted accordingly. The bill further proposes that the rulemaking be routine, technical, which would not provide the legislature any chance to further review the proposed ban. This bill introduces an unpredictability in managing the phase out of products containing PFAS that could be extremely problematic for Twin Rivers and other manufacturers as we work closely with the federal government to that end. More specifically, with regard to Twin Rivers, we've got a large business in quick service restaurant and food products. Nearly half our production of Maine is built on food packaging grades, some using this PFAS chemistry. The FDA has recently taken action to require a phase out of PFAS in food packaging products by December 31st, 2023, which we are in the process of working with. Twin Rivers is committed to finding an innovative solutions to replace PFAS and its food packaging products over the next 2 years, according to the EPA guidelines. And as we work towards this, we're using the next 2 years to make sure that we have sustainable replacement products, available raw materials, and scale-up timelines to meet customers' expectations. Replacing PFAS in our food packaging products by December 31st, 2023 will not be easy, quick, or an inexpensive process. Twin Rivers is committed to meeting the challenges, but needs the time, the runway to do it effectively. For these reasons, Twin Rivers is concerned that the proposal to allow a ban on PFAS-containing products effective as early as 2021 will negatively impact Twin Rivers' ability to continue and maintain business operations in Madawaska. Twin Rivers urges the committee to consider other options for evaluating the state's PFAS risk and protecting Maine consumers. Specifically, we ask the committee to work with existing federal EPA and FDA standards when considering a ban on PFAS-containing products to ensure the Maine manufacturers have consistency, predictability with respect to the important new regulatory landscape. We respectfully ask the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1503 and welcome the opportunity to further discuss this important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McElroy. I have a question for you. Does it ever give you pause, given all the health risks listed for humans exposed to PFAS, when you unwrap your burger at McDonald's or wherever you're selling your wrappers? Do you take pause in the exposure personally?
Chairman Brenner, I think that's one of the reasons why our company is being very proactive to move away from PFAS. Not me personally, but the company as a whole has been at it for 8 years to try to find suitable substitutes. Earlier today, Dr. Birnbaum and also Dr. Rossi talked about this transition and also some of the testing that's taking place. And our company is indeed doing current testing on these products to ensure that we're doing the best thing possible, not only for employees, but also for the community of Madawaska, which we think is very important.
I believe DuPont was doing that testing too, and that didn't seem to really work for Teflon.
For DuPont, you're correct, but if you take a look at an example with 3M was one of the first companies to move away from some of these forever chemicals, and they voluntarily moved out of those products in the early 90s as a result. So I think there's a kind of a number of different examples that can be used in industry, both good and bad, that have been used on some of these types of products.
I believe Senator Bennett has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McElroy, you seem to have immense confidence in the federal government. It was the EPA, though, itself that was complicit in smothering information down in West Virginia about the harmful effects of PFAS in water supplies. How do you possibly justify your confidence in the federal government to the extent that this committee and all of us legislators who are sworn to protect the people of Maine should turn over our sacred duties to a federal government which has proven itself incompetent, if not cooperative, in covering up the effect of this dangerous chemical set?
Senator, I think that's a great question. As we talked about earlier, there's been a move afoot by our company over a number of years to work on finding safer alternatives to these chemicals. And there's no question we've been involved with some of the challenges. We actually sell product into the European market, which right now are required to have PFAS-free products in the quick service restaurant market. So we've been very assertive and very aggressive to come up with alternatives for these products.
But my question was relating to your confidence in federal action. You're basically telling us, oh, don't worry, the feds have it covered, and you think that that's sufficient. And I'm challenging you to let me know if you really, do you really believe that the federal government is competent, given its history in this issue, for us to turn over our responsibilities?
It's a combination situation, Senator, because you have the major chemical companies that have already agreed to move away from these type of chemicals by December of 2023. So from a standpoint of just fact base, by 2023, our company will not be able to buy these chemicals anyway. So despite whether you believe in the federal government or not, there's already a move afoot by business to move out from underneath these chemicals by that date.
Representative Hanley has a question.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. McElhaney, for your testimony. Would your position be changed if the effective date of identifying products was changed or put in there?
On that specific section, Representative Hanley? Yes, I think our position would change if the language were changed on that specific section, sir.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're moving that way anyway from what you're saying, but your concern was there was no date of implementation, right?
That's correct.
So that maybe that change can be part of our discussion in the work session.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I get this right, you're saying by 2023, you think you could phase PFAS out of your product line?
Chairman Brenner, we're going to be pushed to do that anyway. In this country, these major chemicals will not be available. They will not be in production. So if Twin Rivers does not find an alternative by that time frame, we're going to have some problems commercially to be able to participate in some of these markets. I'm sure you're going to hear testimony from some other people in manufacturing and some of the chemical companies, but as I mentioned to Senator Bennett, there's a move afoot with support, obviously, from the federal government, but our chemical companies and vendors are moving in that direction anyway. The concern for Twin was really that issue with no date in the bill to be able to move forward.
Well, we could probably fix it.
Just to finish up on your question, we are commercially selling PFAS-free product in the market. Some of the challenges that we have as a company are we had to retrofit existing equipment at a cost of millions of dollars to be able to do that. And then as Dr. Rossi mentioned earlier, there's some different sensitivities depending on the end product that's used and some of the requirements for those products to be able to participate fully.
Well, I guess your owners are what, Atlas Holdings and Blue Wolf? Yeah,
correct.
It sounds like they're committed to the investment in a sustainable Maine future.
Yes, thank you for that.
Senator Bennett? You're muted, Senator.
Caught red-handed. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McAlery. I wonder, do you worry about your company's culpability or liabilities with respect to some of the products that you're making, and how much responsibility do you think you can shed back upstream to the PFAS manufacturers who have been obscuring and obfuscating the dangers of this chemical if you're confronted with such litigation?
I think that probably to answer your question more generally, there's just been a move afoot really from the consumer back to manufacturing, that there's I would almost call it a chain of custody back to the manufacturers. So yes, there's definitely some concern about that, which is why we've been trying to move away from some of these chemicals, not just PFAS, but there are other chemicals that we haven't talked about. We've been concerned, obviously, really for twofold. You've got your employees, number one. Two, you've got the communities where we have our operations. But a lot of these products, as you mentioned, end up in final consumer products. And obviously, as a manufacturer, we take that very seriously. We're not sure how it's going to play out, but at least from our standpoint, we're trying to make the move as quickly as possible to direct traffic ourselves as opposed to being pushed to do it.
But more specifically, what are you doing to mitigate the downsides of litigation and hold the folks that are supplying you the chemicals accountable?
I wish I had a better answer for you, Senator, but I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes within our company.
Would you please check on that? And to the extent you could, I know that, you know, it might be sensitive, but to the extent you can shed some light on that for our work session, maybe it would be really interesting to know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate you answering all of our questions and your patience with us. Thank you.
You're
Are there
welcome.
any more questions?
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right, not seeing any. Let's see. We have another hand up, Gary Stantis. And if you're here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could make sure to raise your hand so we know who's in the queue. Welcome, Mr. Stantis.
Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resource Committee. I'm Gary Stantis, and I represent Daikin America, and I'm speaking against LD 1503 as currently worded. I'm an engineer, and I've worked in the floral materials industry most of my career. My mother's family was born in Brewer, Maine, and they operated the Bonton Ferry on the Penobscot River, and I've been coming to Maine most of my life. And I look forward today to talking to you about what I consider to be a balanced position in your decision making. PFAS are an extremely broad class of materials. It is misleading for the state legislatures to be informed that they all have similar risk. It would be like saying that because lead and mercury are dangerous, that all metals should not be used. In fact, many FDA-approved drugs and drug therapies are PFAS or contain PFAS and improve and save lives. So to claim that all PFAS cause human harm, I believe is inaccurate. One class of PFAS is plastics and rubbers that contain fluorine, which is also referred to as fluoropolymers. These products are used in applications that require extreme safety and purity and are chosen for that reason. Medical implants such as pacemakers, arterial grafts, and artificial joints are often made with fluoropolymers. Medical devices, fluoropolymer catheters that enable minimally invasive surgeries, for example. Pharmaceutical packaging for purity, moisture, and oxygen permeation resistance. This includes technologies for manufacturing and distribution of some COVID vaccines. They're also used in semiconductor manufacture where, believe it or not, even higher purities in medical applications are needed. And then there are polymeric fluorocoatings that are used in medical protective fabrics such as drapes and gowns, emergency gear, and professional clothing and accessories. Fluoropolymers are used as critical components in all automobiles. They are necessary to reduce fuel emissions to near zero levels in today's internal combustion engines. They are also a critical component of lithium-ion batteries used in fuel cells for electric vehicles. Fluoropolymers, wire, and cabling are standard in all military and commercial aircraft for performance and safety. Fluoropolymers are required for 5G cellular communications as part of printed circuit boards, wire and cables, and other 5G antenna systems. The conclusion is that you're trying to regulate an entire class of materials that have a huge difference in form. Some are gases, some are liquids, some are solids, and they have a very large difference in safety and risk characteristics. And they're used in almost every major industry: medical, pharmaceutical, aerospace, automotive, oil and gas, semiconductor, and electronics. And they impart not just critical importance, but also safety and sustainability characteristics. And it will be very daunting to take that broad of a category, and an expensive effort to take that broad of a category, in order to be successful in what you're trying to achieve without also being counterproductive to places where they're beneficial for health, safety, and sustainability. So really, I just want to offer my experience and my company's experience to provide balance to the discussion, not to say that working on what you're working on is not important work, but just how to effectively do it and focus on the right things and minimize damage in areas where these materials are important. Thank you.
Representative Ziegler has a question.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for being here this afternoon. in the bill, did you notice that there are exemptions that are granted for products that have to use PFAS, and that I think you're making an overbroad statement by saying that all these will be not protected.
And I think what our industry is concerned about is it's sort of a change in the way that things are approved for society. So in the past, we relied upon regulations, federal regulations, the state regulations to produce safely. So, having certain permit and things that make sure we make safe products. And then and then it was free market. So materials were made, quote, safe to some standards, and then the free market decided, can I afford this particular product for this particular attribute? This is a shift in the way these decisions are made. And fundamentally, I personally don't have a problem, but I do think that it's easy for emotional decision making to be made. And so as long as the people making the essential use decision are fully informed of the differences in risk, I'm not uncomfortable with that. But I just think that information needs to be more, you need to hear the side of the story that I'm giving, which again, if there's 9,000 PFAS, how could they possibly each have equally the same risk? It's, so it seems that there's not quite enough balance in the communication to sort of arbitrarily establish essential risk. It also eliminates innovation because, again, what's the next application? What if there's a tremendous breakthrough and some societal need, but because that essential use wasn't predetermined, there's no opportunity for companies to use materials to address it. So there are problems with essential use, but it's something that we need to overcome. We work together to figure out the way to do this.
Just to follow up, Senator. So two things. One is you're saying the free market makes health decisions. And the other one is you think the DEP would be making emotionally charged decisions? Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I'm saying that the federal, currently we work with mostly the FDA on health decisions. So in the drug process, it's obviously for, the clinical trials. For materials, it's for, either with EPA for TSCA, but there's a federal regulatory approach that we use for materials to determine their fitness for use. And then what I'm saying is that it's the free market that determines the cost benefit and as far as how to maximize safety. And I tend to think in other terms. I tend to see fluoropolymers as being very safe, but they're very expensive. So they're often not selected, where they might be even more opportunities for improvements in health and safety if they were selected more, but they're expensive.
So lowest cost, regardless of the health, is what is deciding the factor?
I'm just saying that we were talking about mechanisms of how materials were chosen, and you're saying essential uses will become that mechanism. I was just trying to articulate what I felt the current mechanism was, which is basically state and federal regulation and then free market choices. But that's all. I mean, I'm not for one or the other.
No further.
Mr. Stenansis, I'm going to take my chair's liberty and ask you a few questions. You're here representing the company that you work for?
Yes.
Daikin?
Daikin, yeah.
Daikin. And what's the product that Daikin sells?
So Daikin sells fluoro materials. We sell fluoroplastics. We sell refrigerant gases. We sell some fluorochemicals.
How much business do you do annually in Maine?
I don't have the number at my fingertips.
Maybe you could provide that for us at the work session.
Okay.
And what's the origin of the name?
We're a Japanese company. We do produce in Alabama, so we are manufacturing in the United States, but it's Japanese, and I don't know where it comes from. I don't know the actual derivation.
It comes from Dayflon, which is a polychloral trifluoroethylene.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're named after a chemical. Yep. Representative Hanley?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you for your testimony. As you read this bill, it says intentional use of these PFABs into a product. They will have to be reported to the EPA. So would that include like all medical devices that you were mentioning? Do you think they'd fall into that category? They'd have to report their intentional use of PFAS?
I'm sorry, to the EPA, did you say?
The main Environmental Protection Agency.
And that's what it sounds like the bill is saying, that they would have to be reported, yes.
Because I mean, the way the bill is written, are you reading it that no matter what type of, as you said, there's many, many different versions of this PFAS. They're all reportable according to this document, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Does the committee have, yes, Representative Tucker?
Thank you. I couldn't reach the button. Earlier today, sir, we heard testimony from some pretty well-credentialed physicians and researchers who basically said that when you have a problem with some of the PFAS chemicals, that there's a danger that others may be similar, and therefore they would apply the precautionary principle. However, you're saying that they have widely diverse uses and widely different effects on the human body, right?
Yes, yeah.
So my question is, we've seen this problem before where there's a family of chemicals and different members of the family pop up. Somebody figures out that they're not good and puts them down, and then another one pops up, and it's kind of like whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
And so my question, I guess, is this: should the burden of proof be on the public to prove that a chemical is harmful, or should the burden of proof be on the company to prove that it's safe?
And that's a very good question. And well, and let me go by experience. So there were certain chemistries that were identified in, PFAS chemistries that was mentioned. I think it was Gail Carlson mentioned that the Stockholm Convention refers specifically to PFOS. So she talks about a chemistry that was identified years ago as being bioaccumulative and problematic, PFOA and PFOS. So the industry voluntarily eliminated using that. We stopped 10 years ago. And we identified new substitutes. They were shorter change PFAS. And we worked really closely with the EPA and the FDA, and we did very extensive studies, and other companies in the industry did. And we went by the guidance of what we knew at that time. And we used some of those chemistries now, and we're working on next generation. So we do those things, and we do believe that they're safer. And I'll use as an example, Michigan, who is another state sensitive to PFAS. I think in drinking water, their drinking water standard for the C8, the PFOS and PFOS is 10 parts per trillion. They just came out with a drinking water standard for the products that we're talking about that are 400,000 parts per trillion. So 40,000 times higher than PFOA and PFOS. So, again, did the industry do a good thing by moving to materials that were identified as being 40,000 times less problematic? That's what we try to do. We try to emit less to the environment in every generation of manufacturing we do. And we try to drive towards safer materials by working closely with FDA and EPA and others. So that's what we try to do.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to ask, you seem to have a pretty good sense of the family of chemicals that are involved here. And could you please tell me what kind of PFAS you feel comfortable is perfectly good and safe?
So I would say what I call fluoropolymers, which really are plastic. I could show you PFAS that looks just like a plastic milk jug. I mean, it's just a plastic part. And typically materials like that are considered safe by international standards because they're high molecular weight. They don't cross, the OECD calls them polymers of low concern. So we would consider those as a class to be safe, assuming that they're made safely, meaning the residuals from our manufacturing process are very, very low. We have to do things that, but they are, yes, I would consider those. They're used as in-body implants. They have a very good history of something like that.
Beyond those, what are good and safe in the PFAS family?
And now you get into the thing about utility versus risk. So I talked to a guy at the National Institute of what was it, about I can't remember what group it was, but they said that they say that asbestos is still good for some applications because it saves more lives than so a lot of PFAS aren't particularly toxic. The issue today is the mobility, and that's why you have it in the water system. So I think higher molecular weight ones, like the ones that are used on the paper. So we heard from Twin Rivers today. The chemistries that they use for the food packaging on paper are, again, they're polymeric PFAS. They're very high molecular weight. They're not easily leachable. And those types of materials, again, the FDA did extensive research on it. We are withdrawing from that market because there was desire to get some additional toxicity data that would take years. And we just decided that markets are moving away from it. So we as an industry did a voluntary withdrawal on it. But those are safe materials to be used.
A couple more questions, Madam Chair, if I may. One is, do you think that the European standards are too rigorous or they go too far?
They seem to be, they had to change their rules in order to make PFAS a problem. They used to have a thing called PMT, persistent mobile and toxic, and PBT, persistent bioaccumulant and toxic. PFAS don't meet that, at least most of them don't. So they had to drop the toxic and say, now we're going to go after anything persistent and mobile. So yeah, I think they're taking a reach to go after some of the products they're going after. Yeah.
So they saw that things were dangerous. They wanted to make sure they captured as much as they were and then kind of pull it back, I think, right?
Yeah.
One other question is regarding your own company's exposure to PFAS. What are you doing to mitigate that? What are you looking at in terms of your own liabilities, potential liabilities?
So from an exposure standpoint, again, we eliminated the C8 materials like I said 10 years ago. We've also invested about $100 million in our 4 major plants globally to continue to reduce our ability to limit emissions of PFAS. We're actually about to commit to a 99.9% reduction in all of the PFAS that we use. So that we'll be posting that on our website pretty soon. We also, we're in the chemical industry. I mean, one of the advantages us as a manufacturer in the chemical industry is chemical companies are hypersensitive to personal safety. So we use a lot of personal protective equipment in our plant. So we're very good at protecting our own employees from, using where there's risk, appropriate protective equipment. So we have a good track record there, and we continue to invest to make that better.
Thank you, Mr. Stenitis.
Does anyone else on the committee have a question for Mr. Stenitis? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Robert Simon. Welcome, Mr. Simon.
Right. Thank you all. Senator Brunner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about LD 1503. My name is Robert Simon, and I am testifying today on behalf of the overall American Chemistry Council. I have provided written testimony, but will make an effort to address some of the issues and questions that have come up today and might be more pertinent given the lengthy discussion, but would refer back to my written testimony to the extent that that's helpful for the committee. But I just want to start with one simple thing that is actually not simple and a big deal. I heard a lot of confusion today, and I just wanted to start with something that I think we all support. So you cannot bring a new chemical to market today in the U.S. unless it has a safety determination. My organization worked over the last decade to get that enacted, and it sounds like that is something we are all for, and that is a step in the right direction. It helps address some of the issues that we've been discussing today. But I was surprised to hear maybe the lack of recognition of that, and I just wanted to start there because, again, I think it's common ground that we can all support. In terms of LD 1503, we support some of the core objectives of this legislation, but in its current form, we are opposed. And that basically comes down to two areas: the scope of the applications covered and the inappropriateness of grouping all PFAS together. We support strong regulation of chemicals, including PFAS, and have been a leader in this area, and I'm happy to go into more detail there, but want to emphasize really 4 points today. One, as you've heard from some other folks that have testified, it is scientifically inaccurate and inappropriate to group all PFAS together. You heard Mr. Stenias talk about different forms. You have liquids, gases, solids. In no other area do we treat all of those things the same. We don't regulate alcohol the same as plastics made with hydrocarbons or gasoline or propane. We shouldn't do this here. And there's a way to focus this effort to really address the issues that are of potential shared concern. And this is recognized not just by industry, but by the Environmental Council of the States, the National Academy of Science. Just look next door in terms of Vermont and other states that have looked to recognize this distinction between the different PFAS. So recognizing that is important. The second point I'd like to emphasize, you've heard this from some other stakeholders, but right now, LD 1503 is so broad. One, it's going to undermine efforts to implement effective regulatory policies for PFAS. By focusing so broadly, we're not addressing the things that might get into the water or that present a risk. We're focusing on everything. And second, it's going to have far-reaching negative consequences on a huge part of society. Third, the proposed legislation runs counter and conflicts with national chemical and product safety regulations. So if you have a product today that is FDA approved, that is allowed to be used as a pacemaker or a heart stent, that will be banned underneath this law unless DEP completes the rulemaking to exempt the use, which it could do. But part of our message here today is you are now going to be spending DEP resources on thousands of products that have been determined to be safe. And is that really where we want to focus our resources, not only in this area, but relative to other environmental health and safety issues? You've already heard from some others. There's a lot of applications where I think if you put some people in a room, they could agree to, hey, these are the things we want to focus on. Either these substances meet these criteria and they're used in these applications that might present a risk. We could probably quickly get a small group to focus on what those might be. But the scope of this legislation is so broad, you're going to hit basically all electronics, anything with a semiconductor, pharmaceuticals, refrigeration units of all kind, air conditioning units of all kind. And I could go on and on, not to mention the critical medical products that provide essential alternative energy uses, whether that be solar panels, wind turbines, the batteries like lithium batteries that are needed for some of the alternative transportation modes, and I could go on. And I will just end with the fourth, which is, again, given the scope of this legislation, it is going to create an unworkable patchwork of state regulation with significant implications for Maine citizens, businesses, and public entities in terms of how that affects them. No other state has ever considered this type of approach, and that in itself isn't necessarily bad, but it's important to consider. And for all the reasons I've mentioned in my testimony, this is going to have a significant impact in Maine in terms of the availability of critical products that have been approved elsewhere as safe, not to mention some of the other important factors like sustainability and health and safety. So I will stop there. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. We do think there's an opportunity to take a more targeted approach to this legislation, and we look forward to working with the committee and stakeholders to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Are there questions for Mr. Simon from the committee? Oh, Senator Bennett, I'm sorry, your hand gets lost in your wall over there sometimes.
Thank you. I'll move my pictures around. Mr. Simon, thank you for being with us today. I understand that PFAS has different uses. One of the problems, though, is that it comes into our waste stream from their various uses, various sources. It goes into our transfer stations. It gets processed in various ways, either through sewage treatment or incineration or landfilling or whatnot. And then it gets very, very concentrated because it stays around for a long time. It ends up getting spread on, Mr. Stone's and Mrs. Stone's fields, and then they go out of business. Do you know what PFAS were actually responsible for driving our agricultural contributors out of business?
So I would say this, it's the same point I was trying to make earlier. Not all PFAS are the same. And so end of life.
I mean, I heard that, but I'm asking you a specific question. Do you know which PFAS is responsible for poisoning the water in Fairfield and also destroying our agriculture?
No, I was trying to address your concern, which was and as you look at this, end of life issues are important. So what is getting into the water? What, if anything, comes out of the waste stream? So that is a critical, important issue to look at. And in that sense, we are currently tracking for multiple PFAS substances to assess their presence in the environment and whether those present a risk. So whether that be historical products like PFOS and PFOA or some additional new substances, we're tracking those so that you can make that decision.
Who's we?
So US EPA, drinking water utilities, states. And so, for example, if the committee would be interested, happy to share all of that monitoring information that is being done, which also helps guide effective public policy in this area in terms of what substances are you finding and at what levels.
Are you confident the EPA's attitudes changed since earlier when they were like conspiring with DuPont to try to pretend that the cattle farmer in West Virginia's cows were dying because of malnutrition instead of PFAS contamination?
What I would say is there's a strong regulatory program in place that I think has stand the test of time of different administrations and different political systems. So we've been tracking PFAS in human health under the CDC for years, been doing the same thing for drinking water. I think those systems that are things that we can at least consider and inform our regulatory policies.
Thank you.
Does the committee have additional questions for Mr. Simon? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Simon.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
All right, are there any other folks in the attendee space here to speak in opposition to the legislation? If you could raise your hand. If there's anyone here to speak neither for nor against. Patrick Strauch. Let's bring Mr. Strauch on over. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, just a few comments. I appreciate Representative Gramlich's bill 1503. I testified on 960 as well. It is always in the detail that I get concerned, and you heard from one pulp and paper mill. They were concerned about an outright ban taking place on a very complicated issue. I think what I want the committee to understand is that the pulp and paper industry is actively working with you to understand these issues. We've banned PFAS materials in the past. We were part of the stakeholder group. We got involved with the packaging laws, which occurred several sessions ago. So we're very much vested in this issue and interested in working to figure out the right way to go about these issues. Time is critical. We understand that. We now don't know what we don't know is part of the problem. We have legacy issues, we have current inputs, and we have things we don't even know now. As was mentioned, plastic containers are now becoming the source of some PFAS contamination. And when we know that, we can test for it. It was raised that pesticides now are implicated in Western Massachusetts. A large insecticide spray operation took place by the state of Massachusetts for over 2 million acres, and PFAS was detected. We now know that we need to test our chemicals. We identified it was the barrels that was the source of contamination. So we can begin to do something more with stainless steel containerizing of those materials. So we're all learning. We're all trying to put this together. The complication for manufacturers, and we don't have a lot in Maine, but the ones that we do have, they're competing at a national level. And if we make restrictions, this is purely talking about markets, but our economy, if we begin to disregard materials that are approved by FDA throughout the nation, that's where a lot of these products are going. So we have an added complication of trying to work with a national company in the state environment. I can tell you alternatives, the competition is on for alternatives to PFAS materials. There's no question that's being driven. There's even thought that maybe nanocellulose may provide a solution to a coating for paper that's both grease-proof and water resistant. So in our own university system, we're working hard to try and find the solutions to that. So my message is that we're more than willing to participate. We welcome the challenge. We are in it together as a state because we're linked by all these different issues. So that's really the message I wanted to give you in terms of testifying neither for nor against this issue right now. Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions for Mr. Strauch?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Any additional folks here to speak neither for nor against the legislation? I think we have finished our public hearing on LD 1503, and I would like to take a 5-minute break, and then we can come back and keep going. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Right. Switch to my exercise ball. So if I go rolling over, I'll be right back.
I want one of those.
Well, it's good if you need to wiggle a little, but I worry that I'm going to go flying. So we'll see. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to open a public hearing for 1505, an act to restrict the use of perifluoral alcohol and polyfluoral alkyl substances in firefighting foam with our own representative, Lori Gramlich.
Are we ready to go, Senator?
We are.
Well, I just wanted to warm you all up on PFAS. So that was our opening act. And here we are for phase 2. So thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and my distinguished, tenacious colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. I still am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which remains the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am pleased to present LD 1505, and I won't pronounce this as eloquently as our esteemed Senate Chair. So LD 1505, an act to restrict the use of PFAS substances in firefighting foam. We are all well aware of the toxicity of PFAS, also known as forever chemicals. Exposure to these toxic chemicals, as we have heard all day, associated with certain types of cancers, interference with our immune responses, lowering a woman's chances of becoming pregnant, and neurodevelopmental issues and delays in children. Assuring that we are doing everything we can to eliminate the use of PFAS is a matter of public health. Again, as we have heard, PFAS continues to contaminate our water and soil across our state, harming our environment, and as we've heard, contaminating farmland and drinking water. PFAS are referred to as forever chemicals simply because they do not break down. They remain in our environment forever and are in thousands of everyday products, as we have previously discussed. PFAS is also found in the foam used by firefighters. LD 1505 is intended to address this issue. It would prohibit PFAS in firefighting foam effective January 1st, 2022. Additionally, manufacturing, selling, and distributing foam with PFAS would be prohibited effective January 1st, 2022 as well. Further, this bill would require that the Department of Environmental Protection be notified in the event that firefighting foam with PFAS is discharged into coastal or inland waters within the state of Maine. In our ongoing efforts to protect our drinking water in Maine, LD 1505 requires the Department of Environmental Protection to collaborate with the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, Maine Emergency Management Agency, and other interested parties to develop a framework for the collection and safe storage of firefighting and fire suppressing foam, which would be prohibited by this bill and would require safe disposal of such foam. Finally, the department would be required to submit a report, including the framework for safe storage and collection, to this committee by March 31st, 2022. LD 1505 is intended to end the use of PFAS in firefighting foam and is a responsible step in protecting our health and our environment. Now, I would never want to do anything that would inhibit the ability of our firefighters to extinguish fires. As I've shared with some members in the legislature, I lost my home to fire as a child, so I would want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to assure firefighters have tools to effectively extinguish fires. However, studies have shown that firefighters are more likely to have PFAS in their bloodstream, and again, we are painfully aware of the adverse health consequences of this toxic chemical. We also know that foam containing these harmful toxins get into our environment, into our water supply, as we've discussed. And we also know that PFAS-free firefighting foam is available on the market and that these alternatives are an effective product in combating fires. I urge you to vote unanimously for LD 1505. Thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence and I would be happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. Are there any questions for Representative Gramlich? All right, not seeing any. We'll bring in Carrie Milanowski from the Maine DEP next. Welcome back.
Found it. All right, thank you. Thanks for having me back. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Carrie Malinowski, Safer Chemicals Program Manager at the Department of Environmental Protection. And I'm providing this testimony in support of LD 1505. This bill is generally consistent with the recommendations from the Governor's PFAS Task Force. That final report was dated January 2020. It specifies prohibited discharges with appropriate exception, a prohibition on the manufacture, sale, and distribution with appropriate exception, and a mandatory reporting of any discharge of firefighting or fire suppressing foam that contains perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substances. And as we know, that's commonly known as PFAS. The bill also outlines notification, recall, and reimbursement requirements for manufacturers of this type of foam, as well as a requirement for the department and the main emergency management agency and interested parties to develop a framework for the collection and storage of this foam until it can be safely disposed of. The department considers these aspects of the bill as potentially problematic and will be addressed later in my testimony. Section 1 of the bill prohibits the discharge of firefighting or fire suppressing foam that contains PFAS for testing and training purposes, unless entirely collected and properly disposed of. The department supports this aspect of the bill, and it is consistent with the recommendations of the Governor's PFAS Task Force. The department also supports sections 2 and 3 of this bill, which prohibit the manufacture, sale, and distribution of firefighting or fire suppressing foam in Maine, to which PFAS have been knowingly and intentionally added. Section 3 contains an appropriate exemption for the federal requirements outlined for aircraft rescue and firefighting at airports, which require the use of PFAS containing firefighting foam. The department agrees that if federal law should change to allow a foam alternative for airports that does not contain these substances, then Section 2 would apply statewide without exception. Section 4 requires that any discharge of firefighting or fire suppressing foam that contains PFAS be reported to the department as soon as practical, but no later than 24 hours after the discharge occurs. The department supports this reporting requirement, and it is consistent with both the Governor's PFAS Task Force recommendations and the department's proposed legislation, LD 960. LD 1505 adds an effective date of January 1, 2022 to the foam discharge reporting requirement, whereas LD 960 would have reporting begin at the statute's effective date. In addition to the discharge reporting requirement, the department also recommends adding a semi-annual reporting requirement to the State Fire Marshal's Office beginning July 1, 2021, for all entities that possess Class B AFFF. Most of this foam is stored and used by the Maine Fire Service, as well as the paper, petroleum, and air transport industries. The purpose of this reporting requirement would be to accurately determine the costs associated with any future take-back, disposal, and replacement program, which would be necessary to develop the framework described in Section 4 of the bill. Without this requirement, the Governor's PFAS Task Force AFFF working group did not have the means to compel data reporting in response to a survey to determine how much Class B AFFF material is stockpiled in Maine. As a result, they were only able to aggregate data from 60 of the 305 fire departments and 8 of our 20 industry partners statewide. The department is neither for nor against the remaining aspects of the bill that outline notification, recall, and reimbursement requirements for manufacturers of this type of foam. These aspects of the bill generate some serious questions regarding the enforcement of a manufacturer's notification requirement, foam product recalls, and manufacturers' reimbursement responsibilities to distributors and end users of these products, which may result in litigation for years to come. It also brings into question the liability involved when removing a potentially life-saving product from a firefighter's toolkit without immediately replacing it with something equally effective. The department clearly understands how harmful this product is to the environment and potential impacts to public health, but must also balance this with the understanding that these products are the most effective tool its end users have available to extinguish Class B fires. And Class B fires are defined as those that involve flammable or combustible liquids, gases, grease, and similar materials, as well as rubber and plastics, particularly where there is the threat of reignition. And finally, as it relates to Section 4 framework and reporting, the AFFF working group of the Governor's PFAS Task Force has already recommended that any type of foam take-back, collection, replacement, storage, and disposal program would require substantial funding. Any foam take-back without the immediate replacement of an equally effective life-saving product may impact public safety, especially when a fire department has no funding available to replace it. Initial cost estimates for the disposal of PFAS containing AFFF and replacement foam are $215,000 and $1.8 million, respectively. And that's based on the limited survey results referenced earlier. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Malinowski? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Anyone in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation? If you could raise your hand. Sarah Woodbury, Bruce Berger, Mark Rossi. We'll start in that order. Welcome back, Ms. Woodbury.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again, and thanks for sticking this out today. I know it's a long day. So good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is once again Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and we are here in support of LD 1505. Toxic PFAS, such as those used in firefighting foam, can cause a whole host of health issues, including reproductive harm, harm to immune system, and increases in certain types of cancer. Firefighters have higher rates of cancer and other health issues than the general public, in part because of their exposure to toxic chemicals like PFAS. Additionally, these so-called forever chemicals do not break down and can remain in our body and in the environment for decades. Contamination of drinking water due to discharge of PFAS containing firefighting foam is both a state and national issue. In 2018, the Department of Defense identified 401 military sites that are contaminated with PFAS, much of that due to discharge from firefighting foam containing PFAS. 4 of those sites are in Maine, Brunswick, Bangor, Cutler, and Gilead. Those are only sites that are identified by the military. There are likely more. Banning the use of these toxic chemicals in firefighting foam will help lessen the body burden on our firefighters and protect our drinking water from further contamination. There is much confusion about PFAS-free alternatives and their efficacy. We will hear more today from the real experts on this topic. However, it is important to realize that while airports of a certain size have to use military specification foam, most foam used by fire departments in our communities, such as for extinguishing car fires, does not meet the military specification. These more everyday foams are designed to other specifications like UL. PFAS-free foam have been available for many years that meet these other specifications. We have attached to our written testimony comments we had provided to the Governor's PFAS Task Force that outlines this in greater detail, as well as a report prepared by the Rochester Institute of Technology for the Interstate Chemical Clearinghouse that provide more detail. Suffice to say, though, that PFAS-free firefighting foams are readily available and that airports, military bases, and other industrial sites around the world have moved away from using PFAS-containing firefighting foam without issue. Maine would not be an outlier in phasing out the use of PFAS in firefighting foam. New Hampshire, California, Colorado, Michigan, New York, and Washington have all taken action to ban PFAS in firefighting foam. Congress directed the Department of Defense to phase out its use of PFAS foam by 2024 as part of the 2019 Defense Spending Authorization Act. While LD 1505 currently has an exemption for airports where PFAS foams are federally required, this is also a short-lived exemption since in 2018, Congress directed the Federal Aviation Administration to allow alternatives to PFAS foam at airports, and the FAA action is expected soon. Maine is in the midst of a PFAS contamination crisis. We need to move away from the use of these toxic chemicals wherever possible to avoid more damage to both the health of our firefighters and other Mainers that may be exposed through water contamination. Defend Our Health urges the committee to support this important step in the right direction, and vote unanimously ought to pass. I will say we're happy to work with the department on their concerns, but disagree with the concerns that there are no alternatives available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woodbury. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Woodbury, for being here. In regards to the FAA, this was decided a few years ago, but they haven't acted, but they are in the process of acting.
Correct.
When do you think that they will institute the changes?
That I don't know. I can see if I can find that out for you. All I know is that they're kind of in the process of doing it now. So I think there was a little bit of delay under previous administration. So.
Oh, was there any specific reason, if I may ask?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can double check on that and get that information for you at the work session.
Well, thanks so much.
Any additional questions? Right. Thank you, Ms. Woodbury.
Thank you for your time.
Bruce Berger is next, and then Mark Rossi. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Senator Stacy Brenner, Honorable Ralph Tucker, and Joint Legislative Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Bruce Berger. I represent Maine Water Utilities Association. Just a little background on who we are. We're a nonprofit association based in Augusta that provides support for waterworks professionals throughout the state of Maine in advocating for safe drinking water through educational and technical programming, as well as advocacy on the local, state, and national levels. The association was formed in 1925 and counts approximately 109 water utilities in Maine as members. PFAS is made up of several different compounds, as you heard. The ones of primary interest are both PFOA and PFOS, and they've been in use for decades. But only in the last 10 years have the widespread testing for these substances in water occurred. Additionally, the testing methodology has only improved in the past 5 years, such as these compounds within PFAS can be detected in the low parts per trillion. This recent testing has identified PFAS contamination of the environment, including groundwater and surface water across the state of Maine. Because of their long-term stability in products and the environment, PFAS compounds, PFOA and PFOS, are also referred to as forever chemicals. A discharge of firefighting foam containing these compounds into the environment could lead to PFAS entering groundwater or surface water unless efforts are made to clean up the discharge. LD 1505 takes several positive steps to reduce the likelihood of future environmental contamination due to firefighting foam, including 3 different points I have here: prohibiting the discharge of firefighting or fire suppressing foam containing these 2 compounds under PFAS when used for testing or training, except when the foam is entirely collected for proper disposal; prohibiting the manufacture, safe, and the distribution of such foam unless federal law requires the inclusion of PFOA and PFAS substances in the foam; requiring a person that discharges firefighting or fire suppressing foam with PFAS to notify the Department of Environmental Protection of the discharge. I'm sorry, there's one more point. Requiring the manufacturer to call firefighting foam containing PFAS. Public water systems, including water utilities, are dependent upon groundwater and surface water supplies for the provision of drinking water to the public. Moreover, almost all sources of supply in Maine are in proximity to human development and infrastructure within the watershed, and consequently, a discharge of firefighting foam on a building site or on a street or highway could occur near almost any source of drinking water supply here in Maine. Once these forever chemicals enter a source of water, it can take years or decades for the compounds to dissipate. While water treatment systems can remove PFAS after the fact, as evidenced in Kennebunk, the cost to install and maintain these treatments is very expensive. For this reason, it is preferred to limit discharge in the first place. Our conclusion is removing or prohibiting the use of firefighting foam containing PFAS will reduce the likelihood of ground or surface water contamination. This in turn can save a water utility the cost of treatment or the development of a replacement source. Therefore, we strongly urge the committee to support LD 1505. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Berger? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. Dr. Rossi is next. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I am Mark Rossi. I'm Executive Director at Clean Production Action. We're a national nonprofit organization whose mission is to design and deliver strategic solutions for green chemicals, sustainable materials, and environmentally preferable products. And I'm testifying in support of LD 1505. Glad to be back with you. And I know it's been a long day. So thank you for your patience to listening to all the comments today on the pieces of legislation before you. I just want to say, so we've been looking into the issue of, are there alternatives to PFAS and firefighting foam for Class B fires? And are there alternatives that do not have the same concerns around toxic chemicals in the products? And we have, to this regard, Clean Production Action created a product certification where we test the products for being PFAS free. We test them if they get into the environment and their adverse effects on the aquatic environment. And also we assess all the chemicals in the products to determine whether they're using less hazardous chemistries. And so today we've certified 10 different products from 5 different manufacturers, and these are all for firefighting, for fighting Class B fires. We don't evaluate the products for their performance or their cost because we're not experts in firefighting, but we are experts in the toxicity issues related to chemicals and products. But what we're seeing, what we know is that these products are being purchased and used. And I think it's really important, especially for any training purposes, right, that PFAS is not being used in those applications. And as we think about costs, right, there's also the costs that have just been mentioned in terms of the costs of cleanup and remediation, which far exceed any costs of the transition to eliminating these chemicals in their uses. So certainly for training, PFAS-free alternatives are available, and for many applications, there are alternatives. And there's a very excellent report that was done in the European Union, taking a pretty comprehensive look at alternatives and finding them widely available for many applications. Thank you for considering my testimony. Glad to answer any questions.
Representative Tucker.
Doctor, can you tell me what the classification system is for fires? I don't know what a Class B fire is.
Oh, so yeah, so and Carrie Malinowski mentioned this too. So Class B fires are for putting out fires where it's oil or gas or alcohols or fats and greases. And Class A fires are more for structural fires, right, for putting out wood-based fires. So the Class B fires, because you've got flammable gases and liquids, they're harder to put out. And so they're the more challenging fires to extinguish.
Is there a C, D, E, and F fire as well?
I know that you've got the 2 classifications on Class A, and Class B fires are the predominant ones in terms of, I'm again, not a firefighting expert, but I know about those 2 classes.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
I just want to answer Representative Tucker's question. There's C and D. and you want something that will smother the fire for a Class B, and that's where the foam was so effective.
Now we all want to know what C and D are.
Trust me. D right through steel.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Rossi? All right. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
Waiting so long today. All right, Mr. Kraus is next. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Randy Kraus, and I serve as the fire chief for the Port of Seattle, providing services to SeaTac International Airport. I'm here to share my support for the bill before you and thank the committee chair, Senator Brenner, and Representative Tucker, and sponsoring Representative Gramlich for their leadership. At the Port of Seattle, we have been actively involved with the industry to find a solution and are working with our partners at the Federal Aviation Administration to encourage them to implement a new fluorine-free firefighting foam. While federal law currently requires the use of firefighting foam that includes PFAS chemicals, our airport director, Lance Little, sent the FAA a letter in 2018 urging the FAA to aggressively pursue a fluorine-free option. The 2018 FAA Reauthorization Act passed by Congress requires the evaluation and implementation of a fluorine-free foam by the end of 2021, actually October 2021. Many of my peers at airports across the globe have already made the change to fluorine-free foam, and I personally have witnessed fluorine-free foam used with great success, and I'm confident the FAA will find a suitable alternative within the deadline. We recognize that there is a concern in the firefighting industry with the FAA meeting its 2021 deadline. I, however, am confident the FAA will reach a solution, and I'm looking forward to being one of the first, if not the first airport to go fluorine-free. We do understand these types of bills have differing effects on various industries. It appears you have addressed some of the concerns we had in Washington State with this bill, and we are happy to work with and help the sponsors as this moves forward. Thank you, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Kraus, thank you so much for joining us from across the country. It's great to hear your story. It's wicked inspiring. I'm wondering if you could tell me what the airport did with a stockpile of PFAS containing foam that they needed to dispose of.
So, and I want to make sure you didn't misunderstand. So we still are using PFAS foams because the FAA hasn't allowed for an approved alternative.
Okay.
And so, yeah, so we still have our stockpile and are awaiting them to approve a fluorine-free product so we can transition it out.
And what would be the plan for the PFAS containing foams disposal?
It depends on how we approach it. There are companies out there that are, in the US, there's 7,500 aircraft related fire vehicles that will have to be changed out. So one of my big concerns, to be honest, Senator, is there is no real national strategy at this point. So are we all going to go to market at one time, at the same time? And if so, is the supply chain robust enough to meet our needs? There are cleaning vendors out there that are saying that they can clean a fire truck and then put fluorine-free foam in it, and they will take care of the disposal.
Do we know what they're going to do with it when they take care of it?
Some of it actually creates, there's one product that's a flocculant that would actually pull the fluorine out, and it creates a reasonable, a lot lesser disposal stream. Some people, other countries are incinerating it, burning it as the way to get rid of it. So I think there's going to be some options. We haven't identified one solution yet in the US.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dudera has a question.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Chief Kraus. Thank you for being with us here on the East Coast today.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks. I want to take advantage of your expertise and ask you what factors go into your thinking when you decide what type of foam is needed to safely put out a fire and protect people?
Well, that's a great question. I think there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of misinformation out there within the industry. This is a very, the changing out of foam is, can be very political in nature and can be very costly. So I think there's a lot of money tied to this and in some shape or form politics as well. I have used, and my team has used fluorine-free foams very successfully. I'm a realist. My peers in UK, you fly into Heathrow Airport, they're using a fluorine-free product. I'm really good friends with one of their head, or it used to be one of their regulators who actually was the driving force in them changing out in England to fluorine-free. Australia has changed out successfully. So many countries around us have already changed out. And I just wanted to note, I am on the advisory panel for an earlier question that came up in regards to the FAA and the testing that they're doing right now to come up with a fluorine-free product. And so it becomes, are we looking for a product that's just drop-in replacement for the mil spec? And I think it was touched on earlier, the current product was designed by the Navy in the 60s, and it's a very robust product. It does, and the term was smother. It actually puts a blanket and seal over the Class B foam, and I can do C and D if you would like, as that came up earlier. But but it does provide a really great, almost like a gluey, but a film over the fuel vapor, so it doesn't allow vapors to release or reignite. So that's why that product is so valuable to the industry, both at airports and or fuel farms and are on Navy ships. But I think it's over-designed for what I need at the airport and what we need in most of our firefighting communities for the Class B fuels. Most of the fuels that we will deal with, say you have a tanker truck on a highway that does, the tank gets breached and a fire does develop, it's not going to be a deep-seated pooling fire. So it's not going to have, right, it's going to be shallow. And the fluorine-free foams are very successful and proving great success today with the shallower fires. However, the way we're governed at airports right now is that it's like a one size fits all. So I'm hoping in the future, the FAA and working with the Department of Defense will come up with a reasonable solution. So at an airport, I might be able to use a certain fluorine-free product. Maybe at a tank or fuel farm, which I also have on my airport, maybe a different fluorine-free product. And so there are products out there that are proving great success. So I hope I answered your question.
Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Well, actually, you almost answered the question on the FAA. And also I want to tell you that I used to live on Aurora over by Green Lake and Bell. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the FAA dragging its feet? You were saying you were on that board because they don't have the technology to replace, or is it a political football that needs to be moved forward?
That's a great question, sir. I have struggled with it. I will tell you, when this first came about, I really hammered on the FAA to the sense of urgency. We need to change. We do need to get these chemicals out of production, and we need to find suitable fluorine-free products. So there's a lot of great work in many facets of industry solving the problem. So to answer your question specifically, COVID happened. When COVID happened, it shut down their facility. So I'm not going to say they drug their feet, but COVID has had an impact on all of us in various ways. So I'm going to really put it back to that. So they did have their facility shut down for a period of time. I don't know if that's going to delay them or not, but they currently have, I think, 5 fluorine-free products that are before them being tested right now. We have a meeting, I think it's June 8th, to revisit. And what they do is they go do the testing, and then the advisory panel gets to see the research and the data that they're providing, not identifying any one manufacturer. So I mean, all it would take is one. If they find it in this testing cycle and they approve it, that would give me something to buy. But on the other side of it, I'm concerned that if they have 1 or 2 products for us to buy, I think where I could use some leverage is, and I always talk about this before any group I talk to, is a national strategy for transition. Australia used a 3-year implementation plan and did a phasing in period. So say at SeaTac Airport, I want to be the first, but what if they slot me as the 17th? At least I have a time frame where they can bring a company out here to clean my trucks, to put the foam in, to give the industry time to manufacture enough product to support the need. Like I said before, there's 7,500 trucks that are going to need to be cleaned, whether it's at commercial airports and or Department of Defense within the US. We're going to have a plan to line all of that up to make it work, or I think it's going to be pretty chaotic.
Thank you.
Question, yeah.
Did you have a follow-up?
Okay.
Excuse me?
I think we missed that last part.
Well, we don't want to forget Class K fires either, do we?
Yeah.
Years.
We got a lot of Googling to do after this hearing. Chief Kraus, thank you for joining us. Are there any other questions? Thanks for your service to the good people of Seattle.
Thank you so much.
All right. And one other question I had for you. I didn't see your written testimony submitted. Did you submit written testimony?
I did not, but I will provide it for you.
Thank you. That would be great.
Okay.
All right. Next up is Mr. Goldberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I'm providing testimony in support of LD 1505 on behalf of the MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. This legislation, we believe, wisely curtails PFAS use in firefighting foams with a reasonable time frame and incorporates the right amount of participation from stakeholders who are responsible for the manufacture, use, storage, and ultimate disposal of these products, as well as brings in people who are going to be involved in the remediation of PFAS contaminated sites and waters. At present, as we've heard, there's a need for municipal firefighters as well as airport officials to use PFAS containing foams. But as the market approves fluorine-free foams, this need will diminish. So as drafted, this bill, additionally, this bill also restricts irresponsible behavior with PFAS containing firefighting foams and prepares for the future adoption of our more environmentally friendly alternatives. The two requirements in this bill that PFAS firefighting foams that are used for testing or training be entirely collected and disposed of make sense, as well as the requirement that PFAS containing firefighting foams that are discharged in the state waters be reported to DEP would also make sense, and municipal officials and municipal firefighting departments would have no problem fulfilling that requirement. But our association believes the real strength of this legislation is in its location of responsibility for these products after they become prohibited by law. Collection and storage is going to be costly, and this bill puts the manufacturer responsible for it. The buyback program would reimburse municipalities who purchased these products when they were currently allowable and would reimburse them for their cost. Finally, the bill would establish a framework for the storage and disposal of these products be applied to other products that this committee is deliberating prohibiting. Municipalities are going to be expected to collect, store, and maybe dispose of these. And so to any extent that this bill can uncover a framework that will support them, our members would appreciate that. We see this as a good balance between the present day needs as well as long-term environmental protection. We appreciate your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Right on, Mr. Goldberg. Thank you for your testimony. Any additional questions for Mr. Goldberg today? All right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we have the Honorable Sharon Treat next.
Good afternoon again, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and honorable members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am Sharon Treat. I live and work in Hallowell, and I'm senior attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. And we are testifying today in support of LD 1505, an act to restrict the use of PFAS in firefighting foam. I wanted to bring your attention to the fact that there's a great deal of evidence that was collected by the Maine DEP and through the task force process that does link a great deal of contamination here in Maine to this firefighting foam. Contaminated soils, fish, and water are all collected in the data, and I've linked that to my testimony. And as we've heard, once contamination occurs, remediation choices are limited, both by ineffectiveness and high costs, and also risk simply transferring forever chemicals from one media to another. In other words, from soils or sludge to air transport and deposition after incineration. So the issues that have been raised about disposal, I think, are quite significant and do need to be tackled. We strongly support LD 1505 to phase out the use of PFAS in firefighting foam, except where federal law or regulation requires. As you've heard, there are countries all over the world, as well as other states that have done this already. And so it isn't like it can't be done. We also support the retailer notification, recall, and take-back provisions of Section 2 and 3 of the bill, which, as Mr. Goldberg said, place the burden and cost of these measures squarely on the manufacturers where it belongs. I wanted to raise an issue that Heather Spalding of MOFGA and also Mr. Strzok raised, which is that recent research and data has now recently been made public by the EPA that establishes that fluorinated containers are transferring PFAS to pesticides that are stored in those containers. LD 1505 should be amended to require not only that manufacturers may not intentionally add PFAS to their products, but also that they must ensure that these products are not packaged for sale or transport in containers that have been fluorinated or otherwise contain PFAS that could leach into firefighting products. Section 4, which outlines the collaborative interagency approach for developing a framework for the collection and storage of non-complying firefighting and fire suppressing foam that isn't returned to manufacturers, is also important. Our New England neighbors, Connecticut and Massachusetts, both have AFFF take-back programs from which we can learn. These are not cost-free, as DEP has pointed out, and disposal options are limited and expensive. The committee should ensure that any legislation finally voted out of committee includes sufficient funding through manufacturer fees or other polluter pays mechanisms to support the work of the state agencies implementing this legislation. This includes environmentally sound storage and disposal of AFFF foam and educational activities and assistance to fire departments throughout Maine, including many that rely exclusively or largely on volunteers. We urge support of LD 1505 to end the use of PFAS in firefighting foam so that future contamination is prevented as soon as possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Treat? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
You're
And
welcome.
at this time, Representative Tucker, my able co-chair, is going to take over for a little while.
Are there any other people on the attendees list who wish to in favor of this bill?
Oh,
Mark Highland is currently in the panelist room.
Very good.
Jordan is bringing.
Go ahead and put on your video.
Representative Tucker, Jordan is bringing two over at a time, so there should always be someone in the queue here in our space for you.
Mr. Highland, you may turn on your video and testify.
Okay. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Mark Highland. I'm the retired former director of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management for Maine DEP. I'm also the former director of Operations and Response for the Maine Emergency Management Agency. So I've spent a little bit of time in this world, I think you could say. This particular problem is a fairly small problem, although you've heard some price tags on it. But it's an important problem because it's a legacy problem. We have a lot of AFFF foam that is orphaned and basically sitting in fire stations around the state. We know that more than 40 fire departments have substantial stockpiles of AFFF foam sitting at their stations. We also know that, the whole reason we found out about PFAS in the first place happened at Superfund sites. And it happened at military Superfund sites because they have large fire training areas. And these are particular to places like Loring Air Force Base, Pease Air Force Base, Brunswick Naval Air Station. Those were all places where large military aircraft and the military had firefighters that had to do constant training for aircraft crashes. And so that's where we found out about these things in the first place. And it's now devolved into things like sludge and things like that, but we still haven't solved this AFFF problem. And we really need to remove it from commerce. We need to get it out of the hands of fire departments. There may be some reasons to keep it at large airports like the Portland Jetport or the Bangor International Airport, but in other places, they're really not necessary. The third place they might still be necessary until we have substitutions is places like large fuel tank farms like in Searsport or Portland. But those are pretty limited circumstances. Most other airports can go perfectly well, and as you heard from Mr. Kraus, can work perfectly well with certified foams that are available to fire departments in the aviation field. I think that removing AFFF sounds expensive, but imagine what the costs are going to be. It could be millions of dollars to not do it, to let just one release happen. Because you've seen both in Fairfield and down in Arundel that sludge spreading stopped at some of these fields 20 and 30 years ago. And they're still having contamination in the groundwater to the extent that they have to have filters on their wells in order to use the groundwater. So even a simple car fire on the side of the road or a simple tanker fire on the side of the road could result in a whole neighborhood having a water supply that needs to be filtered or contained in some fashion.
Hey, Mr. Highland, could you wrap up?
Sure. I guess the only thing I would add is, you know, people talked about turning off the faucet. Well, this is turning off the fire hose. When this stuff gets into the environment, the expenses of remediation are very expensive. And so we already have experience. DEP has experience with take-back programs. And this is just yet another take-back program where we remove something from commerce that shouldn't be there.
Questions for Mr. Heiler? Okay, I'd like to address the attendees list now and ask if anyone would like to speak against LD, what are we on? 1505 on firefighter foam. Anybody want to testify against it? Everybody? Are we? Mr. Simon, let's move Mr. Simon over so we can hear what he has to say. Mr. Simon, we're waiting for you to put on your video and to unmute. Okay. Well, folks, how long do you want to wait? Perhaps Mr. Simon stepped away from his screen. Let me address the attendees once again. Is there anyone else on the attendee list who wishes to testify in any way? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is
Simon's hand is up.
Very good.
I think my name is misidentified as Rob Simon. This is Sean Swearingen.
Okay. Are you testifying in his place?
No, I'm testifying separately. I just think I'm mislabeled on Zoom. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead and fix it.
Thank you. My name is Sean Swearingen. I'm the director for the Alliance for Polymer Chemistry Stewardship. Rob Simon is a colleague within ACC, but on a different group and matter. The Alliance for Polymer Chemistry Stewardship is a global organization that advocates on behalf of C6 fluorotelmer-based products. Our mission is to promote the responsible production, use, and management of fluorotelmer-based products, while also advocating for sound science and risk-based approach to regulation. While ATCS is opposed to the bill as written, we would be supportive of LD 1505 with clarifying amendments in regards to the firefighting foam manufacturing and take provisions. I've also submitted written testimony, so I'll keep my verbal comments brief. This legislation, while preserving the ability to use C6 fluorosurfactant-based foam, known as AFFF, in emergency situations, eliminates the overuse of foam in training scenarios. This restriction on testing provides stewardship principles and industry best practices for the uses of AFFF. Or an amendment to continue manufacturing of AFFF will keep it available to give firefighters the best available tool to extinguish Class B fires safely and efficiently. Are certain that this must-need legislation is right for environmental stewardship, retaining safety in emergency Class B situations in Maine. We've even tried to push similar worded legislation in other states to try and limit this overuse of foam in training scenarios. As previously mentioned by other witnesses, AFFF foams are the most effective foams currently available to fight high hazard flammable liquid fires, Class B, military, industrial, chemical, fuel depot, storage, aviation, and other applications. The unique film forming and fuel repellency properties provides rapid extinguishment, critical burn back resistance, protection against vapor release, which help to prevent reignition and protect firefighters working as a part of rescue and recovery operations. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to working with the bill sponsors in the committee on amendment language for this important legislation. And to an earlier question, Class C fires are electrical fires, which I found out when learning more about a Tesla battery fire that was down in Texas recently. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Let me just figure out how to turn off this timer here. Okay. Any questions? For Mr. Swearingen. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Next up is Sharon Newman. On my list, I have Ms. Newman listed as neither for nor against. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, my name is Sharon Newman. I'm an attorney with Pretty Flaherty. I'm here to testify on behalf of the International Liquid Terminals Association, or ILTA. ILTA members store a range of flammable liquids and related products that play a key role in critical energy infrastructure in Maine and require a ready supply of firefighting foam to protect employee and public safety. As you know, LD 1505 would require most firefighting foam users in the state to transition to fluorine-free foams by 2022. While high hazard events are rare, it is vital that the terminal industry maintains its full ability to ensure worker and public safety when those events do occur. Unfortunately, as written, this proposed legislation could hamper and possibly prevent proper firefighting efforts in high hazard situations. Terminal operators rely on mutual aid, and neighboring facilities may provide foam, equipment, or firefighting personnel. This inherent interdependence of terminals makes it necessary to allow additional time for the entire industry to move together to eliminate PFAS-containing foams. Current technology used in fluorine-free foams falls short of providing proper effectiveness for large-scale fires involving flammable liquids and related products. The ability of fluorinated foam to rapidly extinguish flammable liquid fires is credited with saving lives, property, and minimizing potential pollution that can result from the uncontrolled burning of flammable liquids. While foam manufacturers continue to make advances in fluorine foam technology, a recent research study by the Foundation of the National Fire Protection Association found that the capabilities of the foams tested during this program varied significantly over a range of representative conditions and fuels, making it difficult to develop generic design and deployment guidance for the group of foam as a category. For that reason, the NFPA group said it needed to expand testing considering a number of scenarios. One category of fires that has proved challenging to address with fluorine-free foams are alcohol-type fires. For example, ethanol or blends of gasoline containing ethanol require specialized foams. Proposed LD 1505 provides an exemption to facilities such as airports that are required by federal law to use firefighting agents that contain PFAS. For the same reasons, exemption should be extended to other facilities like liquid fuel terminals, where adequate alternatives may not be available in a firefighting scenario where employee and public safety are at risk. Other states, including Connecticut, have passed similar legislation that still allows the continued use and sale of fluorinated firefighting foams in areas where facilities simply do not have ready drop-in replacements. I ask that you consider language that would exempt bulk flammable liquid and related products facilities from this legislation until appropriate alternatives become available. Members of ILTA are prepared to work with the ENR committee, the Department of Environmental Protection, and the Maine Emergency Management Agency to develop appropriate exemption language that protects public safety, worker safety, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Newman? Thank you very much. I'm going to one last time address the attendees list and ask if anybody else wishes to testify for, against, or neither for nor against. Therefore, I am concluding the hearing on 1505. Now, we have a bill that we passed over that was sponsored by Representative Stetkes, 1498. Mr. Stetkes has filed written testimony. Mr. Hanley, would you have Mr. Stetkes on your phone to see if he wishes to testify or whether he'll let his written testimony introduce the bill?
I have his phone number. Let me give him a call.
Thank you. While we're checking with Mr. Stetkes, I notice Representative Ziegler is sitting there, and he has a bill, which I understand he wishes to withdraw. Is that correct?
Thank you, and thank you for finally noticing me today, that I was sitting here. But anyway, yeah, I have a bill.
Hang on a sec. Let me open the hearing. This is going to be very quick, believe me. We're going to open the hearing on, where is it?
1540.
LD 1540. And Mr. Ziegler, do you want to testify on that bill?
I do, and thank you, Representative Tucker and Senator Brenner and the other members of the committee. This bill, I've been in discussion with DEP and the people that have been working with me on this bill. There's some very important issues, and DEP feels there's not enough data at this point to make a movement forward with it. And what I'd like to do at this point is ask, we could go into work session immediately and not to pass, but I would like a letter from the committee chairs to DEP, and I've talked to DEP and they're in agreement with this, that the people who have been working on this bill would meet with DEP next year or the year after to work this bill so that we can move it forward. There are several issues about the bill. It has to do with solid waste disposal, organic waste, and solid waste has to do with food waste that is lost that could be used to help people who have food insecurity and a few other issues. It's a large bill and an important bill. So there, that was pretty quick. Does anybody want to ask me a lot of questions?
Okay. I'd like to ask in the attendee list whether Paula Clark wishes to join us for a moment. Is Ms. Clark present? Here she comes, even with a little tune. Welcome, Ms. Clark. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Did you hear Representative Ziegler?
I did. I did.
Okay.
And Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, members of the committee, I would just mention that in lieu of testimony on this bill, the department decided to submit a letter, which you should have. I'm happy to read it into the record if you would like me to, or you can just read what you have, which was submitted yesterday.
There is no need to. Does anyone have a question? Thank you very much. This hearing is concluded on LD 1540. And perhaps we can make a motion not to pass, say on Wednesday. We should move forward. We got a long afternoon here. Mr. Hanley, what's the word?
I have called and texted Representative Stichus, and I can't reach him.
Very well. Do you think he would be unreasonably offended if we went forward based on his written testimony?
I'm not sure that Representative Hanley heard that question, Chairman.
Representative Hanley?
Yes, I had my buds out for a moment, so I missed whatever you said.
Do you think that it would be okay to go forward on the hearing on his bill without having him present, his having given written testimony?
I'm going to say yes. He just texted me that he is unable to speak at this time.
Very well. Okay, so shall we go forward?
Okay. As a committee of one, I say yes.
Okay, very well. I'm going to therefore open the hearing on LD 1498.
Representative Tucker, would you like someone else to read his testimony from the website?
Certainly. Would you like to do that?
Maybe one of his House colleagues would be willing to.
Hanley, do you have that in front of you?
Give me one moment, I'll look it up.
Very well. And now I'll address the attendees and ask how many people are here speaking in favor of this bill? And how many folks are planning to testify against this bill? We have Jeff Crawford, Susan Eli, and one other. Karen Morrison. Susan Eli, Jeffrey Crawford, and Karen Morrison. And are there any people who are going to testify neither for nor against? Okay, it looks like a short hearing. Mr. Hanley, did you find the testimony?
I don't think it's in there.
Mr. Hanley, you're muted. Did you find the testimony, sir?
I don't know if he submitted testimony. It's not on the website.
I'm on the website. I don't see any written testimony submitted
Nothing there.
by the sponsor.
Well, why don't we take testimony from the people who showed up, and then hopefully Mr. Stetkis can join us in time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just thought we ought to have a formality of the presentation of the bill by somebody on the committee, even if they don't speak to its merits.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay, Jeff, could you announce the bill and the title and so forth?
Yes, I'll do that now. Representative Tucker and members of the Environmental Natural Resource Committee. I'm Jeff Hanley, presenting a piece of legislation, LD 1498, an act to prevent increased heating fuel, natural gas, gasoline, and diesel fuel pricing in Maine by prohibiting adoption of rules limiting greenhouse gas emissions. This is a bill sponsored by Representative Sikes of Canaan, and I have no testimony to offer, but I have presented the title of the bill.
Could you please read the summary of the bill?
The summary is, this bill makes the rules adopted by the Board of Environmental Protection, the Department of Environmental Protection, and the Department of Transportation to limit greenhouse gas emissions major substantive rules. It prohibits the adoption by the Board of Environmental Protection, the Department of Environmental Protection, or the Department of Transportation of a rule that limits the amount of heating fuel, natural gas, gasoline, or diesel fuel sold to limit the greenhouse gas emissions, that imposes a tax or requires a permitting fee to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including a tax on permitting the fee that is based on the carbon emissions of any carbon-based fuels as a part of a rebate or dividend program, or that causes the state to join a multi-state consortium or coalition that requires the state to implement either of those policies as a condition of membership. It also requires that a proposal to implement by legislation a policy limiting the scale of gasoline or diesel fuel to limit greenhouse gas emissions, or imposing a tax permitting fee to reduce greenhouse gas emissions may not become law without the Senate and House of Representatives approving legislation, both adopting the policy and joining a multi-state consortium or coalition. It also requires that any carbon sequestration policy prioritize the offset of Maine-generated emissions. And that is the summary of the bill.
Thank you very much. Has anyone showed up who is in favor of the bill? I see no new names here. So we will take Mr. Crawford next from the DEP. Mr. Crawford, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Jeffrey Crawford. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Air Quality at the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here this afternoon speaking in opposition to LD 1498. Before I outline the department's specific concerns, it is important to remember that legislative authorization is already necessary for the department to create any new programs that involve the collection and distribution of funds. Additionally, any program that results in a proposal for new regulatory obligations is subject to the Maine Administrative Procedures Act and must go through the same public process as more conventionally generated rule proposals. The changes to the laws governing Maine's climate change efforts that are proposed in LD 1498 are unnecessary and redundant to existing requirements, or both. These changes include, first, the department's rules implementing the Maine Climate Action Plan as required by Title 38, Section 576A4 would all become major substantive rules pursuant to the Maine Administrative Procedures Act. Second, the Department of Environmental Protection or the Department of Transportation would be prohibited from adopting rules that would increase the cost of heating fuel, natural gas, gasoline, or diesel fuel through a variety of programs, including taxes, permit limits, or fees without express legislative approval. And then finally, the state would be prohibited from joining a multi-state consortium or coalition that requires the state to implement a policy that would increase the price of fuel without prior legislative approval. First, a little bit of background on the climate change issue. As we've all learned over the last few decades, climate change is one of the greatest threats facing humanity today. The consequences of climate change includes increased severity of storm events, increasing numbers of severe storm events, rising sea levels, droughts, species migration, and increasing instability throughout society as we all attempt to adapt to these changes. Scientists around the world agree that the most important driver of climate change today is the atmospheric accumulation of greenhouse gases derived from human activities, primarily from the combustion of fossil fuels. Reducing the emission of greenhouse gases is a goal shared by nearly 200 countries, and reduction of fossil fuel use is key to reducing these emissions. In Maine, the lion's share of greenhouse gas emissions are the result of energy production from burning fossil fuels for motor vehicle transportation and for space heating. According to the 8th Biennial Report on Progress Toward Greenhouse Gas Reduction Goals presented to this committee in January of this year, petroleum products accounted for 84% of all carbon dioxide emissions in the state in 2017. Clearly, if we are to make meaningful progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing the use of fossil fuels will be a critical factor in our success. The value of multi-jurisdictional activity. The department participates in a wide range of multi-jurisdictional activities, ranging from regulatory programs such as the California Low Emission Vehicle Program to non-regulatory programs such as the Zero Emission Vehicle Memorandum of Understanding for light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. And while Maine could choose to develop and rely solely on homegrown programs, experience with a wide range of air quality issues has demonstrated that multi-state programs provide greater emission reductions at a lower cost. Maine's participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI, illustrates the effectiveness of interjurisdictional cooperation. The program rules adopted by the department require fossil fuel burning power plants of 25 megawatts or more to purchase and hold allowances equivalent to their carbon dioxide emissions. In the most recent 3-year control period, participation in the program from affected power plants in Maine contributed $15,350,000. During that same period, Maine received over $30 million from RGGI auction proceeds, or more than $2 for every dollar spent. The funds were invested in programs that directly benefited electricity customers in Maine, including insulating homes, subsidizing high-efficiency appliances and equipment upgrades, and providing rate relief to energy-intensive manufacturers. Overall carbon dioxide emissions from RGGI units in the state of Maine have decreased by over 75% from levels emitted during the 2006-2008 baseline. While the department was not authorized by the legislature to begin rulemaking to allow participation in RGGI until 2007, we began working with 8 other states in 2003 to establish the framework for the program. It was this pre-legislative cooperation that provided the impetus for the legislation, not the other way around. The restrictions in this bill would make it difficult, if not impossible, for Maine to become involved in such a group effort in the future, and would severely restrict our ability to help craft programs that more fully address Maine's unique programs needs. As the RGGI program clearly shows, while there's a cost associated with this type of program, when the program is properly implemented and administered, the benefits will far outweigh those costs. To ensure that any such programs are maximally beneficial to Maine citizens, it is essential the department be able to fully participate in early discussions and negotiations on program scope and designs. As previously noted, the department, along with the Maine Department of Transportation rules implementing the Maine Climate Action Plan and the recommendations of the Maine Climate Council would all become major substantive rulemakings, requiring legislative review and approval, no matter their significance or impacts on the public and the regulated community. Even the greenhouse gas accounting rules that codify the department's methods for measuring and estimating greenhouse gas emissions from various source categories and for calculating gross and net annual greenhouse gas emissions for the state would be major substantive rules. The prohibition against the Department of Environmental Protection and the Department of Transportation from adopting rules that would increase the cost of fuels through a wide variety of programs seems targeted at multi-state efforts such as the Transportation Climate Initiative, a multi-state cap and trade program for greenhouse gases from the transportation fuel sector that Maine has not joined. Even if Maine did join this or another initiative, as previously noted, we cannot implement the program without seeking specific legislative authority, as we did with RGGI. Finally, the prohibition against joining a multi-state consortium fails to recognize the very nature of these agreements. Not only are these voluntary agreements in which participants retain all their rights and sovereignty and are free to withdraw at any time, but they are also collaborative efforts to build upon the needs of all participants, from initial program development on through implementation. In closing, the proposed bill unnecessarily complicates the rulemaking process, hinders multi-state collaborative efforts, and fails to recognize the legislature's existing authority. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you other comments, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Questions? I don't see any little hands. Okay. Before I go to Susan Eli, let me ask if anyone has just showed up who might want to testify in favor of this bill. I'm checking the list. There is not. Are there any other persons besides Ms. Eli who wish to testify against this bill? Is there anyone on this list who wishes to testify neither for nor against? And I see none. Very well. Ms. Eli, it's your turn.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Sue Ely. I am the Climate and Clean Energy Policy Advocate and Staff Attorney at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. And I am testifying in opposition to 1498. This bill is unnecessary and will impede Maine's progress towards achieving statutorily mandated greenhouse gas emissions reductions. The bill proposes several significant and what I would say are contradictory changes to Maine's climate law that would unnecessarily hinder the Board of Environmental Protection, the Department of Environmental Protection, and the Department of Transportation's ability to achieve Maine's required greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And I'm going to run through a very brief review of the history of LD 1679, because I think it's instructive about why this bill should be rejected. LD 1679 was a governor's bill. It was introduced as emergency legislation by Senator Woodsum in April 2019. The bill set requirements for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and directed the DEP to develop and adopt rules to track and report on emissions. It directed the board and DOT to adopt rules to ensure compliance with the statute. And the rules adopted under this subsection were designated in the legislation as routine technical rules. LD 1679 was referred to this committee and received extensive testimony, debate, and discussion. And most of that testimony called for the passage of the bill as a critical step to achieving swift action on climate change. This committee discussed the appropriateness of requiring rulemakings by July 1st, 2021 and September 1st, 2021, and that the rules should be routine technical rules. The committee voted 12-1 ought to pass as amended, and then it was adopted unanimously in the Senate and by a vote of 107 to 29 in the House, and was signed into law on June 26, 2019. The governor and the legislature recognized that the need to quickly address Maine's greenhouse gas emissions was an emergency, and they acted accordingly. The DEP has already initiated a rulemaking process as called for under this law, and a draft rule is out for public comment right now, and comments are available or welcome until June 1st, and a public hearing has already been scheduled for May 20th. This bill before this committee today would upend all of this work and unnecessarily delay the work that the legislature has already determined was an emergency, and that was 2 years ago. It would delay the rulemakings that are already underway. The delay is likely to last until at least, as the statutory change would say, until July and September of 2022. But because the proposed changes would make it a major substantive rule, it would make this delay even greater by requiring the rules to go back to the legislature. The legislature would be out of session, and then we would have to wait for the legislature to reconvene, undergo hearings, work sessions, committee votes, and votes in both the houses before being sent back to DEP for adoption. This is clearly contrary to the intent of that law. We need to reach reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by 45% below 1990 levels, and then 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. We just can't afford to wait. And for that reason, we would strongly request that you would, we strongly oppose this bill, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions or concerns? Questions? Thank you very much. One last call of attendees. Anyone else wish to testify in any way on 1498? Hearing none, therefore the hearing on LD 1498 is concluded. That leaves one more bill. I'm now going to open a hearing on the case on the matter of LD 1532, entitled "An Act to Protect Maine's Air Quality by Strengthening Requirements for Air Emissions Licensing." And I'd like to ask if Representative Morales could move over and introduce the bill. And if the parties in the attendees list could please all raise your hands if you wish to testify in favor of this bill, and I will line you up for testimony. Use the little hand symbol, and we'll see who we have. Let's see, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already counted you, Representative Kessler. Very well. We will now start with Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Senator Brenner and committee members. I just want you to know my committee, Criminal Justice, is going with 2 more bills as well. I just jumped over from there, so appreciate these long days. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, esteemed members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland. It is my distinct honor to present to you today LD 1532, an act to protect Maine's air quality by strengthening requirements for air emissions licensing. I've lived in South Portland for 17 years with my husband and 3 school-age children. South Portland is a beautiful, densely populated city of about 25,000 residents within approximately 14 square miles. While we love our city, there is something every resident will tell you. The odors in the air are unbearable at times. In fact, there are days when you can't even go outside with your children because the fumes are overwhelming. Ask anyone about this issue and they will tell you what I just did. Particularly those who live, go to school, and work in close proximity to the 120 petroleum storage tanks in South Portland. It wasn't until March of 2019 that the city of South Portland became aware that the EPA had filed a consent decree with an owner of petroleum storage tanks in the city, indicating in the decree that the company had been violating its emissions permit since at least 2013, with the amount of volatile organic compounds being emitted more than double what was permitted for. As you can imagine, this was an incredible shock to receive this information from the United States EPA, not from the Maine DEP or our municipality, and to receive it so late in the process. We later learned that other violations were issued against another facility owner located in the city. The tanks referenced in the decree contain bunker fuel and asphalt and are adjacent properties to 2 schools containing approximately 1,500 elementary and high school children and staff, our community center and senior programming, and within very close proximity to daycare centers, other public schools, parks, our green belt, senior living facilities, and hundreds of homes. What we have learned since the EPA recent violation is as follows, is in summary fashion. In just South Portland alone, 6 companies, 120 tanks, collectively are permitted to emit almost 600 tons per year of volatile organic compounds and 104 tons of hazardous air pollutants. How are emissions levels set? This is a question we all had. Since 1968, emissions are set based on estimates from a calculation called AP42 that is referenced in an EPA handbook. The calculation is designed to determine how much a facility might emit. These estimates are then used by the facility owner to apply for air emissions permits and also to seek renewal permits from the state. What has never been required, though, is actual testing to see if the calculation of emissions is accurate. This is unacceptable when we are talking about the dangerous contaminants we allow to be emitted in such close proximity to our children in schools and our homes. I'm sure you are asking yourselves how this could be that we don't require testing of contaminants. We test water for contaminants because we drink and swim in it. We test land for contaminants because we farm it and live, work, and play on it. And our regulations require significant mitigation measures to remedy the contamination we find as a result of testing. But we don't test the air we breathe, specifically the air that we know is contaminated, because we allow companies to contaminate that air to a certain level. So how do we get to this place? The EPA handbook from 1968 has an interesting note in the chapter on storage tanks. It states that the calculations used to provide the estimates were developed by the American Petroleum Institute, the largest US trade association for the oil and gas industry. In 2006, the EPA identified flaws with this 1968 calculation and found that 62% of the calculations were below average or poor. Yet the status quo remains. When air emissions permits and renewal permits are reviewed and granted in Maine, the DEP does not require that the applicant provide 1, actual levels of contaminants emitted at each facility, 2, the quantity of emissions that are already permitted by various facilities in the surrounding areas. In other words, the cumulative effect of the permitted emissions in the area. Or 3, the impact of the cumulative effect of permitted contaminants on the health of the humans living, working, and playing around them. For example, the permitting analysis is the same for a 1 square mile area of a town with 20 applicants for 40 tons of emissions each, totaling 800 tons, as it is for just 1 applicant in the same square mile for 5 tons of emissions. Similarly, the analysis is the same if the applicant is located in an industrial or rural area, or if they are located adjacent to and among thousands of homes and many schools, like it is in South Portland. I'm sure you are asking yourself again, how could that be? If you knew this and your children went to a school with many oil tanks on the other side of the playground, as happens in South Portland, this might make you very concerned. As perhaps the only city in Maine with so many people living, working, and going to school with these petroleum storage tanks in such close proximity, we are outraged by what has been allowed to continue, all without requiring any data. You will likely hear from those in opposition today that testing is ineffective. Testing is expensive and burdensome. Testing will require hiring more staff. Testing is not necessary because it may not solve all of the problems. You may even hear that the air is safe to breathe, although I cannot imagine how anyone without actual data would have the audacity and credibility to state as much. For those that oppose testing, I would ask this committee to ask them what they are afraid of and why they do not want to be transparent and show the extremely concerned residents they live next to that accountability is a good idea. For the DEP, I would ask the committee to ask how many facilities of the 177 facilities that fall into the industrial petroleum storage facilities category would be impacted by the legislation. The requests we are making in this bill are not new to the state. They are, in fact, the result of 2 years of learning about the problem, following the EPA violations, studying the solutions, and working with the DEP regarding these requests. This legislation is simply the result of failed attempts to achieve any measures of accountability. Instead of accountability, the kinds of responses South Portland has heard for the past 2 years and that we fully expect to hear today from the regulators and those being regulated are responses designed to maintain the status quo. What we are asking you to do today is the opposite of maintaining the status quo of a system that has existed since 1968, that was set up by the very industry we are seeking to regulate today, a system based on estimates and no actual testing. You know the old saying, we cannot solve what we don't measure, but first we have to admit that we have a problem to solve in order to move forward here. Unfortunately, we may still be stuck in this place. I submit to you today that it is unacceptable to assert that there is no problem given the context we are in. EPA investigations for almost a decade, violations issued, the continuation of offensive fumes coming from the storage tanks that correlate with filling the tanks and other tank activities, science that confirms these violations, and a system that doesn't require any actual data. What is clear from the last 2 years is that the public has lost its trust in the state's ability to keep our air safe and provide accountability and transparency. This legislation aims to change that, to center our people's health and well-being in Maine's air emissions process. Additionally, there are procedural flaws in the process that do not allow any municipality or community member involved in DEP adjudicatory hearings to provide comment and have those comments be given weight in the decision-making process. They are allowed to provide comment at a public meeting if one is granted, but there is no weight given to their comments, which does not even make it into the administrative record when final determinations are made. This too must change. The voices of the people breathing contaminated air must be heard when we are regulating the producers of the contamination. I would argue that the people's voices are in fact the most important. For isn't it true that the regulations exist ostensibly to protect the people? The Maine Supreme Judicial Court has stated that the only role of the government is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. This legislation fits squarely within that duty and is why I'm submitting this legislation to you today. I'm submitting to you today an amendment that I've presented, and at its core, At its core, this amendment requires the DEP to use a human health standard for setting Clean Air Act emission limits using an EPA-approved model. It requires facility owners to actually test their emissions. And if a facility exceeds its emissions, the bill requires the facility owner to bring its facility into compliance by either lowering its emissions, either through production changes or installing emissions control technology. So what facilities are subject to the standards set in this bill? The bill applies only to clean air emissions permit holders in the industrial and petroleum storage category that are permitted to emit 5 tons of contaminants or more and are located within 1 mile of daycares, schools, senior living centers, or 100 or more residences. So it's an and. They have to emit 5 tons or more and be located in dense areas within 1 mile of these establishments. I believe this will apply to less than 100 of the total 660 permitted emitters in the state, those that are closest to people when they emit contaminants. How are the emissions limits to be set under this bill? This bill requires that the DEP utilize a cumulative health impact assessment, EPA-approved model to set emission limits, such as the human exposure model, HEM3 or HEM4, which is an EPA-approved model. As to the HEM3 or HEM4, professional engineer David Falatko, who will testify today, conducted a HEM3 cumulative analysis to show the results in South Portland. I've included that in my testimony. And the map summarizes the areas at greatest risk for increased cancer incidences by color. The model clearly shows that the permitted emissions at the existing tank farms presently represent an increased unacceptable risk of cancer to fence line neighborhoods. How are permitted emission limits monitored? This bill requires that the facility owners subject to this section install fence line monitoring of emissions to ensure compliance. How are violations handled? This bill provides for fines consistent with the Clean Water Act and allows the DEP to suspend or revoke permits if the facilities do not lower their emissions to the permitted levels within 90 days. And finally, whose voices do we allow at the table? The bill allows the municipality and its residents and witnesses within 1 mile of the permitted facility to comment at adjudicatory hearings on permits and permit renewals. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present these important changes. I will be paying close attention to the testimony, questions, and guidance from the committee, and really look forward to working with all interested parties as we move forward from here to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Johansson. You'll have to push your mute button.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Thank you, Representative Morales. I'm wondering why we're only trying to protect those folks in built-up areas.
That's not what we're only trying to do. I mean, in this sense, there are likely, and these are questions that can be asked too of the DEP in terms of how many of these kinds of facilities there are, and how in close proximity they are to people. Because ideally, these regulations are designed to protect health, right? We issue these permits because we don't want people to be breathing too much of this. And that's what we're asking this committee to do, is to really think about, are we taking into consideration the health of the people who live close by? And so that's why this is mostly focused on the air emissions that are within surroundings where people are actually living, working, and breathing those emissions. So it may not only be like a urban area or a densely populated, it could be a rural area that is close to a school as well, or that is close to a senior living center. All of those could apply.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. Thank you, Representative Morales. My question is around the amendment language and whether folks who have submitted testimony on this, especially those who've submitted testimony in opposition, did they receive that amendment language? Because I've had a couple constituents reach out to me, and I'm just curious. I think you greatly cut down on the amount of companies, manufacturers that this is going to affect, correct?
Right. I did send this amendment language to the DEP. And I think, to the extent the amendment doesn't really bring anything new, except that it explains what a health impact assessment really is and refers to the approved models that exist in the EPA today. And then it takes out some pieces of the other, the bill I first submitted that I think really gets to the core of what we want, which was also in the first bill, which is around testing and monitoring and taking into consideration people's health.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Representative Kessler, are you here? You have the
Yes,
floor.
is everybody able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Chris Kessler. I represent District 32, which is part of South Portland and part of Cape Elizabeth. And thank you for having me today before your committee. I want to just thank Representative Morales for the hard work that she has put into this bill and the proposed amendment, and also to the people of the city of South Portland who have put their heads together for the past 2 years to try to really understand the issue that we're having around tank emissions in South Portland. I will keep my testimony brief. I did submit some, but I can just speak, personally to what it's like living in South Portland when these fumes are sitting in the air. Like, you can have a beautiful sunny day and step outside and the air smells fresh one day, but then if the air is stagnant the next day, it is something that you cannot escape. It is offensive, and I personally have to go back inside until the wind has blown them out of our noses. And I live about 1 mile as the crow flies to some of the tanks that Representative Morales was talking about. We have extremely outdated regulations that absolutely need changing. These fumes are negatively impacting the lives of many people in South Portland, and we've identified the problems and we need to fix them. And we have tried to, so far unsuccessfully. I do also want to say that I appreciate the efforts of the DEP thus far in working with the city of South Portland to further monitor our air and really get more data to understand the problem. And the conclusion that we've come to is that we need fence line monitoring, and we need to have third-party verification of what is coming out of those tanks, because right now it's just self-reporting. And if any objective person looks at that, if you have a test that you have to pass, it's like having the person taking the test grading their own test. That's what we have right now. So I am strongly in favor of this bill, and thank you very much for your time. Please help the people of South Portland.
Thank you very much. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. Thank you, Representative Kessler, for being here. My daughter lived in South Portland for a number of years, and she has mentioned this issue to me. She now lives in the west end of Portland, and she still can smell the emissions there. But I guess my question is, this affects other communities than just South Portland, correct? It affects the people in Bucksport. Do they have the same issues? Do we hear about the same, kinds of stories that you're telling?
I can only speak to South Portland and Portland, and if you look up a map of South Portland, you'll see the tanks, and you'll see that right across the Fore River is the west end of Portland, and so they certainly get their fair share of fumes as well. The other difference, and that this is something that the good representative had mentioned before, is that not all tank farms are situated in highly dense population centers throughout the state. So we just certainly have a much more intimate relationship with these in South Portland. So.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Representative Kessler. Wait, hang on. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. Good afternoon, Representative Kessler.
Good afternoon.
Have you seen, or do you have the amended language?
I actually had just learned of the amended language today. I have received a copy. I believe Representative Morales has probably supplied that to the committee at this point, but if not, I'm sure she would be glad to.
Okay, thank you. I haven't seen it. And I was wondering if you had.
Okay.
Further questions? Okay. We'll now go to the DEP as a representative, Mr. Eric Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, pleased to see you.
Yes, nice to see you, Representative Tucker.
You now have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Eric Kennedy, and I am the Director of the Division of Air Licensing and Compliance, testifying in opposition to LD 1532. I apologize ahead of time for the length of my oral testimony on the proposed bill, and for the sake of brevity, I will not address all of the ramifications of every proposed part of LD 1532 or in the proposed amendment that was submitted by Representative Morales here today. We do have a more detailed analysis available in my written testimony. I also apologize because I feel like my testimony is really on a much different bill than what was presented, because the bill language that was originally presented really encompasses a broad range of statutory revisions that would fundamentally change the air licensing process, including the terms of licenses, the processing of licenses, the minimum and maximum civil penalty amounts for violations, and how enforcement actions are carried out. Really, the result of this bill would be to add substantial and expensive administrative process with no measurable environmental benefit. First, I think it's important that you have some background as the committee to understand. The Department's Bureau of Air Quality currently licenses approximately 660 facilities with some type of air emission license. Of these, only about 49 are what we classify as major sources of air pollution. 447 of those 660 are classified as minor sources. And just to give you an idea, minor sources of volatile organic compounds is any facility that emits less than 50 tons per year. We also have 164 facilities that are covered by general permits. Our licensed facilities include 236 mineral processing facilities. These are the facilities that produce the crushed stone, gravel, concrete, and asphalt used in construction. We also license 47 commercial or government-owned office buildings, 44 K through 12 schools, 41 hospitals, 20 colleges and universities, 16 food processors, such as potato products and bakeries, 10 wastewater treatment plants, and 8 jails. Now, originally, all of these facilities would have been covered by the bill. I understand there's been some amendments to reduce the number that would be included. I don't have numbers for you as to what the amended proposal would cover, but it would still be a significant number of facilities. I guess I'll start with with the section 4 of LD 1532. And this is another area that I think has changed. The original bill had some minimal changes to the minimum civil penalties that would increase from not less than $100 per day per violation to not less than $25,000 per day per violation. The maximum penalties would have increased from not more than $10,000 per day to not more than $100,000 per day. And that would have removed the department's ability to assess penalties less than $25,000 per day, which really would be overly punitive and counterproductive as we see it. As an example, some violations are administrative in nature with no resulting environmental impact. And, you know, for a facility that may, for instance, submit a report a week late, that could have, we could have assessed a fine for not less than $175,000 for a 1 week late report. Section 5 makes changes to the required application materials and conditions for license approval. The department processes many types of applications, including applications for new sources, renewals, and amendments to existing licenses. As written, LD 1532 would apply to all of these application types. The Bureau of Air Quality currently processes an average of 195 applications per year. It is important to note that the current licensing process already does provide that emissions from licensed facilities must meet best practical treatment for pollution control, must meet all applicable emission standards, and must meet all health-based ambient air quality standards. Section 5 adds a requirement for an application to include a plan that outlines the steps that will be taken by the applicant to protect the public health of the community. This plan is to be reviewed and approved or modified by both the department and the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This requirement is really overly broad and lacks specifics. It's unclear what is intended by a plan to protect public health, what such a plan would include, and appropriate criteria by which the plan would be evaluated. Section 5 prohibits a licensed source from being located in an area zoned for residential use or within 1,000 feet of a residence. I understand there have been some changes to this provision, but again, it's awfully hard to determine how many facilities we have in the amended language versus this language. Under the original language, it would have been very difficult to determine what would happen to existing facilities within those setback requirements. You know, for instance, for a school, a high school or an elementary school, it's awfully hard to locate those facilities away from residential areas. College campuses do have dormitories that have oftentimes have licensed emission units within them. Section 5 also does add a requirement for licensed sources to install a source of emissions testing system. Again, this is an undefined term. Is it a continuous monitoring system or is it stack testing that happens every few years? What pollutants does this provision test for? Maine currently regulates 6 what we call criteria pollutants, 6 greenhouse gases, and 187 hazardous air pollutants. Tests do not exist for some of these pollutants, and direct measurement of emissions is not always possible, even when a method does exist. Section 5 also adds a requirement for all licensed sources to conduct continuous monitoring along the property boundary where the source is located. Again, this would be extremely impractical for most of our licensed facilities. Nothing in the bill defines what pollutants are to be monitored or how. Existing regulations already do provide the department with the authority to incorporate testing and monitoring requirements where appropriate and to determine compliance with applicable emission standards. And I might just note that the department has been working with the city of South Portland since 2019 when the consent decrees came out from EPA for the 2 facilities in South Portland, and we have been monitoring in all of the voting districts within South Portland as requested by the city of South Portland for a variety of hazardous air pollutants. That monitoring continues today. We also continue to work with the city to relocate some of those monitors. So these are monitors that are monitoring actual on the ground ambient air quality levels for a variety of different pollutants. Section 6 states that all applications for an air emission license or license renewal must receive a public hearing in the municipality where the source is located. Section 6 further states the department shall solicit public comment at the hearing. Just for clarification, a public hearing is not a meeting where the project is discussed and comments solicited. A hearing is an adjudicatory process held in accordance with the procedural requirements of the Maine Administrative Procedure Act and the department's Chapter 2. The opportunity for non-technical public comments are provided at public meetings. The department's Chapter 2 also has provisions for public meetings which can be offered by the department for applications where public interest is high and which can be requested by interested persons. The process currently prescribed in department rules already provides opportunities for a hearing to be requested for any air license application more substantial than a minor revision. Requiring a public hearing for every application would be excessively costly and resource intensive. If this bill were to pass, and assuming hearings were held only for air emission license renewals, we would have to hold on average 165 public hearings per year. The department would need to add 2 or 3 full-time staff just to schedule, manage, and run these hearings. And there would be added administrative costs to hold the hearings. Section 6 also requires that notice of hearing be mailed to the applicant to all commercial and residential addresses within a 5-mile radius of the source. As an example of how impractical that is, I will point out that the Cross office building in Augusta holds an air emission license, and a 5-mile radius would encompass essentially all of Augusta, as well as Hollowell, Farmingdale, and a large swath of Chelsea and Manchester. Postage alone would cost applicants thousands of dollars. Existing application processes already include public notice mechanisms through newspapers and the department's website. And lastly, but certainly not least, Section 7 amends statute to change the terms of most licenses. Currently, the 49 major source licenses are due for renewal every 5 years, and the 477 minor source licenses are due for renewal every 10 years. This bill would change the renewal period for all licenses to every 3 years. The department estimates that this change would require at least 3 additional staff to process renewal applications, even without considering the additional requirements included in this bill. In conclusion, the provisions of this bill would require funding of approximately 7 additional positions, along with additional funding for the numerous public hearings it would require. The changes proposed in this bill would have little effect on emissions while adding a substantial and costly administrative burden on both the department and applicants. Therefore, the department urges the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1532. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very well. Who on the committee would like to address a question? Mr. Kennedy, were you planning to attend our work session?
I can be available, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to people in support of this bill, and we will start restricting testimony to 3 minutes each because it's so late and we have so many people. I'd like to ask if Roberta Zuckerman could come on.
Hello?
You can start.
Oh, start, wait a minute. There we go. Thank you, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Environment Resources Committee. My name is Roberta Zuckerman. I live in South Portland and I'm speaking on behalf of Protect South Portland and the Tank Emission Coalition of Maine, including 12 health advocacy and environmental organizations in support of LD 1532. I'm going to abbreviate what I'm saying because Representative Morales did such a good job of presenting some of the issues. There are thousands of people living close to petroleum terminal storage tanks. The emissions cause burning eyes, nose, throat, headaches, dizziness, and nausea. Alarming are the serious health impacts linked to the toxic chemicals being emitted, including respiratory illness, asthma, neurological problems with fetuses, and young children and pregnant women are most vulnerable, and cancer. Maine's cancer rate for children under 20 is 190.5 per million, while the national average is 173.7, according to the US CDC. And air pollution increases vulnerability to COVID-19. Approximately 1,500 of our children K through 12 attend schools within a half mile of the tanks. Communities like South Portland are referred to as sacrifice zones, suggesting that our health is an acceptable price to pay for business as usual. This is clearly a health and environmental justice issue. With multiple toxic chemicals emitted from multiple facilities so close to one another that their emission limits should be based on their cumulative impact as one very large emitter. And this permit limits should be set to ensure that ambient air in the surrounding community will not exceed Maine CDC guidelines. I just want to say that after waiting so long for the DE report on what could be done to control emissions, it was very disappointing that it seems that all of the ways to know what's going into our communities are, for one reason or another, found to be not doable. And we really believe that knowing what's in the emissions and paying for that to happen, fence line monitoring is not an expensive thing to use, should be part of the cost of doing business responsibly when you're in the midst of a community. And earlier in the PFAS hearings, because I was listening all day, one of the committee members asked, what if information of risks is known and suppressed? What it's feeling like for me today is that information to have data, to have information is being suppressed. And we really need to know. There really needs to be transparency and accountability, and business as usual is not acceptable as it's been going. It needs to be based on health. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Is Elise Tipton present?
Yes, she is.
Hello, you have the floor. Welcome.
Why, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Elise Tipton. I'm Director of Advancement for Defend Our Health, and that's the nearly 20-year-old Maine-based public health organization that you knew until last fall as the Environmental Health Strategy Center. Our job is to protect people from toxic chemical exposure in our everyday lives. I'm also a resident of South Portland, and like you, I'm an elected official. I serve as Vice Chair of the South Portland Board of Education. My work with a public health organization, my residence near a tank farm facility in South Portland, and my concern about the students in our city all give me a reason to testify in support of the bill that Representative Victoria Morales is sponsoring. And I'll also say that she is my representative, and I'm very proud of her and thankful to her. As you've heard, the so-called tank farm facilities in South Portland are a source of numerous and well-founded concerns about the health and safety of the thousands of increasingly diverse families who live here. What we began learning more than 2 years ago is that oil tank owners have violated safety regulations for allowable levels of toxic emissions from their tank farms, including the limit on volatile organic compounds. It's vital, as this bill puts forward, that Maine's Department of Environmental Protection sets limits that are truly health protective, and that the facility owners are charged with regularly demonstrating and reporting compliance. Within 1 mile of these tank farms, even adjacent to some of them, are schools, daycares, senior housing, athletic fields, and the homes of hundreds of our South Portland families. South Portland parents and educators are deeply concerned about our children's health. We know that toxic chemical exposure threatens children's developing bodies and their brains with health harms that can have lifelong impact. Those harms include learning disabilities, which, in addition to their impact on individual students and their families, represent substantial costs for school districts such as South Portland. Budget season comes around and I see those costs go up every year. Defend Our Health urges the committee to fully support the concepts of LD 1532. And personally, I ask you to do all you can to make sure that South Portland's families and students are not harmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You finished on 3 minutes precisely. Have you been practicing?
Well, I might have run a timer or two, Representative Tucker.
Okay. Kelly Roberts is next.
Yes, hi,
Hello,
thank
Ms.
you.
Roberts.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank State Representative Victoria Morales for sponsoring this bill. And thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, for the opportunity to speak today. And the distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Kelly Roberts, and I'm here to testify as a resident of South Portland, Maine. I speak today in support of LD 1532, an act to protect Maine's air quality by strengthening requirements for air emissions licensing. I urge the Environment and Natural Resources Committee in support of this bill too. This bill would require specific and ongoing testing for the 120 oil and fuel storage tanks around Portland Harbor that emit 600 tons of toxic chemicals per year. It's critical to have transparent, independent testing done and not to allow the petroleum polluters to dictate the outcomes. I believe every community needs to be notified about the dangers present to their community. Inside Climate News found that tanks holding asphalt and number 6 fuel oil, like the ones in South Portland, pose very serious health risks to us, including cancers, respiratory problems, and organ damage. There are still unanswered questions about tank emissions and the health risks, which is unacceptable. I grew up in South Portland, class of '93, and I left Maine to go to college. I moved to New York City after 9/11, and I worked there for many years. I've always come home to visit on major holidays and vacations. My mom, who is in her late 70s, has lived in South Portland almost her whole life, and the same as my grandparents did. As a Mainer, I've always been passionate about protecting the environment, and over the past years, my family has shared articles from the local papers covering the growing toxic emission issues. And I attend the city council meetings as often as I can. I remember visiting South Portland on past holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks, and waking up to a couple of times feeling sick to my stomach like I had food poisoning, to the point where I didn't feel up for joining my family gatherings. And there are many here in South Portland that have complained at city council meetings about headaches, dizziness, burning throat and eyes, and nausea. There are many parts of this town that you have to roll up the car windows when you drive through it because the constant petroleum smell is so sickening. Since the pandemic, I found myself back in Maine living with my family, working remote since quarantining. And I've woken up on many occasions feeling sick to my stomach again, windows closed, and yet the house still has a strong oil smell lingering into the early morning. My mom has felt sick too. This is unacceptable. It's a clear connection, again, that the toxic petroleum emissions are poisoning our air and making us sick. I worry constantly about how the toxins that we're breathing in the day and when we're asleep and the effects they may have. Some chemicals are detectable to our senses, but a lot of them aren't. The DEP makes it sound like it's a confusing, difficult, hard, impossible, costly, understaffed effort. But for us in South Portland, it's simple. We need to know what's in our air. We must accurately have testing of all the chemicals, the VOCs, the hazardous air pollutants put into our air. And the oil industry must be held accountable. Testing is number one, and monitoring the air to protect our health and for all the children that are surrounding the schools by these toxic emitters. I would love to move back to Maine permanently, to be near my family, but I have huge concerns about the air quality here. Please help us to put health concerns over big business profits. In closing, thank you for listening and all the work that you're doing, and I've been listening all day. And I urge the committee to please support LD 1532. It's the first step, I believe, to ensure that Mainers have the right to clean air. Thank you so much.
Question, Mrs. Roberts? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next witness is Julie Falatko.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you so much for all that you've been doing. I've been here all day watching you do all this stuff. It's amazing. Thank you, Senator Brenner. Thank you, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Julie Falatko. I live with my family in the Pleasantdale neighborhood of South Portland. I've lived in South Portland for 20 years. My house is about 3,400 feet from Sprague's oil tanks, 950 feet from the Portland pipeline tanks, and 680 feet from Global's oil tanks. So when you picture that, know that I live in a neighborhood. I don't live in this like dystopian Mad Max wasteland. I live in a densely populated neighborhood surrounded by other houses. And while my house is very close to all these tank farms, there are thousands of people who live as close as I do or even closer. Now, I guess we're lucky because no one in my family has gotten cancer from breathing the toxic emissions yet. Only one of my 4 school-age children has asthma, despite no family history. So only one of them has asthma so far. We're lucky. We only get headaches and sore throats from the smell of the air in our backyard, but we haven't gotten cancer from it yet. Now, just 2 days ago, this past Saturday, you may remember, it was a beautiful day. We would have loved to have spent the day in our yard. We had outdoor chores to do. We could have sat in our lawn chairs and talked to each other or read. But for the most part, those lawn chairs sit empty because on so many days, the air outside our house smells way too bad to sit in our yard. Like it's really bad. And we have a garden and we have swings and blueberry bushes and cherry trees. But on so many days, we just admire them from the inside behind closed windows because the air outside our back door smells overwhelmingly like oil and tar. Now, I will admit that I do fantasize about the tank farms going away entirely, but I know that's not realistic. So what I want them to recognize and acknowledge is their proximity to families, to other human people, to residential neighborhoods. The oil tank companies keep saying that they want to be good neighbors, and I say to them, prove it. They say that we're probably only smelling harmless nuisance odors. Prove it. It's certainly a quality of life issue to have those odors in our backyards, but it's an even bigger concern if these odors are harmful to human health. I would love to learn that the air outside my house is harmless, that the strong odors that cause these headaches and sore throats and burning eyes is harmless. So prove it. Prove it by continuously monitoring the air at the fence line of any facility that Representative Morales outlined in her bill, any facility within a mile of residences, and monitor them for VOCs and HAPs for these toxic emissions that are harmful to human health, because we don't even know which chemicals are being emitted and how much. They can't control their emissions and treat the chemicals if they don't know what they are. If the oil tank companies won't test the air at their fence line for emissions that are harmful to human health, then I don't believe they want to be good neighbors. Look, okay, I have one more sentence. Just that I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because it's been years of our backyard smelling really bad and we still don't know what we're breathing. And I just want to know that the air outside my house is safe to breathe.
Thank you very much. Questions? Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Julie, it's nice to see you.
Hello.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you give us a sense of whether or not the situation has gotten worse over the years?
That's a great question. So I've lived in South Portland for 20 years. We moved to this house in 2003, 17 years ago. When we moved here, we were certainly aware that the tank farms were there. My house was built in 1916, so it predates the oil tank farms. But when we moved here, it wasn't something we noticed. It has absolutely gotten worse. And it's really been since 2012, 2013, I would say, when we really noticed it. And then honestly, it has been getting continually worse.
Do we know if there was an event that specifically happened that changed the operations at that time?
I am going to defer that to Dave Falatko, my husband, who has done more work specifically. He is the scientist in the family, so he has done more work on yes, there was an event, which was basically that they tested for the first time. I don't want to say too much though, because I tend to get the facts of it a little bit wrong. The facts I know is that one of my kids has asthma, that we have 4 kids that we've raised here, and I'm afraid for what they are breathing.
Give your kids my best.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pamela Cragen is next. And while Pamela is putting on her video, let me address the attendees list and ask if there is anyone else there besides Mr. Butcher who wishes to testify in favor of this bill. Okay, we'll put you in the line. Thank you. Ms. Cragen. Ms. Cragen? Ms. Cragen. Pamela Cragen.
Yes, so the host has not started my video. I'm unable to start it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm waiting for the.
Okay. There we are. Okay. It's so nice to be here with all of you. Thank you for all of your hard work today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Victoria, Representative Morales, for bringing forward LD 1532. We're so happy to have something. We've struggled for so many years with these toxic tank fumes. We've been in the city for 4 generations. Right off the bat, though, I do want to mention that in 2010, there was a brain cancer cluster in the west end of Portland, which, as you know, they get the fumes as well. I'm the daughter of a retired Coast Guard officer and also who later became a captain of tankers that dock at South Portland's terminals. My father was in charge of overseeing the pumping of millions of gallons of petroleum products into the tank farms. Over these years, our family became aware that there were environmental problems on the waterfront. However, we did not know that the fumes, the oily smells that we were breathing were also health hazards. The toxic tank fumes, which I now call cancer fumes, have been blasting our neighborhoods in enormous bursts each time a tanker unloads. It's not the licensed emissions that are released slowly. No, they come all at once, very intense. We get dizzy, headaches, nausea, swollen glands, heart pain during these bursts. Our home is near the Gulf tanks and the Portland pipeline tanks. Our shopping is near the Citgo tanks. My work is near the Sprague tanks and the Global tanks. Fumes in South Portland are unavoidable. Even in recreation, we have we have to be aware of the cancer fumes. We launch our boat at the park called Bug Light in South Portland with a nice view of Portland Harbor, but it's also directly adjacent to massive gasoline storage tanks. A tanker will be offloading, blasting the park. Families will be picnicking with their babies, and equally disturbing, since there's a breast cancer triathlon that takes place next to these tanks. Breast cancer survivors will come down and train there, breathing in the cancer fumes. With no public warning, no signs on the fence, many among us have no idea they are breathing in benzene and other cancer-causing fumes. My sister, a lifelong resident and employee of South Portland, was diagnosed with cancer at age 39. It's possible that her cancer was triggered by one too many of these bursts of fumes. It's also possible that the tank fumes damaged her immune system in such a way that she couldn't fight the cancer. And she passed at age 46. For this reason, I'm worried for everyone in our community, especially the children. These benzenes, they cause leukemia and brain cancer. I urge the petroleum industry, the Maine DEP, our dear elected officials, I urge you all, we need so much help here in South Portland. Please support LD 1532 and stop the cancer fumes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Cragen? Thank you very much. Mr. Butcher.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know you all have had a full day. I'll try to be brief. Greetings, Co-Chair Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the ENR committee. My name is Andrew Butcher, and I am a resident and property owner in Portland's West End, where I own and live in a 150-year-old house with my wife and two small children, ages 5 and 8. My children's bedroom windows are less than a mile in direct line of sight across the Fore River from South Portland's active oil tanks, notably Global and Sprague facilities. When my children play, my dog is barking behind me, pardon me. Joys of homework, thank you. When my children play in their sandbox, they complain of the stinging smell of tar in their nostrils. For that reason, please accept my testimony in support of a modified LD 1532 to strengthen requirements for air emission licensing in a sensible way. Since moving to Portland 3.5 years ago, my 8-year-old daughter has developed pre-asthmatic conditions more pronounced when there's a southerly wind, elevating my concerns about volatile organic compounds impacting her fragile respiratory system. My children attend Reiki Public Elementary School blocks away. My wife is the executive director of the Maine Children's Museum and Theater. I serve as Director of Innovation and Resilience for the Greater Portland Council of Governments. We're deeply committed to the health and well-being of our community, and we know that the state of Maine can do more to ensure that we are not getting poisoned by the air we breathe. Since moving here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which often ranks worst in the country for harmful air quality, I've noted similar air quality characteristics and even less public oversight and accountability for private abuse. In the context of further regulation included in LD 1532, you may hear from industry advocates that such actions will result in unfair costs to their business models. And to that point, I hope you do your job to ensure we adequately account for the external costs of polluting the air we breathe, which will accrue tenfold if legislative action is not taken. Since the city of Portland established a specific petroleum odor complaint category in their Fix It Portland portal in October 2019, there have been over 400 complaints of petroleum odors in Portland's West End. 70% of the complaints occurred May through October when the prevailing winds come from the direction of the tanks and when the highest volume of asphalt and other petroleum products are utilized in the South Portland oil tank facilities. While this is a pronounced issue here in Cumberland County, which hosts the highest concentration of industrial activities in proximity to the highest concentration of people in the state, it is a regulatory issue that affects communities throughout the state and should be considered an urgent priority for the health and prosperity of all communities. While I applaud the efforts by the City of South Portland and the State Department of Environmental Protection, it is clear that a lack of effective policy requiring oversight, monitoring, and compliance are polluting Maine's most fundamental asset, our quality of life. Now it's time for some policy solutions and legislative leadership. As the DEP outlines in their testimony, there is a need and an opportunity to right-size the regulations set forward in this bill and even hone the proposed licensing process to minimize administrative burden or undue penalization of institutions. I encourage this committee to take action, heeding the concerns of countless Maine residents impacted by the issue. And specifically, I hope that the committee's tank emissions bill builds in requirements for what I have outlined in my written testimony, and I won't share with you right now here, but I please encourage you to look. This is not a statement against industrial activity. I'm grateful for its presence in our region and in our communities and in our state. This is simply sensible public policy. Thank you for your steadfast action in helping address this nuanced yet urgent issue, and I look forward to hearing your next steps and actions. Thanks very much for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. Questions? Thank you very much. The next person is David Falatko.
Hi, thank you, Representative Tucker and Senator Brenner and members of the committee. I'm a South Portland resident. My wife, Julie, spoke earlier. We've been living in South Portland for 20 years. I'm also an environmental engineer. I'm a Maine registered professional engineer in Maine and other states. And I did, as Representative Morales stated, a HEM3 model, which I submitted to the committee in February when I think you were looking at the DEP report on the measurement and control of emissions from above ground petroleum storage tanks. I've also submitted a written testimony that's more extensive than what I'll say here today. You guys have had a long day today, I know. When the EPA lawsuit became public in 2019, I was not surprised in that the levels that I had encountered in smelling that in South Portland appeared to be, to me as an engineer and environmental engineer, much higher than anything I had ever encountered at some distance from any kind of industrial or water treatment or air treatment type activity. The DEP's response in 2019 to the EPA lawsuit was to say that they felt there was not an issue. They disagreed with the testing approach and that the company in violation was in compliance, that the EPA stated was in violation, was in compliance with their permit. In contrast to the US EPA, it appears the DEP takes an extremely lenient approach to applying the regulations of the Clean Air Act. 9 years after the US EPA stepped in and required site testing to determine emissions, and 2 years after it has been publicly well known, the DEP has still not investigated global emissions, collected additional samples, or scrutinized reported emission estimates. In addition, after 2 years, the ongoing ambient air monitoring program in South Portland has not gathered any useful data in the residential areas adjacent to these facilities. More needs to be done to address the lenient oversight and enforcement of the existing air regulations by the DEP and how they are implemented. It appears there may be existing regulations that could be used to address these issues, but a substantial change by the DEP in approach and perspective is needed. And it seems like nothing will change without additional legislation. Operational changes and/or legislation should focus on the following topics. 1, establish permit limits for cumulative discharges of VOCs and hazardous air pollutants using health-based metrics protective of adjacent residential populations, using the US EPA human exposure model HEM3 or HEM4. 2, complete perimeter air monitoring using US EPA method 325 at facilities with significant VOC emissions to demonstrate compliance with the health-based permit limits and show that the facility's emissions do not cause an exceedance of the ambient air guidelines established by the Maine CDC. 3, require demonstrated compliance with these emission limits by the facility, and if needed, corrective measures with changes in operations and/or emission control technology should be implemented to obtain compliance with these limits. 4, air is a community resource shared and used by all and needs to be protected. Any assessment of costs for increased DEP staff to apply these regulations and/or for upgrading a facility to contain their emissions should take into account the total societal cost of potentially emitted pollutants. For example, if emissions have the potential to cause 10 cancers per year and the cost to treat those cancers averages $150,000 per cancer, then the potential total societal cost is $1.5 million per year. From a societal perspective, air pollution does not make economic sense. Thank you.
Mr. Flacco, did that finish your numbered points?
Yes, it did.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you so much. Rachel Berger is next. I'd like to now turn to the attendees list while we're waiting for Rachel Berger to light up.
Hello,
her
can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'll see you in just a moment. I'd like to ask on the attendees list if there are any further persons who wish to speak in favor of this legislation. Okay, Priscilla Skerry. We'll bring her over. I'd like to now ask if the attendees could raise their hands if they wish to testify against this legislation. I want to be able to count everybody. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 witnesses. Very well, we will get to you in 6 minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Berger.
I'm going to try and be brief. I'm impressed with how hard you all work at this committee. Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and the ENR committee. I'm just going to give a few little impressions. I've worked with the others from PSP, Protect South Portland group, on this issue for 2 years. We started by going to visit people. Our first visit was an old woman who lives close to the global tanks. All her family is sick. Many nights in the spring and summer, she sees all this black belching smoke coming from the tanks. I'm particularly concerned about the blasts. I think the blasts are very unhealthy, and it's just a scary time for people to experience them. Once measures have been taken, it is possible to deal with the emissions. I just want to put that out in people's heads. There are instruments such as vapor recovery units that can process the emissions and remove them, use them in a better way. Another family that we met were trying to sell their house. The realtor had shown it twice, and then he said, I'm not going to show this house again. This was a beautiful house. It was where it was. So this family was stuck. This is a story about people who are stuck in a situation that they can't get out of. They can't sell their property. They can't make the air clean because we're not being listened to. I've actually had cancer myself, but it might not be because of this. But it could be. We don't know. Recently, we had a rally. It was at the Kayla School. Next to the playground were tanks, a number of tanks. The windows of the school had soot on them. Children shouldn't have to go to school in a place that is this dangerous. The health of children should be our paramount concern. The cost of doing business in South Portland should include taking care of emissions. Children's health should be our highest priority, higher than the profits of petroleum companies. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you, Ms. Berger. We appreciate that.
Welcome.
Priscilla Skerry is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we're going to see you in just a moment.
All right.
I hope.
Should I start anyway?
I don't know why you're
Oh, there we go.
in the little left-hand corner there.
Here we go.
There you go.
Okay, I'm still at work here. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee, I am so proud to be a member of Maine and have such a terrific legislature. My name is Dr. Priscilla Scarry. I'm a naturopathic doctor practicing in South Portland for over 20 years. I live on the west side of Portland, very near the Global and Sprague oil tanks. I'm representing the Maine Association of Naturopathic Doctors and testifying for passage of LD 1532. There's a saying in naturopathic and functional medicine that goes, it may be our genes that load the gun, but it's the environment that pulls the trigger. For public health, attention to air quality around the congestion of oil tank farms in South Portland and possibly elsewhere in our state is imperative. Emissions from these storage tanks contain volatile organic compounds, VOCs. Think of asthma and breathing problems. There are also HAPs, or hazardous air pollutants. Think benzene, known to cause cancer, leukemia, and neurotoxicity. Other compounds are known to cause damage to the liver, brain, kidneys, and developing fetuses. These are the toxins people in South Portland in close proximity to these tanks have been living with for years. Present licensing and Maine DEP requirements are not adequately addressing the problem, and Representative Morales' bill is meant to correct this. As part of our collective humanity, there's a puzzling question to be dealt with. Why has the petroleum industry not felt the responsibility to actually measure their emissions and keep citizens informed of what might be in them? I've read the response of Director of Licensing and Compliance, Eric Kennedy. Throughout, the theme appears to be consistent. LD 1532 is not needed. We already do that. We don't have the funds and personnel to accomplish what's being proposed. It would be cost prohibitive and furthermore would not accomplish what is being sought. The story's been the same from the Maine DEP. Not enough funds and personnel. These toxic emissions are found everywhere. It would be unjust for us to point fingers. To an extent, that's true. There are other sources of VOCs and HAPs, but not to the extent that cumulative and burst emissions of the more than 100 petroleum tanks pose to nearby children, families, schools, and the elderly. Consider, in a short 52 years, we went from Lindbergh's first transatlantic flight to landing on the moon. In my early years in medicine as an X-ray technologist, we were still hand developing films. Over 50 years later, we find ourselves in the age of MRIs and CAT scans that can literally look into the depths of our bodies in 3D and determine where our pathology exists. Lab tests and other technologies can look at microbes in our intestines, into our blood and DNA to determine everything from nutrient to immune status. And yet, when we ask, what are the kinds and levels of toxic substances in these tank farm emissions? We don't get an actual measurement or an answer. We get an amount determined by an imprecise formula developed by the petroleum industry. LD 1532 will make certain that the owners of the 177 industrial and petroleum tank facilities be required to measure the actual emissions coming from their tanks, or at the very least, monitor them at their fence lines, and to correct the problem if found to exceed guidelines, using the best technology available and at their expense. Non-compliance will be grounds for loss of license. It is imperative that this bill be worked on and adopted quickly to correct the social injustice and health issues that have plagued this community for far too long. Let's do this for the health of present and future generations and for all of us. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Scarry. Dr. Scarry, sorry. Next item, Ben Gilman. Next person, Ben Gilman.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. I'm in the opposition bucket. Is that what we're on now?
That's right.
All right. Good evening, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker. Good to see you again from this morning. It is evening now, so you've had a long day, but I am Ben Gilman. I am still from Gorham, and I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, here to deliver our testimony in opposition to 1532. I would just like to highlight that we have not seen the amendment. This is based on the original bill, our opposition, but the Maine State Chamber of Commerce supports policies and regulations that create certainty for our businesses. The Maine DEP does a good job implementing and enforcing a robust air emissions regulatory environment, and the Maine State Chamber of Commerce believes that LD 1532 is unnecessary. LD 1532 seeks to change a current regulatory process substantially, which begs the question, what is the problem it is seeking to address, and is it necessary? Maine DEP is already monitoring air quality across the state and has the authority to address potential air quality issues and does a good job in enforcing current regulations. If the changes in LD 1532 were enacted, it would impact hundreds of hospitals, colleges, and businesses with air permits. Like we heard earlier, it was 660, and the hundreds of thousands of Mainers who use their products and services. In addition to the broad impact across businesses and institutions across Maine, the bill's requirements would likely overwhelm the department administratively and create a regulatory infrastructure that would not necessarily deliver better protections for our environment. The department would spend more time interpreting overly burdensome regulations and not enforcement of our current regulations. The Maine State Chamber of Commerce is not opposed to looking at regulations or making changes, but it has to be done in a manner that delivers regulatory consistency and makes sense from an administrative standpoint for the Department of Environmental Protection. LD 1532, in our opinion, does neither of these, and we would encourage the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1532. And we thank you for your time today, and hopefully I'm under my 3 minutes.
Mr. Gilman, you are always under your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Gilman or the Chamber of Commerce? Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Mr. Gilman, I'm hoping that you could take a look at the amendment and then perhaps reply to the amendment on behalf of your organization so that we might get some feedback about your thoughts there.
Absolutely, be happy to.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? Next up is Stephen Hudson. Attorney Hudson is next.
The host has stopped my video.
Excuse me?
Now, there we go. The host has stopped my video, so I apologize. Thank you very much, Representative Tucker. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. I am Stephen Hudson. I am an environmental and energy attorney with Flaherty here today on behalf of Pleasant River Lumber. Pleasant River Lumber is a multi-generational family-owned business in Maine. The company and its subsidiaries and affiliates have facilities in Aroostook, Penobscot, Piscataqua, Somerset, Franklin, Kennebec, Knox, Hancock, and York counties. Collectively, these facilities have nearly 500 full-time employees, and over the next 2 years, the company's announced plans to invest more than $25 million in manufacturing upgrades and expansion in Maine. Pleasant River Lumber opposes this bill. We have not seen, and I just double-checked to see if it was if the amendment was submitted along with the sponsor's testimony, and I don't see it. So we'd be glad to take a look at it, as Senator Brenner asked of Mr. Gilman. But from what I have heard, I don't think that's going to change Pleasant River Lumber's position in opposing this bill. This bill is more than just a poorly designed bill. It's a massive attack on a state agency that, in my experience, and I've had more than 30 years of experience in environmental engineering and management and environmental law, and I've worked in states and with state agencies in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, New Hampshire, Maine, Florida, as well as Maine. The Maine Department of Environmental Protection Air Bureau is highly professional. They're highly practical. They're very proud of how they protect the people of their state, but they're also very fair to the air emissions license holders that rely on them in order to get the permits that they need in order to operate in compliance with Maine's rigorous environmental laws and regulations. So the suggestion that somehow the Maine DEP is not doing their job, I think is something that I hope the committee will recognize, that people are frustrated, obviously, but it is not the DEP's fault for failing to do their job. They are doing it. I'd be glad to answer any questions. I know it's late. You guys have worked. I've been here since you started, and I am impressed with the amount of work that this committee is doing. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Hudson? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Patrick Strout.
Thank you. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Someday I'm going to talk about wood products, but you can see that's not my fate recently. We are opposed to LD 1532. We're having a hard time reconciling the problem with our facilities and the issues of South Portland. We certainly understand the concerns that Representative Morales is bringing forth. But as far as I understand, in our working relationship with the DEP, our facilities are doing well with compliance and environmental stewardship. And this legislation, as you can tell, is a major rewrite of operations. So we need to understand more about what that is about. We certainly will be glad to take a look at the amendment language, but again, knowing some of my members, I'm not sure it's going to have a huge effect, but I will be glad to check that out. We have some of the standard lists of concerns that I've detailed in my outline. Increases, penalties, a fine of $175,000 is huge for some of my members. We have concerns about the provision that expands application requirements for new licenses. It's not clear what an applicant would have to do to meet these new standards. There are new standards that have been put in place. We already do extensive monitoring of our air emissions, so I'm confused by some of the statements that have been made. And certainly we would be restricted in some of the locations of where our facilities are, and there's no provision for grandfathering. So we think there are some concerns. I provided sort of a list of about 40 members who would be effective. So I thought that'd be instructive to the group. They range in size from substantial sawmills, Vic-Firth, drumstick manufacturing in Newport, Maine, to some of the larger paper mills and panel mills up north. So I'll be glad to take a look at this list through the lens of the amendment. But I'm sure folks are surprised by how large these changes are. There are many people that would be affected by the regulations. Our members are dedicated to environmental stewardship, but these proposed changes would be disruptive, costly, and we're not sure if they'd result in better air quality control programs, given the facilities and the types of emissions we're testing for now. So respectfully, there's more work to be done in understanding the issues, but we urge you not to vote on LD 1532, and I'll be glad to follow up with more information. Thank you very much.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dundon.
Hi there, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Eamon Dundon, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'll add what has become the standard disclaimer. We're happy to review the amendment and talk to our affected members and get back with some feedback as well. I'll also add I'm a resident of Portland's West End, directly across the Fore River from the affected sites in South Portland. I'm here today to express our organization's opposition to LD 1532. All Mainers deserve to live in a healthy environment without fear of serious illness wrought by toxic pollution, but that will not be accomplished with a bill that, in DEP's own words, has, quote, no measurable environmental benefit, unquote, and introduces a laborious regulatory scheme that causes more problems than it attempts to solve. At least 10 of our members, ranging from a hospital to a recycling center, currently hold air emissions licenses with the DEP, and this bill would negatively impact not only them, but the 13,200 employee livelihoods they support and the tens of thousands of consumers who rely on their services for medical care, energy, and education. DEP has done a good job in their written testimony describing the inordinate burdens that would be placed not only on liquid fuel storage facilities, but also on schools, hospitals, and small businesses with the provisions in this bill. With that context, I'd like to further point out that those burdens and inflexibilities are likely for naught, as this bill is seeking a solution to a problem that doesn't appear to exist. The DEP has said repeatedly that the odors of concern that precipitated this bill's conception are not correlated to chemicals of concern to public health. DEP is currently undertaking a VOC air quality study in South Portland that is among the most intensive in the country and perhaps the world. Even with those efforts, the Maine CDC still concludes that, quote, no VOC sample results has exceeded a health-based guideline for short-term acute exposures. According to the EPA, all the liquid fuel terminals in South Portland combined contribute to just 1% of the total VOCs in Cumberland County. In fact, the CDC's primary concern is with naphthalene, where most airborne emissions result from combustion from sources like tailpipe emissions, not the storage of petroleum products. Efforts to promote clean air and reduce hazardous emissions should be focused on science and facts, not politics and fear. The CDC also says that indoor exposure to naphthalene from products in the home is much higher than outdoor exposure, and yet businesses are being asked to spend millions of dollars trying to comply to onerous regulations when there is no evidence it will improve public health. Using cancer and asthma data as examples of conditions related to or exacerbated by poor air quality, the public health data does not support the drastic emergency actions proposed in this bill. Public health data shows that cancer deaths are actually decreasing in Cumberland County and remain well below the statewide and national averages. When thinking of air quality, South Portland also enjoys relatively low rates of asthma, not even ranking in the top 150 towns in Maine for asthma rates.
Mr.
In
Dundon,
closing,
wrap up, please.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say in closing, we hope that you take a look at the recommendations from the DEP report that was presented to this committee earlier this year. And on behalf of the Portland business community, we respectfully urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1532. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? We still have a committee here. Very good. Next up is Karen Morrison. You're very faint.
Okay, I'll put this closer or speak up.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, let me see if there's a volume. Here, I'll just keep that. Can you hear me if I've got this microphone right here?
It's very faint.
Okay, I'll try to speak this way. I'll try to speak up. Anyway, good afternoon, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed legislation. I prepared my comments based on the initial proposed legislation, and it seems like some of my concerns may have been addressed, but I have not seen the amended version. I understand the concerns of the residents of South Portland and believe there are means to get further testing and monitoring, but not by imposing these requirements on all licensed sources. My name is Karen Morrison, and I've been working as an environmental engineer and consultant for over 30 years. I assist facilities with environmental services, including air emission licensing and compliance, and I also used to work for the Maine DEP Air Bureau as a licensing engineer. I am passionate about protecting the environment and do this by working with the facilities. The DEP licenses a wide variety of facilities. Currently, there's approximately 660 air emission licenses and general permits issued to facilities across the state. This proposed legislation would significantly impact every single facility that has a license, including sources like schools, colleges, universities, hospitals, and commercial buildings, in addition to the industrial sites. And I realize Senator Morales said that there was some changes that would affect who this impacts, but I haven't seen that, so I can revise my comments based on that. I just wanted to mention a few concerns about the requirements, which would impose significant more time and effort as well as cost for facilities and the DEP without the benefit that is probably intended. First, the proposed wording under this rule would not allow a facility to obtain a license if they are within 1,000 feet of a residence or zoned residential area. Most of the licensed facilities in Maine are within 1,000 feet of residences. And that's not only schools and hospitals, but some industrial sites as well. The Maine DEP has 66 chapters of air quality regulations, ranging from monitoring and testing to licensing, reporting of air emissions, and a variety of other rules for specific processes, as well as pollutants. In every license issued by the DEP, there are standard conditions that allow the DEP to charge fees, inspect these facilities, and even require additional testing and monitoring as they see fit. If there is a need to test a site, the DEP can request it. However, requiring every single source to test and monitor is simply not necessary or realistic. The section on hearings would also be another very costly and time-consuming endeavor for facilities without much additional benefit. An applicant for an air emission license is already required to publish a legal notice in the local newspaper, which allows for public comment as well as a public hearing. Notifying everyone within a 5-mile radius by first-class mail with proof of mailing could include hundreds or even thousands of notifications for some sites. This proposed legislation would prevent most facilities from obtaining or complying with an air emission license. Facilities, although this might not be applicable, such as the schools and colleges or the correctional centers, which have very low emissions, they may now be exempt, but I haven't seen that wording. But please consider how this proposed legislation will affect these facilities in the state, not just industry, but every single facility that has a license. We need to be thoughtful and scientific on developing these rules and make sure we're not imposing unrealistic rules on all facilities because we'd like more controls or information about one. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, it looks like we have maybe one more witness. Thank you, Ms. Morrison.
Thank you.
Before I turn to Lisa Harvey McPherson, I'd like to ask if there are others who wish to testify. Okay, we have Jessica LaLiberte and Matthew Marks on the wait list. So we have 3 more witnesses. Go ahead.
Good evening, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and committee members. I'm not last, thank you. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill on behalf of Northern Light Health. I agree with the concerns that you heard from the representative of DEP and others tonight. My focus will be very brief, providing you with new information that you haven't heard yet in testimony. And I will also share with you, I have not seen the amendment. I don't know if my concerns are addressed by the amendment. 9 of the 10 hospitals affiliated with Northern Light Health have emissions licenses and are located within 1,000 feet of a residence. It's our understanding that this standard would disqualify our emissions licenses for our boilers. Without our licenses, we shut our boilers down, and that would subsequently close the following hospitals. All Northern Light members: Acadia Hospital in Bangor, A.R. Gould Hospital in Presque Isle, Blue Hill Hospital in Blue Hill, Maine, Eastern Maine Medical Center in Bangor, Inland Hospital in Waterville, Mercy Hospital Fall River Campus in Portland, Maine Coast Hospital in Ellsworth, and Sebastopol Valley Hospital in Pittsfield. Intended or not, we ask you to strongly oppose any change that would close any Northern Light member hospital or clearly any hospital in the state of Maine. I look forward to taking a look at the amendment and attending your work session.
Thank you very much. That's a very specific request.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Jessica LaLiberte.
Good afternoon, good evening, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Jessica LaLiberte. I am the Policy Relations Manager for the Manufacturers Association of Maine, a nonpartisan pro-growth, pro-manufacturing trade organization. We represent 400 manufacturers here in the state of Maine. Our association is in strong support of LD 1532. This proposal is overly aggressive, premature, and there is a lack of data to support such a burden on Maine citizens and businesses. Frankly, we believe this bill is unnecessary. Maine Department of Environmental Protection is already monitoring air quality across the state and has the authority to address potential air quality issues. As written, this measure will be costly for the state and the hundreds of hospitals, colleges, and businesses with air permits and the hundreds of thousands of Mainers who use their products and services. This bill would create a civil penalty payable to the state of not less than $25,000 and not more than $100,000 for each day of a violation. Our members are good stewards of the environment and are proud of their environmental records, but situations occasionally occur that do result in inadvertent regulatory violations. Mandating a minimum civil penalty of $25,000 per day would quickly put many of our members in financial jeopardy or even out of business. While we do not necessarily oppose a provision that would require the state to transfer any civil penalty recovered under existing law to the municipality where the violation occurred, there must be some restrictions placed upon the use of such funds, for example, environmentally beneficial projects within the community. However, we do not believe that such a change would be necessary, as DEP already utilizes penalties it collects to support environmental protection initiatives. We also have serious concerns about changes to the application process, as it would extend the length of time for approval of a license, and under LD 1532, the length of the permit is reduced from 10 years to just 3. Our members will almost constantly be in a license renewal situation, which will not allow for longer-term strategic planning relative to growth and innovation. Equally, we are concerned about the bill's proposed restriction on the issuance of any air emission license facilities within 1,000 feet of a residence. If this provision applies to existing facilities with air emission licenses, many of our member businesses would be required to cease operation. In addition, the added financial burden of installing source emission testing systems and conducting continuous monitoring along facility boundaries will be significant. Further, the notification process when a license is up for renewal, notifying all commercial and residential addresses within a 5-mile radius of the facility by first-class mail with proof of mailing, is far outside the bounds of what is necessary and would be both difficult to accomplish and very expensive for licenses in urban areas. Our organization has concerns that should this bill pass, there would be unintended negative consequences affecting public health by making regulators and businesses less agile and effective, creating cumbersome bureaucratic bloat that diverts time and resources away from areas where there are legitimate public health concerns and away from actions that can have real public health impacts. The Manufacturers Association of Maine strongly opposes LD 1532 and urges this committee to vote ought not to pass. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, very well. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We now have our last but not least witness to testify, and I believe that this will end the day. Let me just double check with the attendees list here. Mr. Marks, you can turn on your video.
Okay, it says unable to start video. It says a host to start.
Okay, let me see what I can do. Ask to start video.
That's
There we
good. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I live in Scarborough. I am a former resident of Southport. I grew up there. I lived there for over 30 years, actually nearly all my life until I moved to Scarborough a couple of years ago. I represent the Associated General Contractors of Maine, and we're a statewide commercial construction organization. We've been around since 1951, and throughout the country, been around for about 101 years. We're concerned about this bill, and I don't know whether or not this has come up yet. I'm sorry if I missed a couple other hearings, but our contractors have about 200 portable and stationary asphalt batch plants, rock crushers, concrete batch plants, produce crushed stone, gravel, asphalt, and all the other assorted raw materials that are used to build infrastructure across the state. Those are all regulated by an air emissions license. And of course, you've heard all the reasons why we'd be concerned about a change in that policy, and especially one that would be costly and also restrict some of the notifications that we would have to do or the new rules. So we're concerned about that, as is all the others. I'm not going to repeat everything that happened. The one thing I would add, and I'll say this, not to go down a rabbit hole, but these things have been all the more difficult, I think, trying to testify or participate in the discussion on these bills via the current process. And I don't say that derogatory about this committee, who I think has done a good job asking folks when you're at a work session or another, or at a public hearing, to give it ample time. But it's tough doing this via Zoom. We have about 322 bills we have to track that impact construction this year. That's a lot. That's more than I've ever seen. And I would just say, as regards to this bill, this is particularly burdensome to those small operators. We have a ton of small, whether it be a farming operation or just a small sand and gravel operation that would have to comply. I think the Air Emissions Bureau does a wonderful job working with those small contractors. But I would add this particular bill is extensive and be very tough for many of them to navigate the rules that set forth here. So I'll add that. I'll give back the rest of my time. I hope you all have a good evening. I just hope you consider the written testimony I submitted as well. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, I'd like to ask about the background picture of the Cribstone Bridge.
Sure.
Did you guys to do with building that, rebuilding it?
Yeah, that's one of the projects. Is at rebuild the historic bridge. There's not a lot of those in the state, but CPM constructors out of Freeport actually did the laborious work in making that look the way it is.
Questions, Senator Brenner?
I just had a comment. Mr. Marks, I just wanted to thank you for waiting all day to share your words with us. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very well. Anybody else on attendees list? No. I guess we can conclude the hearing on
Senator
50.
Bennett has his hand up, but you can't see it because it's hiding in his pictures.
I just had like 10 or 15 minutes worth of questions for Mr. Marks I wanted to pose.
My wife's yelling at me about dinner, but I'm happy to take the question. Go ahead.
Maybe in work session.
No. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm jesting.
Thank you.
Any other hidden hands being disguised in the door in the same color as the door? No. Okay. That concludes the hearing on 1532. So what do you say, committee? You want to have supper now? We go right back into caucus.
I move we adjourn.
Well done, chairs. Really, really good job. Very, very impressive. Thank you.
Ralph, I have to, or Representative Tucker, I have to thank you for doing the late day hearings. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. We are done.